Good evening, everybody. Can you hear me okay? Hi, Exceed. Hi, Molly. Good morning. How you doing? Good morning to those two. You know what? I was thinking today, as I do every day, that I was like, yeah, let's have some drinks. And it's like 8 in the morning for you. No worries. We can you well. Thank you so much. Hi, Timothy, Kylie. Hello, Mimo. Welcome. Joey, good to see you. Disney girl. It's 6:45. Oh my God, bless you. Well, I was thinking, I was like, yeah, let's do tequila. That sounds great. And then I remember it's like the butt crack of dawn for you too. Oh my Lanta. That's okay. Starting the day off good, I guess. Hi, Tempest. Welcome on in. How's everybody doing today? What's happening? I hope y'all are having a really good day. Thanks for stopping on in. We're gonna hang out for a little while, and then we're going to chit-chat a little bit, and then we are going to jump in with Miss Molly. So thank you for hanging out with me. Oh no, you're in the hospital with pancreatitis. I'm sorry. Also, hi Sabrina, how you doing? So good to see you today. What's going on? I know all the good thoughts to you. I'm so sorry to hear that. I really hope y'all feel better real soon. That is no fun at all. Not even a little bit. Hey, Angel, welcome on in. Jasmine, so good to see you. How you doing? I hope everyone had a really, really nice Thursday. So glad to have you. I am ready for this today, hopefully. I have all my ingredients mostly set out except for the perishables, so we're good. I know, Dahlia, I am so excited for this stream too. You're not the only one. I know. Remember, you guys can do !Molly. It'll have the recipes and also Molly's Twitch stream and everything. So make sure you go drop her a follow. You're so prepared. I tried. There's probably going to be like one thing. You know, like last time I made molasses cookies and I ran out of molasses, but then we used, you know, I went over the list like 5 times. So if I miss anything, I'm going to be like, ah. We used maple syrup and they tasted just fine. A little less like deep, I guess, if you want to, you know. Oh, literally the worst because I can't eat or drink anything. I'm so sorry. Aw, Tempest, I'm really glad we can be here for you today, too. I'm so sorry about that. Kylie, oh, you did your back handspring. Nice. Look at you. I know. I really hope that your recovery is quick and smooth as well. I really do. Best wishes to you. Best wishes, everybody. The Tammy apron is perfect. Thank you. See? Unicorn. Hi!
Zefrine heart, zefrine hug.
Unicorn, thank you for 5 months, 5 months straight, no less. How you doing today? So a couple details about today, y'all, just so you know. Here, let me turn on this screen. Here we go. This is where my cooking thing is going to be. I'm going to try it down here this time. We'll see how it goes. I will not be taking ad breaks today just due to the co-op nature of everything. So thank you for your understanding. I usually try to. When we're on our own, and it's a little easier. But right here, our moderators know about that as well. Hi, Unicorn, welcome on in. Anyway, Unicorn, thank you so much for being a beautiful piece of this community for 5 whole months as a sub. That means a lot. Thank you for that support. Thank you again. You would buy a slap top from me? Nice. I have like the microphone thing, like everything's going on. You know, it's great. I feel like it's the whole like vibe, you know? Hi, Lindsay! Welcome on in. I hope you're having a good night. Hope you're feeling fine. Lish. Thank you so much for giving this up to Beezy, the one and only Beezy. Thank you, Lish. You are so sweet. I hope Beezy sees that sub, and I hope it makes his day, because he is such a sweetie pie. I love him. Oh my God. Thank you so much for that, Lish. You're incredible. Thank you for that support. Real Vince from ShanWow Vibes? Yeah! I could sell something, right? I got the apron. Hi! Hi, I love you. Oh my God, hired us Menses blah. I really hope you feel better. I saw that you were like having a rough day. Mwah. I'm sending you kisses, lady. I love you. I love, 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 love you. Kyber, today is not the day to jump on my counters, okay? No, you come here. You're my sous chef now. But I love you. So glad to see you. Hey, yes, I'm excited to do some cooking with Molly today. Hi, Kylie. How are you? Little meow. I know he's very dramatic. Hi, Kyber. Boop, boop, boop. And no nipples on stream. Cover that up. We're family friendly.
So.
Hey, Roberto. Welcome on in. I got recommended you by YouTube your Sims videos, and I gotta say I love all your tips and stuff. Thank you so much, Roberto. That is the nicest. Welcome on in. We're doing something not Sims today. Welcome. I'm so glad to meet you. Thank you for your support. Robert, got it. Welcome. My name is Zefrine. I'm so glad to meet you. This is my cat, Kyber. Thank you for your support, though, my dear. It is so nice to meet you. Hi. So we do like Sims primarily, but every once in a while we'll like get into the kitchen, kind of do something. I like to show you guys that, how do I want to say? Anyone can do anything in the kitchen, and like my values and ideals and like my, my vision in the kitchen kind of aligns like Molly a lot. So I'm actually going to be learning some things from her today. We've tried a lot of new things on this channel in the kitchen, but we're going to learn something entirely new tonight too, like 2 things. Mimo. Hi. Oh my God. Thank you so much. That is so sweet. Mimo, welcome on into the Beanie Weenie Club. How you doing? I know I'm hungry already. If you do !Molly, by the way, you can get the recipes. They're also in our Discord channel, in the announcements section. Make sure you go drop Molly a follow. Thank you, Joey. You are a gem. Peach, thank you for the biddies. It does look like rain in the left window. Wait, oh, my green screen. It's my green screen. Garlic bread? Yes, we are doing garlic bread. So we're just hanging out, and everything. You'll get to know some things about me. Molly's got some interview questions, today as well. So we're hanging out, just chit-chatting, getting ready, warming up, while Molly's gonna go live in a little bit. Angel, thank you for the 200 biddies. You guys are so nice. Oh, how was yesterday? It was so good. Oh my God. It's so weird playing The Sims 3. It really is. Kyber is my baby, by the way. Look at how silky he is. Like, look at his shiny. Could like blind people from outer space. Look at how handsome, my man. I love this cat, you guys. Yes, I do. He's such a beautiful cat. He's a pretty boy. He's looking very mad at me. Like, I know, right? You just like the color wheel. Same, though. Same. After we got like the webcam lag thing out of the way, it was good. I know, he's a house panther. What? What are we doing? He's a very good baby. But yeah, it's my green screen. After I let Kyber go, then I will turn off my green screen, but it's not raining. It's very sunny and very hot out here today. How's the weather by everyone today? Oh my God, Angel, he is the snuggliest little guy ever. Look at the murder mittens coming out. You're not happy. I'm kind of pushing your boundary right now. Yes, I am. Look at that tail. He's very angry. He wakes me up with a cold nose and headbutts in the middle of the night, though. He's very cuddly, but he's also very dramatic. It's sunny, but I sneeze every time I go outside. Allergies. Oh my God. I've been there before, too, with like the sunny sneezing thing. Look at those giant toes. Timothy, thank you for the 145. That is so nice. You guys are so sweet. Thank you for your support, everybody. You guys are ridiculous. Thank you, thank you. It's 79 but decent today, a little more humid, but not terrible. Not too bad. It was like, I don't even know how hot it was today, but it was warm. I don't know. I was outside a lot more than like normal, and I don't like that. I don't want it. Not even a little bit. Says might hail tonight. Oh no, I hope not. Oh my god, I wonder, can you cover certain plants with anything? Maybe like a tarp or something like that? At least overnight. 9 degrees Celsius. How cold is that? Like, what's the temperature in Fahrenheit? Can anyone smart help me out? Your poor tomatoes. Oh my god. I hope you can. So like with all of the inconsistent like rain and everything that we've been getting here, we are having some issues with our tomatoes being a little like rotty on the bottom. And also I need to get like a calcium thing to put on them, but it's just kind of unfortunate. Kind of annoying, but you know, it is what it is. Hi, King. How are you? Welcome on in. Thank you so much, Kirsta. How are you? You don't have Tammy emote on. Oh, wait, that's right. I was going to turn off the green screen thingy. Give me a sec. Your neighborhood stray cats obliterated my veggies. That's so weird. Really? Oh my god, that's super weird. Why would they do that? I guess why not? You know, cats are just really wild beings. What the heck? Okay, I'm gonna undo this. I'm gonna undo my green screen filter. There, now it's not like rainy weirdness outside. Thank you so much. Yeah, I like them. I think they're pretty nice. Eventually, I want to repaint them to like a deep teal color. Lower, bottom, and top. And then I want to do brass pulls on everything, but that's like when we save up to do that kind of thing. It's gonna be a while. So you said we have like 87 stray cats. Oh my god, they eat whatever what? That is a lot of cats. Oh my god. That's obnoxious. I love that colors everywhere in my house. Nice, I like that. Yes, it's like the like a really deep like teal color. Thank you guys so much for the hype train. You guys are so kind. I appreciate you. I feel so lucky. Thank you for supporting this channel. Thank you for being here. So y'all, how was everyone's day though? Hi, Sunshine, welcome on in. We're gonna be cooking up something with Molly today. So if you do !Molly, it'll give you a link. Thank you, Mr. Joey, you're amazing. It'll give you the link right there to Molly's channel and also the recipes that we're gonna be cooking off tonight. Hi, Iceman, how the heck are you? Welcome to the Bean Garden. Thank you for being here. I appreciate that. Welcome on in. Very cool. Very good. We're also going to be making a cocktail. I don't have the recipe for that one, though. I know Joey's, like, doing so good. Look at Joey. Hi, Pay. How are you? Can't be here long today, but I wanted to pop in for a bit. Well, hey, thanks for stopping by. Kirsta, I love you. I'll see you soon. Thank you for stopping by. Your day's okay? Good. I'm so glad. Mine was busy. I had 2 different meetings today. Yes. Yep. Angel, she will be streaming at the same time. She will. We'll be in like a little voice chat together. So when we're cooking together, I might not be as receptive to chat, if that makes sense. There will be moments where I would, and then moments where I'm not necessarily like as receptive as I normally am. So don't take offense to that. Co-streaming has like a different feel to it for sure. But I just wanted to let you guys know it's not because I don't hate you. But yeah, Molly will be streaming at the same time. She'll be guiding me and like teaching me as things go. Yeah. So we're making a homemade pasta with a homemade red sauce. And we're also making a homemade bread, like a cheesy bread loaf thing. So I'm very excited. And also anxious because I've like successfully made bread once. And it was a thing. I can't remember what it was. They were like pretzel rolls and they turned out pretty good. They were a little big, but now I know that because I did it once. So, hey, yes, homemade pasta. I've never made it. I even got like a homemade, like a pasta maker thing. I even got one. So I'm going to use it for the first time today. I'm excited. I think it looks awesome. Comes with like this little attachment right here on the side. It's nice and heavy. It's amazing. But I've always wanted to make homemade pasta. My dad makes good like egg noodles and stuff. Ooh, I need to text my mom. Be like, Mom, I'm cooking. Come look at me. Okay, come watch, Mom. Eva, hi, welcome on in. I want one so bad. I would like a pasta. Pasta. I've made homemade pasta a couple times. And it's so freaking good, right? I feel like it's probably gonna be one of those things that's like stupid easy, but it's all about the technique, you know, and like the feeling and stuff that you get. Wash your hands. Oh yeah, yeah, always. I'm actually a food safety proctor, which means I am so educated in food safety and everything to the point where I could teach people if I wanted to. So I could proctor people that take the test. I've worked in food service for a long, long, long time. That's one thing I never really talked about. Like I didn't really like work on like on the line per se, like as a cook. Serve safe for the win, right? Exactly. I'm real weird about chicken. Real weird about chicken. Steak, not so much. Muscle meats are different than like ground stuff per se. Oh wait, what? Oh my god, Lish, so you said our garden's not been doing well from all the aphids, spider mites, etc. She purchased you purchased the ladybugs. Ladybugs are amazing. They came today, so going out soon. That is exciting! Wait, Lish, I love ladybugs. I hate like the Asian beetles because they suck and they stink and they like bite and they hurt and they're not good. But I am excited about the ladybug thing. That is so good. Hey, Rafi, welcome on in. How are you? I'm glad to see you. We're getting ready with Miss Molly in just a little bit here. So we're hanging out, chit-chatting for a little while, saying hi. Then we're going to get busy in the kitchen, and we're going to have a good time tonight. Sick those ladybugs. Get them, get them, get them, get them. Yep, Molly's on. She's got about 7 minutes left on her little timer. We're okay. I'm very excited to be cooking and hanging out and experiencing something new tonight. This is going to be a good day. Ooh, I need to message my brother. I'm like telling my mom and my brother like, yay! So, okay. Like, we're doing kind of like an interview, you know, just like hanging out, cooking in the kitchen together, getting to know each other. Like, what kind of things do you guys like want to know about Molly? Because like I have some things in mind. We should have samples through the screen. I know. Free smells. Riffy, aw, very exhausting day. I'm doing good. I hope you get some good rest. I hope we can help you end your evening, you know, on a good note. Hanging out in the kitchen together. But if you guys want to go drop Molly a follow, her link is right there. Also the recipes that we're following. Thank you, beautiful Eva. Your elbows are delicious today. But just so you guys know, normally I take ad breaks. Since it's a co-op sort of stream, I'm not doing ad breaks today just because it has potential to like interrupt the flow for what we're doing with Molly. But I want to say if you're unsubbed, thank you so much for watching. I'm sorry that you might get slapped in the face with ads. So I'm sorry about that. But I think it's the right thing to do, to make sure that we are, as good as we can be for Miss Molly tonight. On the same page. There might be moments where I'm not necessarily like as receptive to chat per se, because we might be having a conversation. Co-op streams are just a little different, but normally I answer your questions. It's not because I hate you, but I will get to your questions eventually too. So just so y'all know, just might be a little delayed tonight. Oh, what's your favorite food to cook? Ooh, Sabrina, that's a good one. Thank you. Midnight, it's merch. It's merch. Yes, the Doctor Who cookie jar. Yes, I think Tempest said something about it earlier too. And then I just didn't, like we were talking and then I didn't do it. Sabrina. Sabrina.
Sabrina7321 gifted a tier 1 sub to Kimna_. They have given 15 gift subs in the channel.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much for all you do and like gifting the subs. I feel so lucky to do what we do here today and every single day. Riot, good to see you. How you doing? But yeah, this is a merch item. If you do ! Merch, you can buy this apron and other things. And all the proceeds go to the Trevor Project. Hey, Sabrina!
Sabrina7321 gifted a tier 1 sub to Rayfeast AIRED. They have given 16 gift subs in the channel.
How dare you! How dare you! Thank you so much for the gifted sub to Rafi. That is so nice. And Kema, I really hope y'all enjoy your emotes. Connor, welcome on in. How you doing? I am so glad to see you. Thanks so much for coming on by. Hopefully I can get this all figured out. Give me a sec here, Beans. Hopefully it's liking my webcam. Oh, give me a sec. Hey! Thank you so much, Connor, for gifting that sub to the beautiful Sky. I really appreciate you. Welcome, welcome. How are you? Hi, Obi. What's going on today? Mwah! I hope y'all are having a good night. I'm going to be learning some brand new things in the kitchen tonight. And I hope that you guys will come along for this ride. It's going to be a lot of fun. I'm going to be making homemade pasta for the first time. Homemade red sauce from scratch for the first time. Bread from scratch. Like a loaf of bread. That'll be nice. Livy, hi! Hi, Casey! Welcome on in. How you doing today? So good to see you. Thank you for your support, though, Connor. That is amazing. Support comes in so many flavors, and I'm super glad. Oh, what Perry?
29 months. As always, happy to be here for your streaming journey.
I can't deal with you. Thank you so much for the 29 months, Perry. I hope you're doing good. Thank you for that support. Welcome on in. I am humbled. Over 2 years. Homemade bread is the best, right? I made homemade pretzels that one time, and then I made pretzel rolls because I figured out like how easy it was. And, you know, it's all about like the technique I've been learning. So I'm like, it's hard. I can do like a really good pie crust. Hi, Sarah. How the heck are you? Welcome to the Bean Garden. So nice to meet you. We're doing a co-op stream tonight. I'm going to be cooking up some delicious dishes with MissMollyMakes this evening. My name's Zefrine. Welcome. Welcome, everybody. I am super glad to see you. Give me a moment here. Trying to get some like little thingies going. I need to pull up the recipes real quick. Ooh, if you want the recipes, there you go. There you go. She made these and tested them, and like, oh my god, she's just a wizard. I don't know what kind of shenanigans. Connor, thank you so much for the gifted sub to the Salt Shaker. That is so nice of you. I can't even deal. That is so, so kind. Okay, yes, she does like, oh my god, she does like Molly. She does collabs. She's done things with like, WoW, like Blizzard. She's done Hearthstone themed ones. She's done Doom themed streams, Sims themed recipes. Oh my god, it's so good. Man, what is going on? I don't know what to say. Thank you so much for the gifted sub, Mad. Welcome on into the Beanie Weenie Club. If you got gifted a sub, congratulations. I really hope you like your emotes. I am humbled every day. Pizza oven ad. Ooh, did they give you one? Ooh. Yeah, Molly does like video game and like pop culture themed ones as well, by the way. Like Elder Scrolls she's done Sims themed cooks. She's like partnered with EA. She's partnered with like World of Warcraft and like Blizzard and stuff. It's pretty cool. Oh my god, Miss, doesn't it look so good? I trust her so much. Give me a sec here, beans too.
To be making some delicious food. We're going to be stepping her through some yumminess, and we're going to have some fun chats and hang out. So we're going to bring her on. It's very, very exciting. Exceed and I've been very keen to do this, and we thought it would the first person that came to mind was her. So let's bring her on.
Hi, Molly.
I really want to pee on all the stuff. We need to pee on all the things. Wait.
Exceed. Something's playing.
That is a very accurate representation of who I am. Hi, I'm Zef.
This is a beautiful introduction to you.
Honestly, top notch. So I'm not like that is like as Zef as it could possibly get. So thank you so much, Molly. Thank you for thinking of me. Welcome on in. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. When we asked you to I just can't believe it. That's how we started.
It's perfect. No, it was good. It was perfect.
It was not even planned. It was good. So we are going to have some fun today. We've been speaking for the last few weeks, and we asked you what you wanted to make and something that you hadn't had the opportunity to make, or you were a little bit nervous about. And what were the two things?
Bread and pastas.
Yes. So we've been chatting and I did some recipe testing, and we're gonna have some fun. What are you most excited about out of both of them?
To hang out with you, honestly, and like learn some things. I mean,
Yep.
and like I was telling the community a little bit about this too. Like I really am shy in the kitchen, a little intimidated by it. And one thing that I've learned through doing cooking streams is how to kind of like, you can do anything, just try it. Who cares if you mess up? And like you kind of encourage people to get into the kitchen and to get confident and more comfortable. So it was like a really nice bridge into the way our vision of the kitchen. So I'm really excited.
Yeah. And I was listening to the stream as I was getting ready and doing my makeup and stuff, and you were talking about how much like you like to get into the kitchen and get creative, and I think that our ethos around our communities and everything is very aligned and very similar. We're going to chat about that a little bit later, about what kind of got you into streaming, and ask you some questions and stuff. But I think that it's a fun. The focus is on fun and interactivity, right? And that's what you bring to your community and your streams. And I think that's what's it connects us both together.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Sims and cooking.
So, yes. And for those that are at home, we have the two recipes linked, and you can learn about zefrine in our chat if you do !Zef or zefrine. And I think you said in your chat, you've got !Molly, is that right?
Yep, you got it.
Damn, see, it's already
right
organized.
on top of it.
So the recipes are there, and we're gonna fit in somewhere a cheeky little beverage, because why not? You gotta have some fun in the kitchen, and we're gonna be making, yes. So I went to the shops yesterday, and I had to get myself a little sombrero as well. Mm-hmm. This morning, Zef was talking to her chat, and she was like, "Oh, Molly, it's like 8 o'clock for you." And I'm like, "It's 6:45."
I was like, "Wait." Well, because it's 6:14 p.m. for me right now, and I'm like, "Yeah, let's do drinks," and then it's like morning for you.
Yeah. Yep. No, but anytime it's 5 o'clock, right? And it's a Friday for me right now. So, Exceed said when we woke up, he was like, "Let's rock it, let's kill it, and then let's just go back to bed." So I think that's going to be the ideal. We'll just run ourselves ragged today, have a lot of fun, and then have an afternoon nap. It'll be fun. Mm-hmm. All right, so you've got your ingredients ready, all out and prepared? Faye, I didn't see that behind you. Hell yeah. All right, so today we're going to start with the bread first, because what we're going to need to do is, what you're thinking about when you're cooking is how long things are going to take, and kind of organizing like a timeline. So the bread is going to take some time to prepare and make, because we're going to knead it, and then it's going to need proofing time, then shaping time, and then proofing time again. So it's looking at about an hour and a half to 2 hours, the process, and then baking on top of that. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then once we're going to prepare the dough and let that proof, then we're going to get into our pasta. We're going to be making pasta from scratch, and then letting that sit in the fridge just to let the kind of the gluten rest and relax before then we make that into our pasta shapes, or spaghetti, whatever you want to do. And then we're going to make our sauce. Then we're going to bring it all together at the end, bake our bread, cook our pasta, and then have a delicious meal.
Excellent.
Sound good?
Okay. Yep, sounds great.
Fabulous. Guys, in chat, if you want to ask any questions, feel free. We're just going to be chatting as well amongst ourselves and getting to know Zef a little bit better. But welcome to the first Make with Molly. Yes, isn't Zef's apron the best? Can you tell us a little bit about your apron before we get started?
Yes, I would love to. So this apron, okay. We do like cookie decorating streams every once in a while, and we had some certain sabotages happen with like donations that the community made. And I was forced to use my left hand, and I was trying to make our little bean. He's like an adorable little, I think I have him on a water bottle. I can show you what he's supposed to look like.
Yes,
But I made a sugar cookie, and he's supposed to look like that.
Yeah.
But then did not look like that.
So the dots and things like that, that was supposed to be like blend in to look like the shading?
Yeah, like the color, but it was really hard to do because it was, oh God, what frosting was it? Royal icing, I think, as we ended up doing. So it was like impossible. And I did it with my left hand. I'm right-handed. It was not good, but it was glorious. So her name is Tammy.
All the best. Don't you think that all the best like stream memories happen when you're just like out of your comfort zones doing like really weird and wacky things? Yeah, for sure. All right. His name is Benjamin. I didn't know that. Benjamin? How do you pronounce it?
Benjamin. It's a pun.
Benjamin.
My community is all about the play on words. So.
I love that. Yep. Fantastic. All right. So, do you? I forgot to ask. You don't have a stand mixer, do you?
A stand mixer? I do not.
Twitch said, don't want to keep up on your prime
we're going to do this by hand.
Here's 8 ads.
We're going to get
Frying
some grunt
Screamonies,
and
Frying
we're going
Screamonies, Frying Screamonies
need,
also. 10 heckin' months.
need to use our muscles.
Okay. This is going to be exciting.
All right, so I need you to get a large bowl, like a big bowl.
Okay. All right. And of course I have them on the top shelf, the most... Oh, should I be no preheating the oven, correct? Is that right?
Not just yet,
Okay, perfect. Okay. I have a nice large bowl right here.
Fabulous. Okay, so now you're going to need to get your scales.
Okay.
And we are going to weigh out the flour. So using the garlic cheesy pull-apart bread recipe, I'm going to read everything to you. It'll be fine. So we need 250 grams of plain or bread flour. So we're just going to use the regular plain flour today. All right.
I'll turn this bad boy on.
Fabulous. So this is your new one, right?
Yep, that's right.
Fresh, brand new.
Fresh, brand new.
First debut. Yes. It's really hard, like when you're starting to get into the kitchen and like I know you said that you love baking, it's hard to know what equipment to buy, right?
Yes.
And like what you'll need and what kind of like you can just accumulate over time. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. It's hard to really know.
Right, so. Yeah. And so I think that it's just the best thing is just starting out and then seeing what type of cooking you like to do, and then just buy stuff as you go rather than feeling like there's just so much pressure to have everything pretty. And, you know, all of the beautiful shops these days have, you know, new bowls, fancy new equipment, organization stuff. And you want it all, but you don't necessarily need it. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna weigh out 250 grams of flour.
250 grams of flour, you said? Okay. All right. So I have like never used a scale in my life before. So this is something that we talked about a little bit, right?
It is, yeah. So weighing out in and going by the metric system is a lot more accurate than doing cups. So when you're, I know it is, and I am very much for using cups with regular cooking, but it's just the scales are a lot more accurate because if you weigh out 100 grams, it's always going to be 100 grams. Whereas using cups, you can actually scoop and you can pressurize the flour inside your cup and you can get up to like 50% extra flour. Even though the volume is the same, the capacity is, the weight is different, and it can make or break your recipe.
Exactly. Right.
Yeah.
So I'm sitting over here like, oh my God, ounces, this is going to be so much flour. And then I realized I could change the units of my scale. So here we go. See, we're learning. We love that.
Yeah, that's it.
Exactly.
All
That's what
right.
it's all about. So 250.
Yes, 250. Fabulous. All right, and we're going to put that flour aside, and we're going to kind of need to dust the bench a little bit, so don't put it too far away.
Okay. Oh, hello, right
All
over
right.
here.
Fabulous. Now we're going to be using instant yeast. You got some of that?
Yep, it's over here.
Alrighty, so we're going to need half a tablespoon.
Half a tablespoon. Okay, these are 2¼ teaspoons. Is what these packets are. Okay. Okay, so tablespoon you said, or teaspoon?
Half a tablespoon.
Half a tablespoon. All right,
So
perfect.
it should be equal to about 2. Yep, cool. All right. So the reason, if you were making a regular bread,
Yes.
like half a tablespoon would be a lot of yeast. But because this recipe includes olive oil, which is called enriching your dough, adding fat to the dough, it actually slows down the growth of the yeast. So we add a little bit more yeast just to kind of give it some strength, as well as we're going to add a little bit of sugar as well to give the yeast some energy.
Okay.
So to give them like strong going into battle when they're coming up against the fat.
Because yeast is living, correct? Yeast is alive,
Yes.
so
Yeah.
I like sugar too.
And so it uses sugar. Then it uses the sugar as like the carbohydrate, and it feeds on the starches as well. So giving it a little bit of extra sugar just gives it some strength.
Okay, perfect.
So add in half a tablespoon to your flour.
Okay, perfect. Yep, just got the recipe up here as well.
No, that's okay. All good. And then we're also going to do half a tablespoon of sugar.
Okay, so adding this on in, just straight to the bowl. And then how much of sugar again? You said half a tablespoon
Half a
of
tablespoon.
sugar. Perfect.
I need sugar to go into battle. It'll all make sense. It does. Yes. Everybody needs a little bit of energy.
Exactly.
I'm not going into battle today with Zef, but I was very excited. So I was like, I need to give myself some energy. So I was like chugging some juice and a little bit of chocolate this morning at 7 a.m. just to get into it.
Because we all need that.
We're going to add some salt as well. So salt is going to not only give you some flavor in the dough, in the dish, but it's also like the science behind it. Salt is going to actually strengthen the gluten and bring it together. It's really, really important that you don't leave it out. The same with the sugar. You don't have to add it, but the salt Once you've made bread without salt, it just tastes like basically like glue, very, very unflavorsome. But once you add salt, that's where that beautiful smell and flavor that we know that's quintessential with bread comes from. The flavor is from adding the salt.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah. So what type of salt do you have? Is it like a thicker grain, like a kosher salt, or is it a finer grain, like a
This is like
a fine salt, sorry?
your standard iodized salt that you have, like your table salt. Is that okay? Is that the right one to go with?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
So
I was like, wait.
use a little bit less.
Okay.
Yeah. So because the finer grain salts, it's when we're using tablespoons, which is volume, there's going to fit a lot more salt into the teaspoon or the tablespoon. So we're going to use less of it. Where I'm using like a larger grain salt, so it takes up more room. So I'm going to use half a tablespoon. But for you, I would say use a teaspoon.
Okay, perfect. Oh, for a teaspoon instead of half a tablespoon?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Yep. Okay. Interesting, though. I love that. Very good to know, though.
Yeah. So a lot of the time, when it comes to bread, sometimes you weigh, sometimes you're not. It's a lot easier with weighing out the flour because the flour and the water are the main ingredients in the bread that are going to like fluctuate and change the recipe from being like something that's really dense or that's something that's really sticky, whereas your other ingredients like your yeast, your sugar and things can be used and can be weighed out with your your teaspoons, because they're not as, they're not as a big deal. If that makes sense. Don't tell them that, but yeah. All right, so give that bowl a stir and just make sure everything's combined.
Okay, excellent. Grab this guy over here.
Fabulous. So how long have you been in your new house for?
We bought it at the end of March. So March 25th is when we officially closed, and about a week later we officially moved in. So it was like really early April. Yeah, how long have you guys been in your house?
September, October, November, December. So 10 months?
Oh my gosh, almost a year already.
That's
ridiculous.
So our dishwasher broke last week, and we had the guy come out, and we're like, it's brand new. Like, we don't know why we've got issues because it's brand new. And then he was like, how old is it? And I'm like, 10 months. I'm like, it's not really brand new, but it just feels like, we've only just been here for like 2 minutes.
Yeah, definitely. Especially with all the remodels and everything that you guys went through as well.
Yeah, it's taken its time. But you've been doing some changes in your kitchen. Did you end up changing the handles?
Not yet. That is something on our hopefully within a year project, but we want to do all teal and then we want to do brass poles on everything. So like a really nice deep moody color. I like it.
Yep. Because Zef and I have been talking about like bright colors and how much that can kind of increase your mood and brighten and change different rooms. She's got a lot really great style. I was very impressed. Because I'm very like a plain Jane when it comes to things just having white walls and just being simple, very kind of minimalistic. But then talking to Zef, I call her sunshine. I don't know if you guys have been in her community before, but she just radiates this bright and lightness, and that comes across in her personality, in her stream, in her community. But that's the way that I think that your outlook and the way that you present yourself is very bright and bubbly, but you also bring that into your life with what you do. And yeah, she personified sunshine. Yeah, everyone's agreeing with me. I love it.
Thank you. That's so nice. I'm just like, eh. And the same to you, because I remember I found your channel in, the Australia, New Zealand, I think, team, and how there was a sim streamer, a content creator, Sailor T is her name now. She was hosting you, and I went over to her channel for whatever reason, and then she's hosting you, and I'm like, what's this? And then it was just like magnets. So I'm like, okay, this girl knows what she's doing. And the dynamic that you and Exceed have together, yeah, it was wonderful.
Oh,
so
thank you. Yes. For those that don't know, if you're watching from Zef's stream, then I'm Molly, and the behind the scenes and the co-creator of the channel is my husband Exceed, and he makes the stream what it is. You know, a lot of people just see me and think it's my stream, but it wouldn't be half of what it is without him. And he's always behind the scenes, and a lot of time coming more and more on stream, cooking, and his personality is, you know, is fantastic. And I do agree. We're a great team, and the more and more like time goes on, you realize, you know, it's that kind of dynamic. There's a lot of stuff where I fall down and he picks up, and he does a great job. So we have to acknowledge him as well. He's here behind making sure everything's going along to plan. All right, so we've mixed that now. So you've got your yeast, your flour, your salt, and your sugar.
Yep.
Cool.
All good in there?
Fabulous. We're gonna need half a tablespoon of olive oil.
Okay, perfect. I was like, went.
Okay, so let's go. Let me make sure I'm reading. Okay, and then we're gonna add our water. So what you're gonna need is keep your bowl on the scales. Fabulous. And we're gonna zero it. And we're gonna add in, just slowly as we're mixing, about 165 grams of warm water. So just when it's slightly warm, so that the warmth is going to help activate our yeast. If it's cold, it's still gonna activate it, it's gonna waken it up, but it's going to grow a lot slower. If it's too hot, it's going to, like we were talking about before, yeast is a living organism. If it's too hot, it's going to kill the yeast. So it's better to be on the cooler side. I just dip my finger in, and if it's like nice and warm, like body temperature, then it's good. Like I said, it's better to err on the side of caution and go a little bit cooler. If you've got a thermometer, you can do that for everyone at home. And the warmer it is, the faster it will grow. It's the same when we sit the dough aside and we're going to let it proof. The warmer the temperature, not above about 42 degrees Celsius. You were looking about 37 to 39 degrees with the water. And then we're going to sit it in a warm area, and that's going to let the dough proof quicker. Compared to, you can put it in the fridge. If you don't want to bake the bread now, you can pop it in the fridge and do a slow proof, and that will give it a lot more flavor and texture, and you can bake it whenever you want. Yeah.
I had no idea.
So when you make pizza dough, for instance, you put the dough together and pop it in the fridge for like 2 to 3 days, and what happens, and it's super weird, right? What happens is all these chemical and these changes are happening. This is where the food science comes in. Is the gluten is forming, and it's the proteins are unwinding, and they're bonding. And what happens is you get better flavor because you get kind of that like sourdough fermented funk flavor, which is delicious. But also you get like a chewier texture that we want in bread in comparison to like cake, where we want it light and fluffy. When there's more gluten forming, you're going to get that chewier, really more better texture in pizza and bread. So it's a little bit different. You can make the exact same dough. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay. No, that's that. I'm going to try that. Okay. Very good to know.
Tell me if I'm overwhelming you with new, ideas and
I'm just like,
and
yes,
sort of stuff. Yeah. We'll just have to have you on again, and we'll just make pizza.
I wouldn't complain.
Yes. All right. So what we're going to do is zero the scales.
Okay.
Tell me when
have
you've
this
done
a little bit too cool. Should I go warm it up? I mean, it's like barely, maybe a little on the chilly side, like slightly.
Yeah, okay, just warm it up a little bit.
Yeah, just a little. I'm like, my faucet's finicky.
No, that's okay. All good. We got time.
Right? It felt warmer, and then now it was like cold. I'm like, what is going on?
If you're in chat, if you're in my chat that I can see, or in Zef's, tell us what recipe you're most excited for today? Is it the cheesy pull-apart bread or with some jalapenos in it? Or is it the pasta?
Ooh.
We're going to add the oil in a little bit later. So we're going to add our water in first, and then we're going to add in the oil.
All right.
All right. Are you ready?
All right. So
we're going to measure out.
sorry,
Yep,
we
sorry.
turn this on at 0 grams, and then we measure
Yep.
to 162, 165, you said?
Yeah, so we'll go to 160,
Perfect.
and then
Okay.
we're going to give it a mix, and then we can always add more flour or add more water, and we can like titrate it as we need. We're looking for like a texture or consistency more than anything when it comes to bread, and that's what I want to show you. The more you get comfortable with dough, you'll figure out what kind of texture you need to knead it, and then it's really about, you don't really need to measure, you'll know what texture you're looking for or how easy it will become to knead.
Got it.
Cool.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
All right, so let's go 160 grams straight in the middle.
And it goes so fast. I'm like, ah!
The best thing to do
Oh,
is
no.
like when you get to like 150, just pull up. And it's because it's really like, it'll go from like 150 and then it'll go like 180 and you're like, oh my God, too much. So don't worry. I just get like a spoon or something and I just scoop water out if necessary. It's
Yep, because I'm
not a big stress.
168 and it was like, boom, like, whoa, 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 whoa. This is not what I signed up for.
Yeah.
Okay. No, that's
The
actually
scales
helpful.
are just like a bit of a delay sometimes.
Okay. Wait.
Thank you guys for the subs. Angsty Peach Moon, appreciate it.
Aw.
Thank you guys for being here. Thank you everyone for being here, from not only Mollytopians, but Beanie Weenies as well. Thank you for spending your Thursday night and Friday morning with us. And we're learning together, having a lot of fun. All right, do you have a chopstick?
No, we don't.
No? Do you have a wooden spoon?
I do. I do have
Or something,
those.
something long and like elongated?
Yeah, I've got a bunch of wooden spoons. Yeah, will these do?
Yeah. Yep. So
Or-
I have a little trick that I do, but it's a bit weird, a bit strange and different, is rather than using a spoon, for instance, like for mixing, a lot of the time the dough will get stuck in like the concave part of the spoon.
Okay.
So I use either the end of the spoon or a chopstick to mix the dough.
So.
Yes, because then as you're mixing it, it's falling off the end of the chopstick, or for you, the wooden spoon, and it's just a lot easier and neater to mix.
Okay,
But
yeah, that
if
makes
you want
sense.
to use the proper end of the spoon, you can go ahead and do that. I'm not gonna.
I'm okay with a bigger handle. I like it.
Yeah,
It's
true.
ergonomic.
Yusuf, thank you very much. All right, so we're going to go ahead and we're going to stir and bring it all together. And then we're going to add in our half a tablespoon of oil. You can do that now, or you can do that after we've stirred. Let's go ahead and do it now, just so that it's just easier. We can stir and bring it all together.
Yosef, thank you
sorry
for the
to
gifted subs, by the
mix it
way.
up.
Thank you, thank you.
Oh, I just missed out your audio for 2 seconds.
Oh, no, I was thanking chat for something. Nope, you're good. You're good.
Sorry.
No, you're okay.
No worries.
It's definitely a dynamic we got to get used to. It's okay.
Yes, of course. All
So
right, so half a tablespoon of oil.
Okay, perfect. And one thing my dad always taught me growing up as well is to measure not over your bowl. I don't know if that's like a learner's thing as well. It could be.
No, that is a very good thing to do.
No, you're good. You're good. Like, I'm not confident.
Community that I am a lazy cook when it comes to lazy. We're still trying to find the right word for it, but it's like sometimes I work. I choose the easier option. It's like when you crack an egg into the bowl rather than what you're meant to do. As long as you know it, then you can choose to do it or not. I get lazy and I crack an egg straight into the bowl, but sometimes you can have an issue with the egg. In the proper way, you're supposed to crack it into a small bowl and then add it into your big bowl. But I was like, I don't want to get more dishes dirty.
I know,
Like,
I
I'm
have to
not
do more
about that.
dishes. And I'm like, I've never had a
Yeah.
problem yet. So like,
Yeah. And it's just the one time where you're making a really important dish that something will happen. Yeah. Or it'll be on stream and everyone will see and clip it. It's
and
the
I'll
way.
be like, well, accidents happen. See?
Yeah.
We
All
love
right. So
mistakes.
you're just going to go ahead and you're going to knead your dough.
So just stir it all in.
Yep.
Okay.
So I am going to go here like this. So
Okay.
you can see mine. So just stir it together until it comes together as a scraggy dough, we like to call it, where
Okay.
it's not kind of a complete dough, it's just a little bit kind of like, see how we call that scraggy.
Yeah, it's kind of like chunky and kind of like floppy looking. Yeah, I could see
And
scraggy
there's still
totally.
some dry bits. Yeah. Okay.
I like the
So.
stick thing. That's honestly really smart. Sometimes, if it's weird,
Yeah.
it works. Why not?
Way back with that tiny
I
hand.
really
Let's
like it.
pee on all the stuff.
All right. We're just
You picked the most like it. He picked the best clip.
I'll just have to. I'll just wait. I'll go back to my
Oh my
main
God, that
screen in a minute.
cracks me
XP
up.
will let me know when. So we're gonna do. Now I've ruined it because that was like gonna be a segment that we were going to
No,
ask
it's
you about.
no, it's like
Just
like a
just
teaser
forget it.
trailer.
Nothing happened.
It's a teaser trailer.
Yeah.
Oh, shnikes, I
All
love
right,
it.
so what we're gonna do is we're gonna need to get you a Beanie Weenies. We're gonna have to get her a chopstick set so you can do this more often. But, oh, I pressed the wrong button. Here we go. So this is the dough, and we're gonna set that aside and we're gonna let this hydrate for about 10 minutes because you gotta think of flour is wheat, dried wheat, and it's all, it's dry. So we're incorporating it with water and the oil, and we want it to let it hydrate again. It's going to absorb some of the water. It's going to then start to create that process of creating gluten, and the water is going to come in contact with let me get this right. The water is going to come in contact with the flour to then start to create the starch. And then the proteins are going to then start to create gluten, unwind and create gluten and strengthen and do all the things. This process is when you're making sourdough, it's called autolyse. So you'd let it sit for about 20 minutes to an hour to let that happen. But with sourdough, everything happens a lot slower because of the natural yeast, where we're using a manufactured yeast as an instant yeast. So it happens a lot quicker. So we don't want to let it sit for too long because then the yeast is going to start to grow and multiply and we're not going to have the opportunity. Thank you very much, Lindsay. So does that make sense? Am I talking yeah?
It makes a lot of sense. And one of my favorite
Fabulous.
TV shows, I don't know if you have it or have heard of it, but Good Eats by Alton Brown.
I've never heard of, I have to admit, I've never heard of Elton Brown until I started streaming, actually.
Yes.
Zef,
It's
you are
not
doing
something
fantastic.
that kind of comes down to Australia, and I was introduced to him, and his food science is very, very interesting.
Yeah. So I love all the why, not like this is the way we do it, but I'm always like, why? Why? Why are we doing
Yeah.
this? Why?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. And then
Yeah.
it makes it, that's the key, because once you know the science behind it or why it's happening, then it makes you a better cook, because when something's not going right, you're like, oh, I know that this should look like this or should feel like this, so you can better troubleshoot, right?
Exactly. Yeah. Or even substitute if you
Alright.
need. One
Yeah, 100%.
question for you. Oh my geez. Lindsay, thank you for the subs. Lindsay, thank you so much for the subbies. So looking in the bottom, this is one thing I've always been kind of confused about. Can you see, like obviously, like I've incorporated my flour with my water quite a bit, but
Yep.
so mostly combined. Like we have these tiny little chunks, or should those mostly kind of be like together? Or are they okay? There's
Nope,
no
that's
like,
100% fine.
okay, cool.
So if you look here, oh, sorry. Okay, if you look here, see how you have like these drier bits? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, and
Like
mine's not
some
like as
kind of
balled
loose
up as
crumbles?
yours. So should I
Yeah, yep.
keep going?
Nope, that's 100% okay.
Oh, okay, cool. All right, good. We did it.
Yep. So fabulous. And what will happen is when we start to knead, that will incorporate all of that. We just want to let it rest for a few minutes just to so that the main dough can kind of do its thing. If you weren't going to let this rest, what happens is that it's a lot stickier. You'll know that if I touch it now, I keep pressing the wrong button for some reason. If I touch it, it's okay, but it's a little bit sticky. And the difference you'll see is after the 10 minutes, it will, when the dough has started to hydrate a little bit more, it'll have more structure, the water will be absorbed, and it will become a lot easier to knead, right?
Ah, okay.
So I don't know if you can see,
Yeah.
this is how it's starting to create like a web network, and it's, as I pull it apart, it's ripping. Giving it a few minutes, what will happen is the gluten will create more of a stronger network, and you'll be able to stretch it out so that it creates a window pane. And I'll show you what we mean when we start kneading it.
Okay, awesome.
All right. Cool. All right, so we're just gonna get like a tea towel or what do you call this?
We usually call it a kitchen towel.
A kitchen towel. So we discuss, because everyone calls things different names,
They
different
do.
countries. You know, we all have different terms.
Yeah.
And so we call it a tea towel, or a lot of people call it a dishcloth. But some people
that
call
too.
it dishcloth is what you wash dishes with.
Yeah.
What do you wash
right?
your dishes with?
A washcloth.
See, that's so funny, because a washcloth is something like you have a shower with.
Yeah,
When
it's
you wash
like
your face, or a
a
flannel.
washcloth or a dishcloth. I've heard it like it can vary so heavily. Like I'm sure this happens in Australia as well, because like how freaking huge it is. Like geographically, like people can call things very
Yeah.
different things too. But like where I'm from, that's what we grew up calling it. It's a washcloth.
Yep.
And
Fabulous.
also what we wash our body with. Grab me a washcloth for the shower, so I'm not gonna grab you the dish rag. Like, yeah, I just wash my spaghetti pot with this. No.
Yep. Yeah. I just done the dishes with this. Now you can wash your face with it and your body.
Yep.
Yeah, 100%. All right. So, what I'm going to need you to get is either we'll just prepare the space, some surface for you to knead.
Okay.
Some people use like a mat, or just basically you need some space. And we're going to sprinkle it with a little bit of flour.
Okay. Clearing up a little
Fabulous.
bit. Got these guys
So
over here.
growing up, what location were you, like, did you grow up? And because you've moved around a bit, right?
Yeah.
Over your period of life. Oh my God, I sound so your period of life. Tell me about that, Zefrine. No. So whereabouts did you spend a lot of your childhood? Which kind of state?
I was born and raised up until 2000, like late 1999, early 2000. We moved from northern Wisconsin. And then I lived in the same house because my parents bought this a house in 2000. And then I lived there until, like, they still live there. So they've had that house for almost like over 22 years now. No, 22 years in September, I think it was, that they bought the house. September.
That's incredible.
Yeah. And then I moved out and I lived in Madison, Wisconsin for about 8 years, which is the capital of our state where I'm from.
Yep.
And then now I live in Moline, Illinois, which is like about 3.5 hours south of there, right along the Mississippi River. And we've lived here since March. So, yeah.
So when your parents' house, that's in Wisconsin?
Yes. Yeah, that's in Wisconsin.
Yes. Okay. And so then before that, where was that?
Northern Wisconsin. So I lived in Wisconsin my whole life. So
Whole life. Okay.
3 different areas I suppose I've lived. I've moved a lot within those cities, but now I live in Moline, Illinois.
Sure that because I remember Wisconsin because we were talking about over the last few years talking about cheese and our love of cheese and your passion for butter burgers.
Yes. We Wisconsinites love our butter burgers.
Yes, I want to talk about more and get to know more about Wisconsin as a state, because as an Australian, we don't really know much about, because there's so many states. We only have 7 states and territories, and so you guys have so many. What do you think is special about the cuisine and the food, like for you growing up? What was that looking like? What kind of foods did you have growing up that you think that maybe is different to Illinois, maybe different to Australia?
The Midwest has a very, like the Midwestern United States is kind of like our region, if you will. It's composed of like several different states. I don't know. We would consider it like home cooking kind of things, like your steak, potatoes, corn, butter burgers. That should be like a, your casseroles are really big around here. But I guess, I don't know, we're truly kind of like just a melting pot, you know, like if you could farm it, you would have it on your table very likely, I think.
Yeah, okay.
Because we're considered like the breadbasket of the United States. You know, we produce so much dairy, obviously we were known as the dairy state. Lots of cheese and lots of beef and corn and stuff.
Corn,
so.
I hear, So for me, like when I think of Wisconsin, for some reason, it's more to the east. Is that right? Of the Midwest?
Technically, yes. Like the United States kind of is like, I don't know how to put it, lopsided, I guess. It is a little more eastern rather than like center, you know, like Midwest, like you think.
Yeah,
So,
definitely. And so with your childhood, who mainly cooked in your house? Was your family big on cooking? Because mine weren't too much. Like my parents cook stir fries and things like that, but it wasn't like some families cook everything from scratch. Like my mum and dad both cooked. What was kind of the situation for you?
Mom cooked a lot. Like we as a family didn't really go out to eat. It was a lot of home cooking. Mom did, but dad also dad could do anything. Like he makes the best potato soup, the best omelets, you know, like that kind of stuff. So and so it was kind of a blend, but mom, I would say primarily did like a lot of the cooking growing up. Lots of homemade stuff.
What was your favorite dish?
Chicken pot pie.
Something from your childhood that you love. Say that again?
Mom's chicken pot pie.
Chicken pot pie. Okay, does it have peas in it?
Yes. I love it.
Yeah?
I will die on this hill.
Flaky or like more of like a short crust pastry?
Flaky. Like that's where that's like my one thing, because like I remember I was struggling to get the idea or like understand how bread works, because I can make a pie crust or a pastry crust very well.
You were saying this. Yep.
And like you barely get it together, and then like that's it. You just leave it.
Yep.
Because if you need it too much,
and
then
this is what
it
Zefrine
messes
was
up.
saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, when she was like, I don't really get the idea of kneading and stuff, because you're like, with pastry, you touch it and that's it. Like you're not meant to touch it too much. Whereas with bread dough specifically, by hand, you can touch it as much as you want. You can knead it as much as you want, and you basically will not over knead it. The only trouble comes in when you're using like a stand mixer or a type of like mechanical equipment to knead, because that does it way easier than we know. But kneading it by hand, you will not be able to over knead it, because you'll be exhausted by the time you've stretched all that gluten. Yeah.
And that's like the biggest difference is you got to beat the crap out of it.
Yeah. So making a lot of pies, was that type of like very common in your house?
Yeah, especially on the holidays. I swear I remember Thanksgiving spreads, which is if you're unfamiliar, I don't do you guys have like a Thanksgiving equivalent in Australia?
Not really.
Yeah.
I think a lot of that American culture, the idea behind Thanksgiving is kind of coming down under, you could say. You know, the idea of giving thanks for your friends and family, but there's no actual tradition or holiday specifically, no.
Yeah. So I remember my mom and my aunt growing up, they would have literally 10 pies and like 15 different dishes, like your green bean casserole, your sweet
Yeah.
potatoes, your stuffing, all the fixins
Oh my goodness.
for Thanksgiving. So yeah, my mom, like her homemade pies are like severely sought after at family gatherings and stuff
Wow.
because they're so good. She's
That's
like
incredible.
the pie girl. And I've kind of taken that
I
on a little bit, so I've learned a lot from her.
I love it. You're going to have to teach me how to make some more pies because pies in Australia are very British inspired and it's more beef and
Savory.
chicken pies,
Yeah.
savory pies. So I had never really made pastry until the last few years. Like I'd never really made, well, apple pie was the biggest thing. Like I'd made apple pies a few times, but not that pie culture I like to talk about on stream, that making this flaky pastry and mums would put them on the sill. You'd watch all these American TV shows and it was about like apple pies and cherry pies and blueberry pies, and that's just very like inspiring but really eye-opening for us as Australians, because like cream pies, I'm always so inspired and excited and also intrigued by all these pie flavors that I'd never tried before. Like key lime pie, I had never even heard of a key lime before.
Yep.
And it's really interesting. Coconut cream pies and things like that.
Ooh,
Do you have a preference of like cream pies versus fruit pies? What type of thing do you like?
It just really depends. I've recently, in like the last couple of years, have learned how to make a really good French silk pie from scratch. So it's like this
Yeah?
really silky, like rich chocolate mousse almost.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
it's very
Okay.
good. Like you temper your eggs, you melt your chocolate. And like it's a
Yep.
process, but honestly, once you kind of get going and like when you understand what it is, like it's tedious, but it's pretty
Yep.
simple when it comes down
Yeah,
to it.
it's kind of like that, what people talk about, where it sounds cliche, but it's that labor of love where you can
Yep.
see something come together and, you do all of the steps where you make the pastry from scratch and then you make the filling and bring it all together. And it's just making something out of nothing. And it's just really lovely to see it come together, right? And then
Yeah.
share it or not.
Or not. Yeah.
What we're going to do is get some flour and we're going to dust that on the bench. Okay?
Okay. I usually go like too much. So just like a light dusting. This is okay to me in my head, but I don't
A
know.
little bit more.
A little
Yep.
bit more? Okay, because I'm always like,
Basically, yeah. You can always add more. You just don't want it to stick to your bench or anything. And the more flour we incorporate, the denser it's going to be. So we just want to make sure that we don't add too much. It's just enough to that it doesn't stick on our hands, and it also doesn't stick onto the bench.
okay.
Okay. So we want to grab our dough out of here and then pop that on the bench. And if you want to scrape with your hands or a spoon or something, if there's any scraggy bits or stuff that's stuck to the bowl.
It's actually pretty clean. I was like, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was like, okay.
So it has this magic way of kind of coming together. Yep. All right. So what I like to do is just now like turn it over so that you've kind of covered it in flour. Fabulous. All right. So the trick of kneading is to use the heel of your hand, your palm. So if you go like this part here of your hand, yeah. Yeah,
Can be your little
okay.
Vanna White.
And so what we're gonna, so you're gonna push down into your dough. So we're gonna go push down, and then with our fingers, I like to just like pull up and then push that into the side, like into the middle.
So almost like folding it back on itself, like you push it and then pull it
Yep.
kind of thing.
Yeah, yep. And then you
Okay.
want to rotate. Yep, rotate and then push and then flick back and then put that into the middle and then rotate. So like what you're doing is you're eventually going to bring it together.
Ooh.
And it doesn't have to be pretty. It doesn't have to, you'll get the hang of it, but it
Mine's still pretty sticky. Should I use a little more flour?
You should not. I would add a little tiny bit, but what will happen is as you start to knead it, you got to have faith in the process that it's going to be sticky for a minute or two. But as you knead, the gluten is then going to be formed, and it will become a lot less sticky. And you just have to trust the process. It's really weird, but it will come together.
Okay. All right. I'm like.
Alrighty. Is that the same amount of dough, Booty Bandit? What do you mean? All right. Cool. Yeah. So you can, in the same way that we're kneading, you can push. You don't have to flick it completely up. Just whatever feels like nice to you, to be able just to push, and then it doesn't have to like come all the way in. But you're just stretching out the dough and elongating it and then bringing it back on itself.
Okay, so like.
Yeah. You're doing a great job. And
it definitely is technique, like you said.
Yeah. So as you can see here, see how it's kind of, it feels weird, right? And it's a little bit sticky.
It's definitely a process.
It is. But see how like dimpled it is?
Yeah.
Like, can you see mine, how it's dimpled? What will happen as we kneading it, it'll become smoother and a little bit more like smooth and silky on this top. You just have to keep going.
Okay, yep.
It's a labor of love.
It is. But it's also like just trusting that it's definitely, like you said, trust the process, because you saw like I picked the whole thing up with my hand and I'm like, okay, here we go.
Yep. And like it should be a little bit sticky on your hand. Once we get comfortable once you get comfortable with a dough like this, then we go to what's called a higher hydration dough, where that's kind of like a focaccia or when we're making sourdough. And that's like super sticky, so much so that you can't knead it. You have to do like a stretch and a fold. And that is really, that's trust in the process. And it's something that you like your next step. You become comfortable with like a medium hydration dough like this, and then you get comfortable, and then you go the next level, and then you go the next level, and the next level. It's very, very overwhelming when you go from here to there too quickly.
Like, what would be considered a low hydration dough?
So something like a bagel dough, where it's very dense and heavy.
Or even like a pretzel?
Yeah.
Maybe?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Bagels, pretzels.
You made pretzels recently, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I figured out, like I had to knead it more aggressively, basically. But yes, this definitely is sticking less on my hands. Yep. So yeah, like just so y'all know, like I'm trying this for the first time.
Yeah, she's doing an amazing job. And it does feel uncomfortable. It feels like, you're doing something wrong, or it's not felt like, or you see other people do it. You just have to trust that it will come together. See, mine is still the same and it's sticking on my hands. It just takes a little bit of time. Like that. It's looking good. Fabulous. And if you need, just grab some extra flour on your bench.
I've done just a smidge, like a little sprinkle here and there kind of thing.
Fabulous. Yep.
Just a little bit.
Good job. You're killing it. And this is why a lot of people get like a mixer or something, because it does take a lot of effort to do it. But what you want to do is kneading the position. You want to kind of make sure, like when you're doing anything, when you're playing sports, when you're sitting, when you're gaming, the same when you're cooking, you want to make sure you have the right positioning and the right kind of, you would say like in nursing I used to be a nurse, your biomechanics and sitting in your manual handling is you want to like make sure your feet are on the ground, you're standing, staring at your dough, staring at it nicely and lovingly. But you want to, as you stretch your hands out, Zef, you want to make sure your elbows are straight and you're using your body, rather than bending your elbows and your wrists can be a lot of pressure on them. So like lean forward and put your body work, put some like body into it. Your body weight.
Oh, okay. So kind of just keep your arms stiff. I don't know if y'all can see me. So more
so
like
you're
that.
kind of like rocking back and forward. Yeah, because that by setting yourself up, you're gonna exert yourself a lot less, and you can do it for longer without putting pressure on your elbows and your wrists. A lot of people have struggled with their hands getting sore.
All right. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so it's really getting that technique, like you said, and like I'm feeling it, like I've got a nice spring coming back on it. Still kind of sticky, so I can see it's not nearly as sticky as what it was.
Yeah, definitely. And that's like when I was saying that giving that little bit of time for the flour to absorb with the water, then that's going to make it less sticky. What some people do as well is they create a poolish or a pre-ferment where they mix a portion of their flour and water together and they leave it for a few hours or they leave it in the fridge overnight. And that helps kickstart the process of creating a stronger dough that's easier to knead and has like a better, chewier result as well.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. Fabulous. All right.
Right, you'll
looking really good.
CPR. Right. Kind of is.
That's it. That's on.
Wake up, gluten. Yeah, wake up.
Yep. You're bringing life to this bread. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's it. So with we've met through Twitch. Would you say like a year ago, around a year?
I want to say it was like closer to like a year and a half, maybe. Yeah. I guess I could hold on, let me say. When did I start following? November 23rd, 2019.
Wow.
Hello?
Oh my God.
Okay, so.
Hello. That's a long time.
Yeah, that's like, yeah.
So how long have you been streaming on Twitch now for?
Total, okay, so my Twitch journey was very on and off again, very hot and cold.
Yeah, I want to hear about it. Yep.
So I started when it was called Justin TV. So that was like years ago.
Way back then.
And I officially went live on Halloween, I think it was 2013 again with this account. So I had a different one that I had. But then it was really on and off again. Like I always kind of had like a knack for it. I really enjoyed it. But then, through different job changes and stuff like that, I eventually came back to it in 2019. So spring of 2019. I started with a schedule. Things took off. I got partnered November of that year. And then I went full time because I was working a job in finance at that point. Yep. And I got laid off when COVID hit. And then I kind of just went with it. And I've been full time ever since. So
incredible.
Yeah.
Wow. And so when you started streaming, what kind of content were you streaming?
I stream like a lot of like MMO kind of stuff, League of Legends, so like World of Warcraft. And games that are kind of like that. So I used to stream that kind of stuff, and I don't know, I didn't really vibe with it, but then I decided to start streaming The Sims because I was into that at that point. And then I just kind of like ran with it, and then I added in a little bit of cooking, a little bit of artwork.
Yep. Fabulous. All right, so what we're gonna do is, if you wanna show me what yours is kind of looking like.
And let me know if you want my
All right,
like.
so, no, that looks good. All right, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna pop that back into the bowl, like that. We're gonna dust it with a little bit of flour just on top. You can oil, some people oil it, some people like just leave it there. It doesn't matter too much because we're gonna get it out and knead it, degas it, and we're gonna shape it a little bit later.
Okay.
So, fabulous. Gonna cover it again for until it doubles in size. So some people say like an hour, but it's all dependent on your room temperature. For me right now, great job, Zef, your workout is over, I think, yes. And one thing about the kneading is that you don't need to be too rough with it. It's just kind of like a process. If you want to knead quicker, like a workout, like Exceed's saying, if you want to get your aggression out, dough is the best thing because it's very kinesthetic, right? You're touching and feeling, and it's very therapeutic. But you can also do it really slow and do it light. As long as you're stretching, it's going to do the same thing. Mm-hmm. But yeah, the room temperature for me, it's winter, but I have the heater on, so it's a little bit warmer. For you right now in summer, it's a bit warmer. So you just got to keep an eye on it after about 40 minutes to see what size it is.
Okay.
And we're going to try and double it. Okay. So
All right.
we're going to pop that aside. Fabulous. All right. So now we're just going to make pasta. And you won't need to knead it as much. Mm-hmm. You bought yourself a pasta machine, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Can I have a look at it?
Yes. Okay, so it comes this right
Heck
here.
yes.
Okay, so it has this attachment for all those fancy things, and then also just like a roller. And then it has
Cool. Yep.
this.
The cutter? Yes.
The
Okay,
cutters.
so that's like a thicker cutter, like a spaghetti and like a fettuccine?
Yeah, it looks like it. That's what I would imagine.
All right, awesome.
It didn't come with instructions or anything. It's just like, here you go. I'm like, okay.
I love it. Okay, so probably just for ease of it, take off the second section with the cutter, and
Okay.
we're gonna need the first part first. Cool.
Okay.
So we're gonna set that aside, and we're gonna make our dough, and then we will need to roll it out, and then we'll cut. You can either cut by hand, but because you have the cutter, you can use that as well. It'll give you more kind of equal, even pieces. Mm-hmm. Fabulous. All right. So what we're going to do is knead another bowl.
Alrighty.
And we're going to knead this one. I did in cups because it's about like consistency as well. And rather than grams, you can have a little bit more leeway there with texture. It's not as much of a science. It's more texture based.
Okay,
with the
that
dough,
makes sense.
okay? All right, so large bowl again. So were MMOs like do you like playing them off stream?
Yes. Yeah. I haven't touched World of Warcraft in a while. I played that for about 13 or 14 years. And then I played another one that was kind of identical to that for about 10. So kind of like next to each other, obviously. But and then now I'm getting into one that my cousin's husband dragged me into called Guild Wars. So I'm playing that a little bit, but as I have time mostly.
Yeah, you're a busy woman. Do you find that it's kind of a game that you can do and you can just kind of have that downtime playing off stream and with your friends and family and kind of be like your little secret kind of thing that like it's yours?
Yeah, and that's like I feel like as a content creator, I'm sure you can relate to this. There's certain things that you like want to have for yourself. Because like not everything that you do and touch has to be be content. That's a hard one too. Like I always feel the need to be producing something, and like, but you know, with any normal job, you know, like you can leave it at the door, And like, so it's been really
Yeah.
nice to kind of have
Yep.
something and just like veg out and just quest, which is
Yeah.
nice.
And you don't feel like you have to talk.
Yeah.
Like, and
Mm-hmm.
I do that sometimes with cooking where I feel weird and I feel really awkward cooking, but there's something therapeutic that I feel you need to have that as a content creator, that you have something that you can still do where you love it. Well, we love our communities, but sometimes it's good to have something special for yourself. Yeah, 100%.
Exactly. Yeah, that's 1,000%. Like such a hard thing, but it's important.
Yeah, yeah. And so we were talking before about The Sims. What got you into The Sims? Have you been playing a lot of it before you started streaming, or was it something that you started and got a lot more creative with on stream?
Oh yeah. Okay, so I'm 30. I started when I was 8 when the first game came out. So we came out,
Yep.
it came out, we were at a friend's house. I remember we went into like the little game room and their daughter was playing that. And I could not shut up about it to my mom for like a week, a month, whatever. Felt like months. And then she finally bought it for me.
She
And
was like,
then
"God, Zef,
she's
I'll get it if you just stop talking."
right. And she spoiled me with every single pack ever since, pretty much until I was like working age, and then I got it myself. But yeah, I've
Yeah.
been playing The Sims forever, and yeah.
And so how much of that was actually playing the game, how it's intended, and how big of a percentage of that was doing your the creative challenges and things like that? How much was it sending growing your sim, sending them to do their careers and whatnot, and how much of it was doing everything else?
Like actually just
Do you know
building
what I
and
mean?
stuff. So there was a
Yeah.
phase that I went through. I did a lot of gameplay growing up. I hated the building. If I could like just avoid it, I would. But as I developed, I went through phases where I would play a lot of just like making families and houses and then never playing.
Yep.
I think a lot of us can kind of
Yep.
relate to that. But now,
Yep.
like as a content creator, I really like building a lot, but I also like forming the stories and like the crazy things that happen with the stories with our community. So I get them involved with making the story and writing it, if you will. But yeah, it's kind of been a blend, but I really didn't start refining my building until I started streaming.
Yeah.
Really.
Okay.
So
All right, we're just going to as we're talking, we're
Yeah.
going to get our flour, and we want 2 cups of flour into our large bowl.
okay. What's your take on spooning it into the cup versus scooping?
That is 100% the right way to do it, and that's how everyone and I should do it too. Yep. And that is not what I did, but yes. Yep.
I'm honestly I'm not calling you out. I'm just asking because
No.
Joking.
So, it is a perfect intro to what I'm going to tell you. Is what I like to do is I like to like zhuzh, or I like to like fluff it up into the bowl. So imagine this is your flour.
Okay.
This is perfect. See, it's reverse teaching from Zef. Yeah. So take out your scooper here. But what you want to do is spooning is 100% the exact thing that you should be doing. But if you're sometimes lazy, what I like to do is I like to pick it up and then drop it back into the bowl, or the amount of the flour, and you're just like loosening it up.
Yeah. Okay,
and
that makes
then I
sense.
will scoop very, very gently. But yes, you are correct. Spooning is the correct way, but you want to make sure if you are scooping, then you need to make sure that you're scooping it and it is aerated.
Okay.
And then I give it a shake.
Yeah, because like my dad is actually the one who like really taught us about like measuring flour and doing all that with like, Christmas cookies specifically. So I remember he was like, we called him like Chef Ramsay. Wait, this is a cup,
I
right? Yeah, we're
love
doing
that.
2 cups. Okay, yes. Sorry, just double checking
2 cups,
myself.
yep.
Yeah.
Your dad was really good at cookies?
Yeah. Yep. He was very like he learned a lot. He was the youngest of 5, or is the youngest of 5, and our grandmother truly did like a lot. And so my dad knows how to sew. He knows how to fix your car. He knows how to bake. He knows how to cook. And he knows how to do the electrical in your house. And you're plumbing, so anything.
Wow. Jack of all trades.
Yeah,
I
he
love
is.
it.
Yep.
My dad, I would say that my dad is very similar, but I've never seen my dad bake.
Mm-hmm.
But one thing, you know how you learn, you grow up and you learn things about your parents that you never knew? That my dad is like a really great ballroom dancer. Like,
Yeah,
he's
it's like,
a really
what?
good dancer. Because my grandma just passed away a few months ago. We were talking about this, and she was a ballroom dancer, and she taught my dad and my dad's siblings, and I didn't know like the level of like how he could dance, and your dad as well, like learning all of these skills and things that you just pick up through life is amazing.
Yep.
You just think of your dad as your dad, or your parents as your parents. You never really understand, like, they have a whole life before you.
Yeah, exactly. Like, what do you mean you existed for 30 years before me? No.
Yeah.
Impossible.
Yes. I'm the one that made you who you are.
Yes, I am.
All right, so we're going to go ahead and we're going to add in our eggs.
Okay.
So let me make sure I've just got... what we're going to do is we're going to add a little bit of salt to this as well. This is not in the recipe, but it just adds a little bit of extra zhuzh, a little bit of flavor. All right, so just grab a little bit of a pinch of salt into there. And then we're going to create like a well in the center.
Think about that, would you say?
This can be done like with the, oh yeah, the fabulous, great. So this can be done not in a bowl if you want to have a lot of mess. I just think that it's unnecessary, but like your old Italian nonnas will clear out your bench and then they'll put a mound of flour and then they'll crack the eggs in there and they'll mix it through. I just think that's a lot of mess. I like to do it in a bowl.
Hear that, Joey?
The theatrics is nice.
One of our moderators, he is very, very Italian.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, Joey. The volcano, he calls it.
Yes, yeah. That's it. 100%. I'm sorry, Joey. I'm sorry. My uncle is very Italian as well, but there's some things that I'm like, nope. I'm not doing it because I just don't like. I am a messy cook, and I know that I will have like flour strewn everywhere. I like to encapsulate it, keep it into a bowl.
Yep. Contain the mess.
Right,
It's a
we're gonna go
containment
with-
vessel.
Yeah, see, it's working smarter. We're going to crack our eggs into a separate bowl. Let's do it properly.
Okay, I
grab
like
yourself
it. I dig it.
some type of little cup or bowl. See, she's calling me out on my flour measuring technique, so I'm going to do everything properly now. Okay, so this is something that I was taught as a teenager when I was at school, is to crack it on the edge of a bowl. But I like to do something different, is I like to crack it on a flat surface, because I'll show you the difference actually.
Yes.
Yeah? So when cracking on a flat surface, you're actually cracking the surface of the egg, but you're keeping the membrane intact that is going to then hold on to the eggshell. By cracking it on the bowl surface or the edge of a bench, you're cracking the egg, but you're actually perforating the membrane, and the little shards of shell actually break off, and you have an increased chance of getting eggshell in your dish because those little ones are like breaking off. We call it shardage. So what I do is I tell everybody to crack it on a flat surface and then use your thumbs to break the egg apart so that you can then minimize the chance of getting eggshell, okay? So if you go here, like this.
Yeah, and it's also because
See?
like that edge can also like push it into that, so it pushes it in and then
100%. Yep, so that's cracked, but now I can get the control to push where I want to open the egg and then crack it into the bowl, right? And so there's no small shards or no small pieces of egg shell that can break off. In comparison to, we're just going to pop that into the bowl. In comparison to this, like,
pass us the sniff check. We're good.
Good, good. So see here how it's open now.
Yeah.
It's open to the air, but also there's these little pieces of eggshell breaking off, and then they, see that on my thumb? That can break off and then go into your dish. So it's just a little trick. Choose to do it if you want, but it's just something good to know.
Yeah.
But, like, it always makes me cringe when people say, crack it onto the side of your bowl. Like, no.
Like, no! Well, you do that with breakfast, you know, you hit it on the side of the pan, you're like, ah, crap! And then you're digging around in the pan. Yeah.
Yep. And then you can do this, and then you can crack it with one hand.
One day I'll get that. One day. Today is not that day. I'm gonna sit here and be like,
It's so easy. It's so easy. So you just gotta like have your opposable thumb that cracks it and then like pulls it away. It took me a while to, but it is easy.
So.
Just gotta practice. All right, so into the bowl like that, and either using a spoon or the same kind of chopstick idea. You just want to give it a mix and incorporate everything, and we're gonna add a tablespoon of olive oil.
okay, so just right now with the olive oil, or stir it first, then olive oil?
Yeah, let's go in there now.
Okay, why not? Where's my olive oil? Hello. Okay, here we go. And a tablespoon, you said? Yep.
Yes,
Okay.
like that. Fabulous.
Okay, and just boop. There you go. Sound effects necessary for
Nice.
me. Okay.
Yeah, of course. Makes everything fun. So now give it a mix, and we're just gonna mix that until it comes together just like the dough that we just made.
Okay, so like kind of loosely a little bit. So it's kind of loose.
You can go vigorous, whatever you like.
Oop, hello. And make a mess
It
if
will
you
be
want.
a lot drier. It will be a lot drier than the dough from before.
Okay.
And that's why the recipe says 1 to 2 tablespoons of olive oil, because we might want to add some more. And then in the instructions, it says if it's too dry, as we're bringing it together and kneading, you can add another egg yolk. The yolk will also give it some richness, improve the color, make it that more of an orangey color that you might see in a lot of homemade pasta. But it's also going to give it liquid to bring it all together. Would you say that pasta is like one of your favorite things? Do you really like pasta?
Yes. I try to cut back on like maybe this will be an excuse. Maybe I can buy like better flour, like cutting back on gluten and everything a little bit, or like buying better pasta, which would be more controllable through like better flours. But yeah.
And also homemade pasta as well. Yeah.
Yes.
Now that you know how to make it.
Exactly. See? It's like a gateway.
Yeah, that's it. So we're going to go ahead. I'm just looking at yours. We're going to both go ahead and add another tablespoon of oil.
Okay.
What's your favorite pasta shape, or like, do you like spaghetti? Do you like something like a filled pasta?
I love
ravioli.
pasta. Ravioli.
Yeah?
I like filled pastas and stuff a lot. I don't have it very often, but I love it.
Well, once you make this pasta, you'll be able to make easily homemade ravioli.
Yeah.
It's like a gateway drug.
Yep, exactly.
Do you like meat-filled ravioli, or like a spinach and ricotta, or?
Yes, just yes.
Just anything.
Meat, cheese, veggies, you name it. Like I've had this, oh God, I did a butternut one once, butternut squash ravioli. And it had this really good, I think it was like a ricotta, like garlic filling. And I made this really nice maple sauce. And it actually was quite delicious. It was very good. Wow. It was delicious.
A maple sauce.
Yeah, it was really good.
All right, so you're going to put your hands in now and kind of squish it. So you're going to squish it together and pressurize it so that it starts to come together as a dough. See, I am not a lover of pasta.
I love it.
It's one of those things where people say they're like, oh my God, more pasta, more better. Or like, I like an angel hair pasta or like a really thin spaghetti.
Yeah.
And I like a pan-fried gnocchi. Have you ever had gnocchi?
Yeah, I've had that before. I have.
Yeah.
It's really good. Yeah, there was this little restaurant where I used to live. This first generation Italian couple, they're probably like in their 70s or their 80s, and they made
Yeah.
everything from scratch, and it was so good. She did this like delicious homemade meat tortellini with her red sauce, and it was so
Ooh.
good. It was
Wow. All right.
delicious.
How's that feeling for you? Is it feeling a
Almost
little bit
like
dry?
grainy. Yeah, it's like grainy almost.
Yeah. Yep. If you just want to give me a close up.
Yeah. See, this
Nice.
one's like
All
that.
right. So it's a little bit kind of like this where it's a little bit drier and it's
Yeah, it's
coming-
almost like I was worried that it was splotchy, but like yours is also kind of looking that coloration almost.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah,
I don't know how to
definitely, 'cause
describe
we're going to
it.
need it just a little bit. Yeah, 100%. So with my tablespoon compared to your tablespoon, mine's
Oh,
a
yeah,
little
that's
bit bigger.
right.
So I'm going to, yeah, just no, that's this is a very, very common thing, and that's why I wanted to see how you got with the texture and everything. You can probably add like a little splodge more of oil.
Okay, just a little bit more oil to it.
Yeah.
Okay, should I
Yeah.
like split it apart a little bit, kinda? Or should I just
It's
go
up to you
ahead?
if you want to.
Okay.
Just go ahead and
So
drizzle it over
just,
top.
okay, just like, zoop, there we go.
Yep. And this is what I was talking about before is like, it's about the feel and the texture and then adding what you need to then make it like what you want. Adding a little bit of oil, adding a little bit of egg yolk or whatever, because the temperature, like your environment, will also make your flour less thirsty, like drier, and also it might want more water one day. So you can make it like 6 months apart and use more water and more oil and then sometimes less oil. So it's just about the texture and learning what you want it to feel like more than quantities,
Yeah.
if that makes sense.
That does make sense. Yeah.
Nice. All right. So now, feeling better? Look, it's looking fantastic. Yeah.
I feel
That's
like it
awesome.
looks a lot better. Here, this one's a little better.
Hey, oh, better color as well. I love
Yeah.
it. Yep.
We have a really
Fabulous.
nice,
Okay,
like,
so we're gonna
yellow
take our
olive
bowl
oil.
of out.
Okay.
Oh, the fancy stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Nice. So very much like before, we're just gonna knead it just to bring it together slightly. Okay. And this is what I was saying before about like a lower hydration dough, how it's a lot firmer. You can't stretch it out the same way.
Yeah.
And just doing the same type of technique, just leaning forward and rocking, bringing it into itself. So Chad are talking about their favourite pastas. We got some ravioli, some penne.
Ooh.
So penne and ziti. Do you know, I have never been able to find ziti in Australia. The shape of it. I cannot find it anywhere. We only really have penne. Is that something common that you would have is like a baked ziti?
Ooh, we have that around here too. Super good.
Yeah. Guys in chat, what is your favourite type of pasta?
Yeah, what about you, Beans? What do you
Zef,
like?
Would you like a creamy, like a red sauce or like a creamy sauce?
It depends. I really like a really
Depends on
nice,
the
I
pasta.
can make a really good homemade Alfredo sauce.
Yeah.
I like it really oniony, garlicky, very cheesy. But I also really like a nice sweet, basil-y, very garlicky red sauce too. I love garlic.
My hot words, my buzzwords are garlicky and oniony and rich.
Cheesy.
And, I love it.
Yeah, you measure those with your heart.
Yes. Yep. So when we were chatting about what we're gonna make, Zef was like, I love like bread and like garlicky, and we were just like talking about like our love of, cheese and garlic, and And we knew you guys were going to have a field day, a fun day with us today.
Ooh, fettuccine
right.
lasagna. Ooh, I make a good lasagna.
Do you know that term? Does that translate knowing, like, do you know what a field day is?
A field day? Like they're having a field day
Yeah.
over there? Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
they're just going crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right. I just wasn't sure.
Making sure it's
Sometimes
like
I
the
have to
same
pick myself
thing.
up on like Australian slang.
Yeah.
They're having a field day. Like you're having a good day. Cool. All right. So are you starting to feel that it's becoming like a little bit firmer? It's a little bit harder to knead?
I'm like,
Yeah. Yeah.
When
So
you're
that's what we're going to do is we're just going to bring it into a bowl and we're going to let it sit again covered for about 10 to 15 minutes. So let's go with 10. Pop it into our bowl again.
Caroline, some people are sometimes upset that you had garlic in your lasagna. No, you add garlic. What? You're sitting with
You
the wrong
have to
people.
add
You
garlic.
add eggs. That's like the law. Anyway.
Yeah, you need to change friends.
Get new friends, Caroline. Just kidding.
Yep. You can be friends with us. We love garlic. Yeah. All right, so we're going to cover that and just set that aside, which you need another cloth. Let's find this.
I had one somewhere. Here we go. Ooh, I have
All right,
mine.
I don't have a pasta roller like you. I have one attached to my mixer. So, and I don't get a workout. I'm sorry, you're gonna have to. But it's a lot of fun. It's a lot more, I think, therapeutic to be able
Yes.
to. It's gonna be amazing. And this was a gift from Exceed. So he bought me a KitchenAid for Christmas, and he calls it the gift that keeps on giving, because then for like birthdays and things like that, he'll just get me an attachment. So it's just like,
I mean, that's the way to do it. I thought you were gonna say something
Yeah.
like he gave you a KitchenAid and then like baked goods just appear or something. You know, it's the gift that keeps on
I
giving.
think that's as well. Yeah, he was just like, let's create a cooking stream so that he can get fed very good food every day.
Yes.
All right. So we're gonna let that knead, and shall we make a beverage while we wait?
Yes, that sounds good.
Sounds good. What are you drinking there?
A Diet Mountain Dew, because I'm healthy.
Okay, so would you say, what kind of like soda is your favorite? Like something, Mountain Dew for me, never had it growing up. It wasn't, because I lived in a small town, I'd never heard of it.
Oh my God.
And then as I got older, it's not very common, I would say, in Australia. And I didn't even know they didn't Diet Mountain Dew either.
Yep.
So what do you kind of drink?
I like grapefruit sodas a lot, which we have one called Fresca, actually. It's really good.
I knew that we were just, twinning so hard, because I love grapefruit citrus. Have you ever had it, like San Pellegrino have their flavored sodas? There's like one that's orange, like blood orange.
I've seen them before. I don't think I've ever had one though, but I have seen them. I've heard of it at
you'll like
least.
them. You've got to try and scout them out. So sorry, I interrupted. You like the Fresca?
Yeah. Sometimes I like a lot of the lemon lime kind of sodas and stuff like that. Sometimes Diet Coke. Just really depends. I'm not like a huge soda person, but I'll have like maybe a couple a week kind of thing. It's really not often.
Yeah. Nice. And would you say that? Do you like? What would you say is your? I have a question that I have going to ask a little bit later. But what would you say is if you're pulling upstream and you're going to stream for a few hours? What do you usually have? Some water and like a drink with you? Like how do you keep hydrated?
Yeah, I usually have like a thing of water, or lately it's been sweet iced tea.
Oh,
That's what I like.
Okay. flavored? Do you have like lemon or peach or anything like that?
Not this one specifically. Sometimes in the wintertime, I'll do like a hot flavored tea like that. But in the summertime, it's just straight
Okay.
sweet tea, which is orange pekoe.
Okay, so just like
the type of tea it is.
ah.
It's not
Do you
orange
make it
flavored.
yourself?
No, we have a mix. But I also have bags that I make as well. But I have like a mix because it's a nostalgia thing. We always had like a canister of like instant tea growing up. And
Really?
so
Wow.
that's how we always had it growing up. My grandma did it. My great grandma did it. So like I enjoy
that.
like a good piece or a really good tea that's like brewed actually, but the instant tea is just
Yeah.
nostalgic, you know.
Oh, I love that.
Hmm.
Are you a tea or coffee drinker?
Yes. Just yes.
Yep.
Yep. Both.
So I just learned, while this guy's telling me that Mountain Dew in the US is different than in Australia, because in Australia it has no
Yep.
caffeine.
Yep. American
that.
food is horrible for you. It is.
Well,
They'll change a lot
Coke
outside.
in Australia is made with cane sugar, whereas in the US it's made with corn syrup, I think. Is that right?
They also have one, I can't remember the name of it, but they also have one where you can get it with cane sugar as well. But they like the normal one is like the corn syrup and sugar one. So
Interesting. It's so different how like you have the same product but they're made slightly different.
Yep.
Yeah. Interesting.
And
Okay.
in the UK, Sprite, which is a lemon lime soda, is considered lemonade.
Yeah.
It's very much like lemonade in the UK. And
So,
I argue with our
yeah,
UK
so we
friends
have-
over this all the time. Like, no.
we have lemonade, and we call it the yellow stuff as well as the Sprite. We call them both lemonade. So yeah, so Sprite we would call that lemonade, and then you would have like the yellow stuff that like what you guys make your lemon juice and sugar.
Yeah.
Like there's a carbonated version we call pub squash, but we you can call them both lemonade.
Yeah.
So we have a beverage called Solo, which is lemon lime, but it's the yellowy, stuff, not the clear stuff.
Ooh.
Yeah. So there's some stuff that we call the same name that's confusing for a lot of our overseas friends. We're like, yeah, they're the same. Like, just call it lemonade, or there's all different foods like that. It's just we just lump them in together. Like, well, you guys have biscuits, right?
Yes.
So we have biscuits that is all we call cookies, also biscuits. So
Yes, that's a
cookie
huge
to
one.
me- yeah, so for a cookie to me is more like your pillowy, like more like a chopped chip cookie that has mix-ins and it's
Yeah.
a little bit more luxurious. I'll call that a cookie. Whereas if you've got a biscuit, it's more like your oatmeal biscuit or a shortbread biscuit, and it's very plain and a little bit more dense or like crunchier. But a cookie is more luxurious, like a chocolate chip cookie or like a whoopie. No, like a whoopie pie? We would call that like a. Yeah, so we're fighting over the Bicky versus cookie debate. Whereas American biscuits are scones. To us, we would call that a scone, but your scones are triangle.
Yeah. And they're super easy to make too. But like, yeah, even those like shortbread cookies, like the really like crunchy hard ones, are still cookies to us.
Yeah,
They're just cookies. And then biscuits
it's just-
are the ones that you bake in the oven. Well, obviously you bake those in the oven too, but they're like the ones that you have with biscuits and gravy, and you have like a sausage gravy over it, or with your chicken pot pie or whatever.
Yeah, a
Or
little
as a
bit
side.
flakier,
Yeah.
like a biscuit compared to a scone. Yeah. All right, so we're gonna get our dough back out.
Okay.
Not our dough, our pasta. And if you want to, oh no, we're gonna make a drink. What am I getting?
Oh no, you're good.
Let's get.
I was shaking this
Do you
because it's
have-
like it's settled. No, that wasn't a hint of just shaking it.
Do you have? Okay, so do you want to do blended or do you want to do like a shaken beverage?
Let's do shaken. That sounds pretty good. Over rocks.
Shaken. All right.
Yeah.
Do you have a protein shaker or a cocktail shaker
I don't.
or a jar with the lid?
I do have a jar with a lid. I could do
Jar
that.
with a lid. Let's go with that. I'm gonna use a protein shaker.
I'm gonna use a good old mason jar because I have these coming out of my nose. Well, my parents make homemade pickles, and you just got mason jars for days, so I drink out of them all the time.
You know, the thing with COVID is the expense of like pickle jars or canning jars have gone like through the roof.
What? Really?
I was looking at a pack of 6 jars, and it was like $48 for, and I was like, no, I need them, but no.
Just not that much. No.
Yeah. I was like, I'll just eat a lot of jam or something and just empty them out.
Yeah.
I'm not buying your jars for $48. I'll just buy them online or something. Okay, so we're gonna fill this up with some ice. I'm gonna go to get some ice.
How do you like your new fridge, Molly?
Oh my gosh, I feel bougie every time I go to use it. So for those that don't know, we just recently got a new fridge. I got it for my birthday. Well, it was a purchase that we needed, but Exceed surprised me with it. It's a fancy fridge with water and ice, and I just feel like this fancy kid now that I'm just like, oh, I'm gonna make a smoothie, or I'm gonna have a drink now. Even though it's winter, I'm like, I just need more ice. I need a cold drink. It's just, yeah, very fancy.
It's there, so you gotta have
just
it.
the little things, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay, so get yourself a glass or whatever you would like to drink in. What are you gonna choose? Whatever you choose, I'll choose.
We have margarita glasses up here.
Ooh.
Could do that. Why not?
I have one of the. No, I don't. I'll just use a wine glass. I made the mistake. So everything is up high and I'm short.
Same.
Yesterday I was trying to reach for something. I knocked over. This was my recipe testing, not last night, the night before. I made this blended cocktail to test for today. And I blended it and I put it in front of me on the bench, and I leant forward to try and reach up here, and I knocked the whole thing over onto the green screen, onto the floor. And I had to I cried because it was like such a waste of the tequila that I'd just gone and bought, and a waste of ingredients, and it was sticky everywhere. It went all over the benches. Oh my God, it was such a rigmarole, but yes.
That's always the worst when that happens. You're like, why? What is my life?
Yeah. Exceed and I have a pact that when something like that happens and you're really frustrated, you're allowed to just walk away, and the other person will come and clean it up for you. They'll just kind of do you a solid, because you either cry or scream or just get angry. You're allowed to just walk away, and the other person will just help you out.
And it always seems to happen at the worst time. Like, you're in a bad mood and you're storming through the house, your belt loop's gonna get caught on the doorknob. So
it's
the law.
It's the way that it goes. Yep. Okay, so we've got some tequila of choice. We were discussing this. You mentioned that you like a clear spirit, like a clear tequila. Mm-hmm. I like something like is it Reposado? I don't know how to pronounce it, but I like the golden colored ones that are. I don't think they taste very different. I don't know. There's just something about it. It looks gold. I like the color, and
you have no idea.
A bit
just
see I don't know.
The silver. I bought this because it had a pretty label. That's how I buy my liquor. I don't buy it very often, but I'm like, that's pretty. I'll do that.
Ooh, what brand is that?
It's called
Bravo
Campo Tequila. I don't know.
Zef's bottle looks so hardcore. Hell yes.
It does.
She's so hardcore. I like this one because it's got a little hat on it.
That would have also been a reason why I would purchase that too. See, I buy the fun bottle. I found really fun wines like that before. Also, it's got
yeah, and a lot of people that Molly's bottle looks like it's on holiday. That's it. A lot of people. This is not just strictly a little sombrero for
it's
him.
It's a lime.
It's actually. Yes!
Oh my God, that's the best thing ever.
I wanted to say, do you know how long I've been drinking this for? How many years? That would have come out wrong. But I only found this out a few months ago that's what it's for. I thought it was just for decoration, but turns out it's actually a lime juicer.
Oh my gosh.
Makes sense. Does make sense. Okay, so what we're gonna do is you can measure, or you can pour with your soul. Pour with your heart if you wish. I literally just had a measurer. Okay, what we're gonna do is we'll do 1 shot of tequila.
Okay.
Yep, good girl. I'll measure with the shot glass, which
It gets dangerous
I'll
when
use
I
this.
measure with my heart, so.
All right, so 1 shot, 1 shot of tequila in there, like that. Whoop. And then 2 shots of grapefruit juice.
Oh, the stuff smells so good.
It does, doesn't it? Okay, so we're gonna double that. So we're gonna go 2 shots of grapefruit. Okay.
Gonna do like one of those
So
shots
it's
is a
7
little bit
o'clock
low.
for Zef. It's nearly 8 o'clock at night for Zef, so it's nearly 8 o'clock for me too.
It's 8. Have you heard of that song? Like it's 5 o'clock somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
there you go.
Yep.
Yep.
The sun is still. What do you say? The sun is still out for. Is it? Hold on. Is the sun still out for you?
Oh yeah, the sun will be up till like almost 8:30, 9 o'clock in the summertime. Yep.
The sun has been going down at like 5 o'clock here, and like
like
I'll
our
be working
winter.
away at my computer. I'm like, oh my god, it's really nearly bedtime. I better go and have a shower. And it's like 6:30, and I'm like, okay, go back to work. You know, just do more work and sit there.
Yep. Yep. And
And yeah.
it's ridiculous.
It's sad. Or that when we're streaming, like in the summer, the sun will come up early and you'll feel like it's daytime. But in the winter, you're getting up and it's like pitch black. You feel like you should just still be sleeping. All right. If you want a little bit sweeter, add some honey or some maple syrup.
Ooh, I'll do that.
It's up to you.
Got a little honey.
And we were discussing a little bit of spice. So it actually worked out well that I spilt that test drink because I put a whole like slice of jalapeno in it that day, and it was like way too spicy. So I recommend using, like, if you're blending and you're wanting to make a frozen margarita, guys, only use like a little slice or like a quarter of a slice of jalapeno. You don't need much to add a little bit of a kick to it. So we're shaking it, so we're gonna incorporate it less. You can add some juice, some like jalapeno juice if you want just a little bit of spice. Or you can leave it sweet, like a sweet margarita. But it just adds a little something. When I actually tried my first spicy margarita when I was in San Fran, and it just hooked me. There's just something about a spicy marg that I like.
I know Michael, my boyfriend, always gets spicy margaritas. Well, not always, but frequently, I should say.
Yeah.
I got like a whole jalapeno. I should have got pickled jalapenos.
Well, no, it's all good.
Is it good?
So just use like a little like a slice. Just take one slice off and then shake that around.
Just get like a little guy here.
Yeah, so then take off the second slice and then add him in. Yep.
It doesn't have any of the
Let's go with that.
seeds in it. That's okay though. No capsaicin in it. Right, whoop.
Fabulous.
Ooh, hello.
Okay. Look. All right.
Oh, muddle the slice a bit. Oh, whoops, that's okay.
Give it a little shake. Take it away from the microphone.
She's got one of the
A little bit
fancy
creative
Twitch
with it.
blender bottles.
Oh, wait, I didn't even know where TwitchCon? I didn't even know where this came from. All right, that should be good. And now you want to open it up. And then just have a little taste to see before you put it in your glass if it's okay. How's it tasting?
Ooh, pretty good.
I'm going to add a little bit more grapefruit juice to mine.
And just a touch more of honey to mine. Or not honey,
Yeah.
but maple syrup. Has my honey crystallized.
So Exceed just said you have a cute maple syrup bottle. Can I see it?
Oh yeah, this is from New Hampshire. Michael's parents went to the Northeast, and they got us some maple syrup from there, which is where they're known
Where's
for their
New
maple syrup. Way like the
Is that
arm.
across, like, is that near Canada? Like the border? Like New Hampshire is above New York, is that right?
Yeah, it's like the
thinking-
arm. You know, like when it comes out like on the right side, on the east side, like the
Yeah.
top arm.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
like
yeah.
up there.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's closer to Canada.
yeah,
Yes. Yeah, they went to New Hampshire
Interesting,
like in fall of 2021, and they came back with this. It's the maple syrup bottles for everyone.
So
we got them for Christmas.
That's such a great gift. I
Yeah.
love that. There's a place in the US that is known for their maple syrup. So another place out of Canada. Is it Virginia?
I thought it was like New Hampshire or
There's something else that I've heard of that have maple syrup.
does anyone in chat know? Vermont. Yep.
Vermont, that's it.
Yeah.
Vermont, that's it. New Hampshire or Vermont. Okay, is Vermont near New Hampshire?
Yes, they're like right next to each other.
Oh, okay, that makes sense then. Their trees have just spilled over to the other state. Okay.
Exactly. So it's basically the same thing.
Yeah. Cheers, everybody. Zef, what should we call this? This beverage. I'll let you name it.
Well, since it's got to be something like because I made you drink at 8 in the morning. Wait, it's 8 o'clock somewhere? I don't know. I have no idea.
I like that.
Does chat have any ideas? Because it's got to be something about like in the morning, you know? Because I made her drink in the morning on accident
Yeah.
without thinking about it.
Yep. The morning sunrise.
Good morning, Molly.
Do you have like the taste of the chili? Has that come through for you at all?
A little bit, yeah. It's like on the back end. It's like it's hard to differentiate at first of the from the alcohol, but it's definitely the pepper, like because it kind of lingers
Yeah, you just want like
a little bit, like
tiny hint. Just and then the sweetness, it kind of balances it out. Just
It
like
does.
a nice little something at the end. Yeah.
Yep. And the
Fabulous.
acids play really nicely with the pepper. So I think this would be really good with the pickled jalapeno like you did because of the vinegary flavor. That'd be really good.
Fabulous. It does look. It's a really pretty color, isn't it?
It is.
Oh, I did buy one grapefruit to
Maybe my little pepper. It's so fancy, isn't it?
You've put the jalapeno in there, like kept it in there.
It's marinating.
So that will just get build and build. Yeah. All right, and then we just.
Hi, Berg. How you doing? Ooh, I didn't think that far ahead. She's got like a whole slice on the side of it. Want to taste it? I made her drink at 8 in the morning. What should this be called? It's 8 o'clock somewhere. Because I think, it's like 5 o'clock somewhere, but it's like her own thing. At 8 a.m.
See,
She's drinking at 8 a.m.
It's not really necessary because you can't drink it, so it's pointless.
It's fun for the photo, though. It's pretty good. I should have muddled the jalapeno a little bit, but that's okay. Grapefruit and tequila shaken. It's good.
Yes.
I like it.
It is
Michael
cute.
approves.
Yeah. So we have a question. What is your favorite dishes when you've been traveling? What kind of foods have you been liking?
So recently we went to Kansas City, which is about 6 hours west of here, and they're really known for their, kind of like the middle of the country almost.
Yeah. Okay.
So like out west.
You could see.
Right? They're known for their barbecue, and we had authentic Kansas City barbecue. and it's very good. There's like different regions of the United States that kind of have like their own twist on barbecue. And the one in
Yeah.
Kansas City's like got more like almost like a Worcestershire, kind of like almost like a chili pepper,
Wow.
like really more, I don't know, like less sweet, like a darker kind of feel to it. I don't know how to describe it, but
Yeah, okay.
it's really good. So we had Kansas City barbecue. So whenever I travel, I don't travel often, but like when I do, I like to test out little like the popular restaurants and see like eat and look
Yep.
eat my way and look at architecture through wherever I'm vacationing to, because I like to look at buildings.
Architecture as well. Oh my goodness.
Mhm.
Just how like different
Yeah.
the inspiration of like the different cultures and the different like because you can definitely notice even from the US, the East Coast to the West Coast.
Yep.
You know, if you go down south, like in Texas, inspired by like the Mexican culture, how different the buildings are and different populations. Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, it's so different.
One
It's
thing
ridiculous.
that we can't get over is how old everything is in comparison to Australia is such a young country. You know, we were federated in 1901, where you guys were like, whoo, you were like middle-aged by then.
I know, right? Like 1776, I believe, is when the United States
Yeah.
was technically founded, but they were, obviously they were here for like I think over like 100, 150 years before then, I think, or
It's
longer.
incredible.
I don't know
Yeah.
exactly when the Mayflower came about, but history and stuff. But yeah.
Yep.
So this house is 1910. And that's
Yeah,
like
we
the
were talking about
average
that. It was like,
age of like the neighborhoods and stuff here. So, and this house is like a smaller version of the one I grew up in. So, yeah.
so like similar layout and everything.
Yep.
So with a house like that type of style, is it very like bedrooms upstairs, living downstairs, or what type of like layout does an old American style house have?
Historically, yes. So, obviously, people have renovated houses, that might have like flipped the floor plan to kind of modernize it. But interestingly enough, okay, this is welcome to one of my special interests, you guys. I build Sims houses too. But,
We're going to talk about that a little bit. Yeah.
yeah, but they also, so yeah, they would have like the main bathroom upstairs, unless they renovated later. The main bathroom would be upstairs, like your living room, and like maybe a dining room and your kitchen on the first floor. Then in the basement, they'd have another
Yeah.
toilet. And they called that the husband's toilet. So, for instance, like you had someone who worked like a really blue collar job, they worked like in the mines, in the lumber mills, whatever, paper mills, they would come in the back door, go into the basement, change, wash up, go to the bathroom, and then come upstairs so they're not tracking everything through the house. And
I love that.
the toilets were in the basement because it helped with sewage backups as well. Because, things have developed and changed over the years, and like technology throughout it has gotten better. So, like, the toilets, instead of like backing up onto the main floor of your house, it would back up into your basement. It would never make it to the second floor. So I thought that was really interesting. So yeah,
Amazing.
some people, like a lot of houses, if you tour, especially like in the Midwest, I can't speak for anywhere else because I haven't looked into it. And this is where I live. Like they would add in like almost like a little bathroom. It's just like a little closet with a toilet in it. That's it, because they wanted to introduce that toilet to
The water closet,
main
right?
floor. Yeah, and
Yeah,
like it
yeah,
just that's the way that it would be, because
So
it seems
interesting.
like an afterthought because it was.
Yeah.
Yep.
But wow, I never. So, and basements and attics are something that's very different from us as well, because we live in Western Australia, and we live close to the ocean, and the soil is limestone heavy, so it's a lot of expense. It's not only is it very like it's very stable and it's a really good surface to build on. It's really expensive to cut into and to break down. So then that's why they don't, like, basements are very, very irregular here.
Yeah.
And then they create cement foundations on top. So then the chance of moving foundations is very rare. but learning about you guys with basements and, you know, the difference in changes of environment and weather, needing like a bunker or, you know, some type of hurricane, you know, safety mechanism is just mind-blowing and really interesting for us to learn about, because it's just so different. Did you grow up in a lot of houses that had basements?
Yeah, I think all of them did have basements, and they had remnants of like
Yeah.
where sewage would have come in for a toilet, but no longer had toilets.
Yep, okay.
Yeah. Also, additionally, like thinking of limestone and knowing a little bit about that and how it can impact something called like radon gas. Do you guys have issues with
Yeah.
radon and needed to not negate that? I can't remember exactly what it's called, but radon gas. You can get like pumps and stuff that kind of make it safer in your house so it doesn't build up in your basement in your house. That could be geologically different because I know with limestone here, at least here on this part of the planet, radon gas is specifically tricky because of like the limestone composition and stuff.
In the soil, and so the gases are just then like leak into the house. Is that
Kind
what
of,
you're saying?
yeah,
like leak
basically.
into the basement.
Yep.
Interesting.
Yeah. And like
Wow.
you can get like testing and everything. So like there's certain areas that are a lot worse than others. You can get like a pump built in kind of thing, and then it'll sort of just take care of the problem. So yeah.
Wow.
Like we don't have one
So
because our house is made so differently as well.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
plus we're on bedrock.
Like insulation in the basement, like is it to keep it? Is the temperature quite consistent year round, or what type of like fluctuations are we talking in the house, in the basement?
For our house, so we have a cinder block basement. Like a lot of these houses were just straight up block, and they didn't really have any sort of insulation whatsoever. The top levels, yes, they use a lot of what's called like horsehair plaster, and it is quite literally horsehair and plaster, and they'd make a paste.
Horsehair.
Yeah, like actual horse hair, not whores hair. Horse.
No, I thought you said coarse, like coarse, like not fine, coarse.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, okay, coarse hair. Yeah, okay. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
So like, it's really it sucks because it's different than like the sheetrock or drywall like you would see. But they actually have
is amazing.
like 2-inch. I don't know what that is in centimeters. 2-inch thick like slats of like wood that run through your whole walls, and then they'll smear like that plaster on it and stuff to like build up to like make up the wall.
Think about like how old your house is. The ability, the infrastructure and everything was so different now than it is then. And to be able to build houses, they had to use timbers and products that they had available to them. And that was how they made plaster. And insulation is different now. You know, our house is 20 years old, and the insulation in our roof is different to what would be available in a new build. Like it's all very, very different and broken up and whatever. And that would be even different in your house. Like it's so interesting the way the houses are formed. And our house here is brick, double brick. So it has 2 layers of brick. Whereas I know in the US, a lot of them are timber builds. Is that right?
Yeah. Like they'll use the studs and then they'll put the brick over it, you know, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Some of the older houses you'll find. Also, it's really easy to point out when a house was built in the era of air conditioning because less windows, the floor plans, all that kind of stuff. And the shape is just so significantly different. Because before they would design houses and put windows and build hallways to kind of like create cross breeze and stuff so they could cool their houses off a lot easier. So it's really interesting. I like houses.
No, but this is what I was going to ask, is that interest of houses, that's such a great segue interest. What happened just then? Did you just get the jalapeno? So did that interest in houses, that's definitely given you, like with The Sims, it's such an amazing way to involve like video games in your community into that building, and has that like played a big role in what you do with The Sims?
It really has. Like I've always been backing up, like when I grew up, or where I grew up, where my family currently lives now, is the birthplace and the living place of a really famous architect. And so I kind of grew up with all these really cool buildings, and like my high school was always like we always talked about it. Like you'd see all these cool
Yep.
houses that were built either by him or inspired by him or people like his
Okay.
apprentices, I guess you want to call them. So I've always kind of had like a knack or like a flavor, like, you know, like interest in that, like a flair for it. But
Yeah.
what really, really set it off for me was, oh my God, we have a shaker. Sorry. I just noticed it. It's on the fridge for some reason. Anyway, anyway, it's fine. Mason jars are good.
Oh no, it's much more fancy. It's much more hipster.
So what really set it off is actually we were doing something in The Sims called the Decades Challenge, and basically like you kind of had like you start off in the 1890s, and you had to like build your house in that decade, you know, to that style.
Yeah.
And that's when I really, really dove into it, is because I was doing all of these really period specific builds, and I'm like, wait, this is good. I like this. So
yeah,
thought it was kind of cool. History.
Amazing.
Yeah.
All right, so we're gonna get our dough out, and we're going to cut it into quarters.
We're doing the pasta.
Yes. Pasta
Okay,
dough.
mine hasn't like risen at all. Is that okay?
No. So yeah, that's no. So it won't have risen,
moisturizing,
because it has no yeast or anything. It'll just kind of if you start to touch it, it'll be softer. Hey, look how great that looks. Does it feel softer than before you were kneading it? How it was a lot firmer?
Yes.
Yeah, so perfect. So what we want to do is we want to cut it into quarters, into 4 fourths, and then put the three other quarters away, or the other pieces to the side. And you don't want to let them dry out, because as the dough gets drier, it gets like more brittle, and so it's harder to shape.
Okay.
Fabulous. Nice.
I'm just kind of showing you.
Fabulous. Yep, fantastic. So cover your other pieces with like a cloth or something. And with your pasta maker, you should have like a dial on the side.
Yeah, it's like the thickness.
And you want to put it on level 1. Yeah, yes,
okay.
It is.
Yeah. I also have like
so
a little...
you want to put it on the widest setting. It might be probably a level 1.
Yeah, they also have like hooked me up with a clamp. But yeah, it's on 1 right now.
Oh, that's good. Say that again.
Secure. It is on level 1.
So it should be secure. Level 1. All right. Yep. So what you want to do is, do you have a rolling pin?
Yes.
Yes.
I want to
just
get
grab
a
that. I'll grab mine as well.
I want to get a marble one really bad.
Fancy. I hear they're really good for especially making like pasta, and they just make your house feel like you've got an Instagram kitchen.
Right. Well, it's really good because you can refrigerate it. And do your pie crust, because my mom used to have a big sheet of marble that she would pull out to make her pies.
Yeah, that was her trick.
Yep. There's a lot more tricks too. I'm sure she would probably kill me. But I'll share.
I love it. Yeah. All right, so what you want to do is like kind of flatten it out, so it's just to make it easier to fit into the pasta maker.
Okay, kind of like this. Wait, where's my camera? Hello, here we go.
Yep, fantastic. All right, so now what we're going to do is, I feel like I'm cheating on this. I feel like you're going to be doing the hard work. What you're going to do is feed it into your pasta machine, and you're going to crank it till it passes all the way through.
Okay. I hope this doesn't
you can dust it with a bit of flour if you want.
I was going to say, like, I hope this doesn't, like, get all bound up in there or something. I'm like, wait, okay.
Yeah.
I guess there's one way to find out. Here we go. Got a little bit of...
Yeah, and dust the actual dough as well with a bit of flour too, maybe? Either way. Good job. Nice.
Okay.
Lovely. Yep. So now pass it through. And what you want to do is you want to go through once on the level 1. Then we're going to fold it in an envelope in thirds eventually. And we're going to pass it through again.
Okay.
So go through. I feel like I'm cheating because I get to use that.
Hey, it lets people decide. Like, oh no, it's like not.
It's not going through?
It's like kind of coming out like minced. It's not coming out like a thin
No, that's okay.
sheet.
No, completely fine. Because what will happen is that will happen. That's very, very normal. And then what you're doing is you're stretching out the gluten.
Got
You're doing
it.
fine. Yep. All right, and just crank it.
It's
crank
like
it, girl.
gonna work for this pasta. Like, so chat can see. If it looks like that, don't fret. Don't. It's okay.
Yeah, that's fine. Because what will happen is what we're gonna do is we're gonna maybe roll it out a little bit thinner so that it passes through. Yep.
Wait, you did it already,
Cool.
and I'm sitting here like, I thought you like paused. No, you're good.
So what I might do instead of I might not use this and I might just roll it out by hand.
Oh, you're fine. You're okay.
Because you don't have to have a piece of equipment. You can definitely do this all by hand, guys. Shadi in our chat says, as long as you're not bleeding for your dish, everything is fair game. So just
Fair.
All right. So you want to roll it out, bring it back together.
So this is kind of like
Is it going through?
mixing it. Yep, it's all done. Wow, we did it, guys. We did it.
One pass through done.
Woo!
Cool. All right. So now you just want to grab it together and you want to mix it and then roll it out one more time.
Okay. Right, Unicorn? This is really nice to have Molly along for the ride to teach you something. Like 10 out of 10
Aw, I
would
appreciate
recommend. Because I don't know what I'm doing. So don't be shy in the kitchen,
You're doing
y'all.
amazing.
Thanks, you too. Okay.
Cool. Yep. So pressure. Yep. And then you just want to roll it out a lot thinner. So if it's not going to pass through, you might want to roll it out thinner because you want it to pass through so it stays in one piece. So you might just need to give it some help and roll it out thin.
I see what you're saying. So it doesn't like pull it. It like...
Yeah.
Yeah, because it was like pulling on an edge. Got it. Okay. So that's something that we could have done better earlier too. So see, we're learning. We're learning.
Yeah, you're learning it as you go. And the thing is that you have to, with cooking, you have to get uncomfortable. You have to be ready for things to not go to plan because they won't. And what we like to say is we fail forward. You learn, you go, oh crap, like this screwed up. But then have that courage to keep going because it will come together. It will work out. We just need to figure out, something different, a different way of doing it, or maybe roll it out thinner, or maybe, what could be going wrong here.
Exactly.
And it just happens, with practice. Yes, yeah, cool.
So it's maybe
So,
a quarter inch for those of you who are in the United States too.
No idea what she means.
A quarter inch thick.
All right, so now you want to try and feed it through. It might be a little bit wide, so you can cut it in half if you want.
Okay.
Will it fit through the thickness of your press?
It won't. But
yeah, so that
now
looks
it will.
Fabulous. Cool, that looks good. Now, so feed it through on level 1.
Okay, so hopefully it'll take it this time. Oops, it like folded in on itself. Oh no.
You got it. It's looking a lot better this time.
It does, doesn't it?
And you just need to, as it gets longer and as we start working, it'll just become a balancing process of holding onto the dough and feeding it through while also working it with your other hand.
Like
How's
to guide it
Is it going through?
Yeah, it's going through. It's kind of maybe a little bit thinner. It's like breaking almost.
Still breaking? So is the setting that it's on, can it go any thicker?
Yeah, it can go to like 7.
So make it as thick as possible. But is that thin or is that thick?
I think it's thinner. thicker.
So you
Here.
want to put it on the thickest setting first.
Let me get this through and see what
Yeah.
it'll look like.
That's all good. Because you're doing the exact thing that you need to be doing, but it shouldn't be breaking. It's a bit strange that it...
Okay, so it's kind of got like better when I adjusted it, so maybe something's
that's looking
weird.
good. That's looking really good.
Yeah, it's like still having the breaking thing, but it's not supposed to shred like that.
Yeah.
So let me see.
Is there a setting, like a click before the 1? Is there like a...
No, but 7 is larger though. So
Oh,
like
it is?
so it gets bigger. So the 1 is like the small.
The thinnest. Ah, interesting. Okay, so it's the opposite of... So let's start on 7 then.
Okay.
You did a great job of getting it through on 1 if that's the thinnest.
Yay. Yeah,
So
now
let's
it's
start at
like,
7.
it's quite thick. So,
Super thick.
yeah.
Okay, cool. Let's start there.
Okay, should I
Yep.
try to put these little guys through, see what happens?
Yeah, let's try that.
Okay.
Fabulous. See, and that's the thing is that
Yay!
we're using different equipment and different brands do a different thing and their idea. Yes, that's what we want.
So in
Yes.
case you guys know,
'Cause
now we know.
I was like, it should not be that hard to get it through and it should be breaking. Fabulous.
Okay.
Nice. Okay,
Here we
so
go.
now what I want you to do is just bundle everything that you've got now all together.
That's
So
what it was
bring
before.
everything, all of that dough. Yeah, okay. So now we know what we're onto the
Kirsten.
right path. Okay, so now because we've kneaded that and the protein, it's kind of like it's gonna start to contract and it needs time to relax. So what I'm gonna get you to do is put that piece, that bowl, underneath the cloth and get a fresh piece.
Got it. Okay, so we've worked it a little bit. Now we're gonna work a different
Yeah.
piece. Okay.
Yeah, just because it won't stretch because we need it to be nice and relaxed to then go through the machine so it stretches. If it's all tense, it won't go through and it will be really, really hard and it will be brittle and break. So
Okay.
it's okay to swap around and use another piece.
Yeah, that makes
Fabulous.
sense. Okay, sounds good. I'm gonna
Nice.
squeeze this guy over here just so I have a little bit more rolling
Smoky
room.
Mama appreciate it.
Here we go.
Nice.
Okay.
Good job. Okay, so then just roll it. You won't need to roll it as thin this time now that we know the thicker setting.
Ah.
Should be able to pass through.
Okay,
Yeah.
good to know though.
'Cause I was
So
thinking you shouldn't have to work this hard to
Yeah.
then use in a piece of equipment. It should, it should help you and it should be adding some help.
yeah.
All right. So just
So
a little bit. Cool. Fabulous.
pretty
Yep.
good to
And then
me.
you want to pass that through level 7. Yes.
Oh, there we go. Okay, so for those of you
Yes.
who are here and curious of what I'm seeing, it's like a 1/4 inch thick hole where I'm passing it through.
Fantastic. Okay, so now you've got your piece like this, and you want to fold it in thirds like an envelope. So we're going to go like this, and you want to bring this one into the middle, like that. You can stretch it if you want, like that. And then you want to fold the other piece on top.
Perfect. Little purse.
Perfect. Perfect. Yes. Dolce & Gabbana, eat your heart out. And then you want to roll it. So using your rolling pin, and you want to roll it just to help it go through the rolling again. The roller again.
Okay.
Let me just see. Cool. It's just a little bit thinner. Fabulous. And now go through level 7. Push it through.
Okay, I'm going in sideways, lengthwise.
Fabulous.
Ooh.
Yes. Okay, so dust it with a little bit of flour. And then we're going to change it to level 6. And we're going to go through now. Okay, so
Okay.
how are you feeling? Are you feeling a little bit more comfortable
Yeah, definitely.
knowing
Kind of knowing
not,
like
not
the
seeming
feeling.
like it's a lot of work?
Yeah.
It it seems like it's a little bit overwhelming when you're first doing it. Like, oh my God, it's a lot of steps. Like, it's really, really hard. But once you do it by yourself or you do it again, you'll get quicker. Like, it will feel like it's a lot of work and you're like, oh my God, it's not worth it. But the more you do it, it'll become, like second.
That's kind of like French silk pie. Like, I've made it probably 5 or 6 times and I just got better and better and better each time. So, yeah.
Yeah. And like rolling out pie dough, the first time you flip the pie dough over into your tin, it might rip and break, but then you become a lot better and you know how to flip it over, the better technique to like line your pie dish and then bake it, and it becomes quicker and quicker, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, so we're on level 6 now.
Do we envelope
for
this?
you and level 2 for me?
Do we envelope
No, not this one. We just leave.
Cool.
Nope,
Cool.
Just the first time. Yep.
Okay.
Great job. So now passing that through. And so with what you're doing, it might be easier for you, depending on, like, let me know how it feels for you, to stand on the other side of the machine, maybe. Wind with your left hand. How am I thinking? Wind, it's really confusing because to pull out, rather than leaning over, it might be better for you to
almost like
play
this
around with
kind
your
of thing?
positioning. Yeah, it might be better for you to feed it in with one hand while you're winding, but then also it's an awkward position for you to grab it out at the end as well.
Yeah, that
so
makes
figure
sense.
out, play around. You don't have to be standing in one position, guys. You can change it around and what feels comfortable for you. And you might want to wind with your right hand, you might want to wind with your left hand.
Because now what I've done is I moved it to the side, the edge of the table over here. Like, you can't see me. Oh no, I actually can't do it because of the clamp on here. So I can't do that. Well, because I can't go like this, and it's still the same issue.
Yeah. Yep, I understand.
Maybe I will try with my left hand. We'll see what happens. Like, I'll just turn the other way, but I couldn't even get it like on the other end. Yeah.
Bummer.
Okay. So, like, we got this, and then roll it through another time.
Yep. So
Okay.
you're on level 6. So have you gone through level 6?
Yes.
Yep. Okay. So now you want to go to level 5.
Okay. Okay. Ah.
Because sometimes it feels a bit strange to use your dominant hand to do the winding, because then you feel awkward with your non-dominant hand holding the pasta or doing, being in control with your non-dominant hand. So sometimes use your grunt and your muscles to use your non-dominant hand as the winding, and then you're more controlled and you've got more dexterity to move your pasta around with your dominant hand.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, and I was winding it the other way. I'm like, oh my God, what's going on? So do I want to go down another level then?
Yes, please.
Okay, so number 4. Got it. So you like work it down. You start high and you go low.
Yes, where I go low and then I go high, move up to high numbers. So are we thinking more of a spaghetti, or did you want to do a fettuccine? What type of pasta shape did you like?
Let's do like a fettuccine. I know that'll impact the thickness.
Yes. Yep. So we're going to go for probably, let's go with 5 for me, which will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So get down to about a 3 for you.
A 3. Okay, so one more pass. Yep. Got it.
Yeah.
Ooh, it's getting so long. Woo!
Yeah. If you ever find that it's uncomfortable and awkward to hold, cut it in half, long ways, and then you'll be able to handle it easier.
Okay, that makes sense.
It just looks so good.
I know, it's coming out so
Look
good.
at you go.
Yay! I like how it comes out in like this cute little like.
Yes. And so just dust it with a bit of flour just to make sure it doesn't stick on itself.
Okay.
Okay, so we need to get to the bottom of something.
What's that?
We realized this morning we've been friends for a long time now. About a year and a half, as you said. We have been calling you Zefrine for so long. And then this morning we were watching you and we were like, because you introduced yourself and you were like, you can call me Zefrine. And we're like, I said,
wait a minute.
And I was like, what the heck? So how do you pronounce your name?
Zefrine. So
It's Zefrine.
it is.
And I want to know the story behind it.
Mm-hmm. So it was World of Warcraft. I was really young. Oh God, when it first came out.
Back in the day.
Back in the day, it was like, I don't remember. I was probably like
Dial-up?
13.
Were you on dial-up?
I think so. Yeah. I was like 12 or 13 years old. And I was making a character and I wanted to be a healer. So then I was sitting at my desk thinking of a name, you know. And next to me is a bottle of aspirin. And, you know, quirky 12 to 13-year-old me is like, yeah, that's medicine. Healers can use that. Yep. And so, and then I just kind of did it. And that's why, like, my name is pronounced the way that it is. And it just kind of stuck with me over the years. I'm like, I've always used it.
So Zefrine, like aspirin.
Yep.
I love it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like, I'm like,
all right.
People mispronounce my name sometimes, which is okay. Like, it's gonna happen and it's always happened. So it's not.
Oh my God.
I'm like, it's not a big deal to me.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, I love it. So when so Zefrine, aspirin. So where did the Zef part come from?
Just making and you know, like how sometimes you just kind of mash words together. I was like making my character name, so I was like just adding letters and words to the end, like the front and end of things. You know, and that's kind of like how I've always come up with my names for like Dungeons and Dragons stuff, World of Warcraft, whatever. Like I've always just kind of contorted names together.
So how long have you been using the gamertag Zefrine for?
Oh God, World of Warcraft. Hey Alexa, when did World of Warcraft come out? 2004. So almost 20
and that's
years.
Your primary gamer tag. Do you go by any others?
I haven't for years. I went by one once and then I ended up like changing the name.
And has Zefrine always been available? You never had to add any numbers or anything to the end or underscores?
When I was doing a lot in a different game, basically it was like a faction versus faction thing, and it was they had like a war mechanic or whatever. I was kind of like a bit of like almost like a war leader, I guess, or faction leader is what you would call it. Okay. So there would be people who would go into like other games that would launch and then try to take that name. So like, for instance, if you go onto like Twitch tracker or whatever on the stats thing, if you search Zefrine, you'll see like a whole bunch of different names, ones that are like making fun of me or other things. And like, it's just, and that's from that time period of like when that kind of stuff happened. So like, I got some other people would try to do something.
Yeah. Yeah, love the troll accounts, don't you?
Yep.
So we want to go ahead and use the other three pieces and roll them out to the same thickness.
Yes.
And we want to dust them with some flour and just let them kind of hang out but not get too dry.
Okay. So we just like let it sit and I'll move it over and then we'll get working on the other ones. Yep. Okay. I'll probably save that other one for last. The one that we already did.
Nice. Sounds good. So what was you say your first introduction to the gaming scene was? Like what game do you remember first playing?
Oh God, I was in diapers. So I was born in 1991. The Sega Genesis.
So you are a few months older than me.
Yeah.
So I'm 1992.
Yep. I'm December of 1991. And
that's it. Yep.
So I have two older brothers. One just turned 37. He's the oldest. Yep. And my other brother is 36. Nope. Yep. 34. Sorry. I had to think backwards. He's 34. So like I'm the youngest of three. And so we were in the 90s. That's when we grew up. Yep. And so we had the Sega Genesis growing up. And so I was basically introduced to video games at a very, very, very young age.
Yep.
So that's kind of where it
And
started.
what were you playing on the Sega Genesis? What can you remember?
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and the Hyperstone Heist was my first game and one of my favorite games of all time. We played Sonic the Hedgehog, Road Rash,
a bit
like
of Sonic in there.
all sorts of stuff growing up. And then
I love it.
we played a lot of Nintendo 64 when that came out. But yeah, like I always grew up watching my brothers play video games, and it's kind of interesting to see how that kind of like translates and like how to Twitch even. You know, like you're just hanging out, you're like on the couch sitting there just like watching someone. And like I got a lot of comfort through that. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, because I didn't play a lot of games growing up. Like I played Duck Hunt and what was it? Exceed Pimple and Rash, the
Toe Jam and Earl.
Battletoads.
Oh, Battletoads. I played a lot of Battletoads too.
Battletoads, Mario, and like Duck Hunt was the first game I remember. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, of course. But I loved, and still do, sitting there and watching people game. Like I would love to sit on the couch and watch Exceed play Halo, or watch him play Call of Duty, and be a part of it, but not feel like I had to, you know, be the person that was actually behind the controller. There was a lot of joy in that for me. And you were the same, it seems.
Yeah, I definitely enjoyed that with my brothers, and like I remember playing watching them play The Legend of Zelda or games like Banjo-Kazooie, those kind of like adventure style games. And then I remember like sitting there watching them trying to solve all the puzzles and stuff, and then I would have them figured out before they did.
Yes. Yep. And just give them some backseat gaming. That was just
when they asked for it,
original
though.
backseat gaming.
Yep.
Oh, really? I was always, you know, with Spyro, I was always telling my brothers, I was like, go left, you have to go here, and you have to go and do the puzzle and whatever. And they were like, Molly, shut up. Because my brother, they were ultra competitive, and so they would do like time each other and do different games, and then like speed run, like the kids version of that, and they'd time each other how long they could get from one place, or do this challenge in Crash Bandicoot or whatever, and then they'd compete with each other. And so then I'd come on and I'd be like, you have to go here, and they'd be like, don't get involved, where it's our thing,
right?
Yeah.
I love that.
All right. And that's the great thing with Twitch, because that's how it came about, right? Watching other people, and you didn't have to have those necessarily have the game or have the skills and whatever. You could just get involved and be a part of the community watching someone.
Exactly, right? Like it was kind of this just a nice way to get yourself involved and like chill out. And like I like our community is really lurky, and I love that about them. Like, because it's like, to me, that's like a sense of comfort, you know, like you're hanging out, you have no obligations to like do anything or say anything. You're just there. You're just hanging.
Yeah.
Like I love
and
that.
just to be like, it's just like hanging out with your friend and just being there, not having to say or do anything. You just kind of there together, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Because you've got joint interests and joint kind of values and ethics, and you're just kind of there to, and there's no obligation, like you said.
Exactly. And that's the thing, you know, like, and it's fun. I like it.
That's
perfect.
Good. It's good that you.
So
what is your favorite thing about Twitch and about streaming that you didn't realize when you got involved in it that we would love so much?
The community, honestly. Because to me, it was something to like share what I was doing, or, you know, whatever, just something to kind of do in my free time. But then it developed into the sense of community and like being there for each other and, you know, laughing about whatever, supporting each other through whatever moments that life, you know, throws at us. And that's the biggest thing for me, is it's really become the community.
So tell me a little bit about the Beanie Weenies and what makes them so special.
The Beanie Weenies, well, they are chaotic, and friendly and loving and knowledgeable, supportive. Like it's just
Yep.
there's so many facets. It's hard to like lump them all um into like a box. I guess like
Yep.
well, Benjamin's kind of like our mascot. So the way that like the
Yeah.
beanie thing came into play was when
This was another question I have.
yep,
Yes.
yeah. He's a rainbow bean because like it kind of resembles the color that you bring into the world, you know, and like your weirdness, you know, like embrace your weird. And that's really what it's about. Is like kind of a place to just kind of be yourself, you know.
Yep.
And that's why we
I love
call
that.
ourselves the Beanie Means. Well, we cry over like silly stuff, you know, we fawn over silly things and
Yep.
you know, we're weenies.
I love that.
But that's why it's the rainbow bean.
And why the bean specifically? Did that come about from a certain, you know, in joke or something that happened on stream?
Well, there was someone that was a part of our community ages ago, and they were like, "Oh, I'm just a strange bean. I'm weird. I'm just a strange bean. I'm just a, you know,
Yeah.
like, because you kind of call people human beings sometimes. You know what I mean? And so
Yep.
that's kind of
I've
what I'm
heard you
like,
say
wait,
that,
that's,
yep.
you know, because at that point I was still really new to streaming, or, you know, at least like building a community rather, and being consistent with the streaming scene. And I was still kind of struggling with what I wanted my branding to be. And then I was like, that's it. That's what I want it to be because I want people to be their weird selves. So people
Yep.
ask all the time, like, how do you get your brand? I'm like, it just comes. It kind of falls in your lap sometimes. You can't really force it. So,
You can't force it, can you? Yeah.
Yep.
Definitely. And what would you like? What would you say to someone who wants to be a part of a community? What is your like tips for someone to come into a community your own or a community online? What is something that you think that for someone to find their place or to find some friendship groups or to be a part of something? What do you think that is something that you live by or you go by?
there is something out there for everybody. And you just kind of have to, like, social media obviously is going to be a really good spot to kind of get in touch and find what you really want. But just go in and just like watch someone and just vibe and see what happens because you never know what you're going to run into. You know, sometimes, for instance, like you raid into somebody and then you have the chance to meet another streamer and it's just, it can change, you know, that's like how we've grown our community and also introduced people to yours as well. Like you find people with those values and then through that you can find friends and relationships and even more communities.
Yeah, I
But
love that.
just
And
find
don't
something you,
don't put pressure on yourself.
yeah.
You know, like you don't need to be full pressured to chat or like lurking is fantastic to figure out if you vibe with that person or if you like that community and if you then when you feel more comfortable then get more involved as you feel like when it's right.
Yep, because I know, oh gosh, we have so many community members in our community where we, there's someone they're like, hey, I've been a lurker for like 3 years or whatever, however long, and I'm like, oh my gosh,
Yep.
they just hang out, and
amazing.
that's totally awesome. Like there are so many
Yep.
flavors of support. Sometimes just being there, and that's what counts. So, how about you? How did you
Yeah,
get into
yep.
streaming too?
So my husband, Exceed, as you guys know, is my other half. He was a big gamer, so we were. He introduced me through Twitch because we were watching like in the mornings as we got ready for work, and we on the night times and stuff we would just flick through because he'd gamed his whole life and my brothers had gamed and that's how they kind of got along and chatted. And I didn't have a lot of experience, but I did love watching people play. So our first streamer that we watched was Summit 1G, and I used to love watching him play PUBG. That was, I think, the first channel back then that we watched, and in the mornings before we got ready for work. And Ixie was like, do you want to stream? And I was like, nah, like what would I stream? Like I'm not really good at games or whatever. And that was when there was the IRL, like you had your gaming categories and there was IRL. And I think we were living in a house. We just moved there and we set up and we did one stream. And it was chatting to someone, I think from Texas. And there was just one person, one or two viewers that were watching. They would pop in throughout the stream. And I don't remember what I was making, but I got off and I enjoyed it, but it just seemed like a lot of work. And I didn't know, and there was not a huge IRL scene on Twitch then. And I didn't know anyone else was doing it. And I didn't know, there was no pull for me to do it. I didn't have a community. I wasn't a part of anyone else's community on Twitch and gaming. And then I had an idea where Exceed and I wanted to move over east. We were looking at international, moving to Canada, and the cost was incredibly expensive. So we thought we'd move to the East Coast. I got a job and we moved over there, but we were a little bit out of the city. We didn't really know anyone and we didn't really do anything in the evenings. We would just go to work, come home, and we would watch Twitch. And one night we stumbled. This was from my first stream, probably it was 4 or 6 months apart. And we were watching, and there was this girl cooking. And she was this fitness kind of streamer, and she was just, making anything. She was chatting. She had quite a lot of viewers. And Exceed turned to me and he said, like, your cooking skills and my interest in tech, like, and cameras and things, like, we could have some fun with this. And we could just do it, like, stream cooking dinner. I was like, okay, like, sure. And so we went out and we bought the next day we bought a microphone, and we bought a widescreen camera, wide angle Logitech camera. And the 20th of April 2017 was our first ever stream. And we streamed in the morning and just started from there. We streamed 5 days a week. Well, it was like ad hoc randomly. And then we went 5 days a week. And it just became something that connecting with people from all different parts of the world. Like, we were streaming at 7 p.m. It got to the stage where I would drive home from work in the city, which is an hour drive home, and we would be on a phone call. I'd be on Bluetooth in my car, and I'd be like, I really want to make this. And as Exceed was cleaning the kitchen, he'd get all the ingredients out for me as we drove home, and I would walk in, reapply my makeup, and then we would go live.
Yep.
And just that ability to make dinner as the Americans are, American community are waking up, the European community, it's midday. And I was just like, being able to welcome people into my home, and it be like what you were talking about before is welcoming people, and it be like just a chill hangout where you could just think of someone sitting at your breakfast bench or like your table, just having a chat with a friend, not having to say anything, no obligation to say anything or do anything. No, you don't have to don't have to cook, but it could just be a hangout. And that's what our community, we just say, pull up a chair. Like, we don't matter who you are, your race, religion, your political views, whatever, as long as you're a good person, as long as you're a good human being, like you said, that's what matters. How we treat other people and how we get involved, that's what matters. And being a part of something greater than you and sharing your experience, sharing your day, sharing your not so good things. We're all human, and sometimes we have not so good days. Some days we have days where we want to celebrate, and everyone needs a cheerleader in their life, and we want to be that for you. We want to believe in you until you believe in yourself. We want to cheer you along, and we want to just, be there for each other.
Yeah, and that's really what it's about. Like, you mentioned watching Summit and stuff like that, and like all of those really large streamers. I remember being a part of like medium-sized communities and just stumbling into them because one day as I was thinking about streaming The Sims, one day just like looked up the Sims category and saw what was going on. What are people streaming? What is it like? And that's where I found like streamers such as like Mega Oryx. She's really, really awesome. If you know Negs, I don't know if you know Negs.
We were actually on a stream team with her.
Yeah.
Crash Fam.
Yep.
Yeah, so she's so lovely.
She is. And that was the streamer where, like, because I would always watch, like, the Pro League streamers, you know, people like, oh my God, really big WoW streamers like, oh my God, what's his name? Asmongold. And, like, those communities are, like, you know, their success is just ridiculous and amazing in its own respect. But the flavor of community is so different. It's night and day. So like the things that you find from like the smaller, the mid-sized streamers is going to be completely different. And I was like, I saw Negs and I'm like, I love that. That's what I want to be. That's it.
That was us as well. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Like that type of streamer that like really comfort, like you were saying, like if you do exclamation mark Zefrine in chat, see I didn't see Zefrine, like that kind of big sister energy, that type of comfort stream, that warm, wholesome environment, rather than like your, you know, sometimes gaming streams have that toxic culture, but you can come in and it be warm and inviting, and it doesn't matter what's going on in your day, because we're the same. Like Nega Oryx, your Katie Peter plays, very, very inspiring. And, you know, for us, you know, how you interact with your community, how you are so bubbly and inviting, that ray of sunshine in people's days. It's what people radiate towards.
Yeah. And, you know, there's a flavor, there's a different community out there for everyone, like talking about that entire thing. Like I might drive someone up the wall, but that's okay because I'm not their streamer. Like, you can literally poop rainbows and people are gonna be like, I don't like you. I'm like, okay, I'm not your thing then. That's okay. That's totally valid.
100%.
Yeah.
And some people gravitate towards, after a big day, they want to vent and they want to rage on the internet, and that is their flavor for them, and they'll find a streamer that is their culture and what they love, and that person can gravitate towards them. And as a streamer, as a growing streamer, you kind of become more comfortable. I think this is, you might agree with this, but let me know how you feel, of that when you're first starting out, you want to be friends with everyone. You want to be able to help everyone, and you want to be able to everyone to approve of your content. But then as you grow and you get more comfortable in yourself and your vibe, then you acknowledge that, you know, this is what I'm giving out. If this is what you want, stay here. If it's not, you can move on. Like you don't have, no one, you know, you don't have to stay here, be here if you want to be here. Vibe with me if you want to vibe, but if it's not, then, you know, this might not be the community for you type thing.
Yeah, exactly. Like comfort is the enemy of success, you know, because like if you keep shoving yourself into a box and shape yourself into something that you think is more palatable or likable, and this goes like outside of content creation as well as you as a person, like if you shove yourself into a box, then you can't grow. And that's okay. And you never know what's across that fence of taking that leap with doing something different, or, you know, the beauty of authenticity. We talk about this a lot on my stream, actually.
That's it. Yeah. And I agree. It's definitely about, you can't be something for someone else that isn't your nature. You know what I mean? You can't be everything for everybody, and you need to understand it and be true to yourself to attract the people that you want to attract, right?
My grandpa and my dad always say, you are the company you keep. And it never made sense to me growing up. Because like if you surround, you know, like you know, like you're just kind of around someone like, wow, you're kind of making my day kind of a drag. I think we all know someone and have someone in our life like that. And like, you know, then that's kind of going to affect who you are as a person. So you are the company you want to
surround yourself with.
Yeah,
and you want to surround with people who go, oh my God, like I had a really great day, or I really, you know, enjoyed myself, or I'm a better person because that person challenged me, rather than that like, oh, you feel tired after you leave someone's, you know.
Yep, exactly.
All right, so have we rolled out everything?
Yep, we're all good. We're all rolled
Cool.
out.
All right, so now we're going to bring our cutter attachment and we're going to swap over.
Okay.
So you do a lot of different content in The Sims, and you do TikTok and YouTube. Do you find that do you have a plan of what you want to create, or do you just do it like what you're inspired with at that moment? Do you find trends or what season stuff that's going on at the moment?
I really
What kind of dictates what you want to...
Yeah, I really chase like just whatever interests me in that moment. You know, because if like I'm not
Yep.
passionate, if I feel forced to do something, if I'm passionate about something, then that is going to reflect on me and my energy, I think. It's like if I'm just not feeling
I love that.
something. Yeah. So like
Yep.
it's okay to pause sometimes. Like I'm not a machine, and I wish I could produce videos all the time. But
Yeah.
I love answering questions. I love sharing ideas, and I like teaching. So I try to use that and kind of bring that into
Yep.
the content that I create on YouTube and like off Twitch too.
I love that.
Lots
I
of the
love that.
tutorials.
That's fantastic. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to grab our piece. Depending how long yours are, how long are they looking?
Big boys.
Yes, okay. Do you think that's doable to handle, to feed through as you wind? Or do you wanna cut it
Maybe
in half?
half. Yeah.
Yeah, let's cut them in half.
Let's cut them in half. I think that'll be a little more palatable for me at least.
So.
Yep, sounds good.
Also, thanks for the follows, you guys. All right.
Yes,
So-
go over and follow Zef.
So then
Welcome in for those that are just joining us as well. My name is Molly and this is Zefrine. Today we're doing our first ever Make with Molly. So we're stepping Zefrine through Zefrine. See, you gotta stepping her through how to make pasta right now. We've got our bread dough. We're going to be making some pull-apart bread soon. Alrighty. Before, I'm just going to push pause for 2 seconds. If you want to preheat your oven to 180 degrees Celsius, 350 Fahrenheit, let's go do that now.
Okay.
We'll just get organized for the next step.
So, did you growing up, was your oven like a storage container? Like, did you put
Never.
like, keep like pans, stuff like that in there?
So I don't remember growing up as a kid, but my mum does that now. Like my mum will put pans and trays and stuff in there, and then you have to remember to take everything out when you turn the oven on.
And I just, you couldn't see it, but I checked the oven before because it's just habit. Yeah, I was like, it's habit.
Yep. Whereas I have been lucky. So when we designed this kitchen, in our old house we had one larger oven, and the oven and the appliance situation is very different from like North America to Australia. Our appliances are a little bit different. Yours are way bigger. Your fridges are bigger. Your ovens are bigger, whereas ours are quite small. So we went from a larger oven to now 2 smaller ovens because we couldn't, the way that we built our kitchen with IKEA, you couldn't fit, they didn't have the ability to fit the oven in, the larger one. So we went 2 small ovens, and now I have one of the ovens that has like a bread baking basket and stuff inside it. So I've got to remember the same thing, is to remember and check in there what's in there.
Yep.
In case you have to, like, this burning smell.
Exactly.
All right, so what we're going to do is grab your one piece and you're going to feed that through and cut that.
Okay.
You want to dust it with a little bit of flour, either before or as they're coming through, they'll come out of your pasta machine, and you dust it with a little bit of flour so they don't stick together.
Okay.
It's up to you.
So we're using like the fettuccine style, right?
We are.
Okay.
Yep.
So the thicker one.
So it's going to be a bit thicker. Yep.
Well, it's right here. I'm going to go this way.
Okie dokie. So. kind of like that. And what we're going to do is we're going to zhuzh them up, just like a little toss, like that. And I'm going to grab some extra flour. Just so that it doesn't stick together. Fabulous.
Okay.
How are you finding it?
Good. Good.
See, you're making it look so easy.
Mine is a little drier. Not horribly, though.
Yep. Okay. You can always dust it, like if you find that the surface has dried out a little bit, you can put a little bit of like water or something on there, and so that it doesn't start to get too crumbly.
Okay.
Or if all else fails, you can put some water on there, re-knead it, and then roll it out again.
I think it's still pretty good, though.
Hey,
They're feeling
that
pretty
looks
nice.
amazing. Yes.
Yeah, so good.
So like this, with a little bit of flour, and just, it's depending on, okay, so I don't mind the straightness of the pasta. Like Zef has pulled hers out and she's kept it straight, and then that will give you a different texture. It'll pick up the sauce a little bit different as well.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas I just let mine kind of sit mine in a mound, and it goes a little bit curlier. It's up to you.
Okay, yeah,
So you
no,
can
I
keep
like
it
the
straight
curly
as you
stuff so
want.
it grabs the sauce. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay, come on.
Because that's one
let's
thing
go.
when my oldest brother, Belgor, which you'll know.
Yeah.
I think that's one of the first few times that you came in stream that you met my brother.
I think so.
And he's a professional chef. And as a kid, I remember reading, he was studying, and he had this big, thick book. And it was Italian pasta. That was all it was pasta shapes and the sauce that went along with it. And a lot of the pasta shape is dictated by the sauce, or the sauce is dictated by the shape. So,
Yeah.
it's to grab, or like a shell pasta is to be able to scoop the sauce in like a certain way. A thicker, like a ragu, is then recommended to go with like a tagliatelle or a thicker pasta like this.
Not taking my pasta. It's not taking it. Take it!
Oh, it's not taking it going through?
No.
Maybe too much flour? Maybe just...
It's like straight
How dare
up
you
not
not take the
going.
pasta?
I know, take it! Let's go! It's like I'm like in there. And I'm winding it the right way because I've tried both. You
Both
know,
ways.
so it's not that.
If you lay it down, can you kind of like push it with your hand? If you lay it onto the machine, yeah, like that.
Almost
Can
like
you push it in with your finger? Yeah. Just needs a bit of grab. Get a little bit of water maybe and just wet that edge.
That's true, because it's like not sticking.
It's like slippery.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it's like, it's pretty dry. It's not like crumbly, but it is a little on the drier side.
Yeah, okay.
There we go. Yep, it was a little too dry.
Yes. Fabulous. Nice work. All right.
So, what got you into cooking, Molly?
I think when kids were like watching cartoons or like having sick days, and you would like lay on the couch, my mum was always very much like, if you're sick, you got to be in bed.
Yeah, that's how my family was too.
They work from home. My mum worked in from home, so then if she wasn't around, then I would sneak down and I would watch cooking shows. So in Australia, you would have on the TV, we didn't have any cable or any fancy TV or anything like that. So we would just watch what we call free to air, and what was like on your regular TV. And up until about 8:30, then you had cartoons. From then you had like a kid show, you'd have the news or whatever, and then you would have some cooking shows. Throughout the day, you would have shows. There was like this older gentleman, it was called Huey's Cooking Adventure, and Alive and Cooking, or you would have all these like weird and wacky Australian shows, and I loved it. I loved just sitting and watching and like just how they take regular ingredients and make them into something so delicious. And I very much was an experimenter in the kitchen, and my parents will still say, my brother will tease me and say that it was like 40%, in the beginning it was 40% success, 60% failure, but then I got better. Like it was like that failing forward and getting, I would just do some weird things just to try it out how it would work. And I think that is the key to becoming a better cook, is getting comfortable in the... It's also easy to say when someone else is paying for your ingredients. Like,
yes.
My parents were living at home, my parents were paying, but then it became, 60% success, 40% fails. And still to this day, there's a lot of mistakes, but I think that a lot of trial and error, or seeing a recipe and they're like, oh, I want to make that, but I don't want to follow what they're doing. I want to be able to use the ingredients that I've got.
Yeah.
And then the biggest thing is that I like to be quite open-minded with food and not being as traditional, like paying respect to where the food originated and whatnot, but then not being dictated by those rules, and being able to mix different ingredients, try something new, and put my own spin on it. And then use ingredients that are easy to find and stuff that, that an everyday person can make, rather than feeling like, I think there's a lot of celebrity chefs and cooks out there that can put a lot of pressure on people that you need a professional education, or you need to have like good equipment and whatever. I really don't like that. I like with the way that my ethos around streaming and in the kitchen is it should be fun and it should be interactive, and it should be approachable, really, like breaking down the barriers of entry to the kitchen.
Mm-hmm. Like taking out the intimidation, because like that's a huge thing. It's like, anyone can do these things. Like some of these techniques, it feels so like almost snooty. I don't know how to put it. I don't know how to put it, but it almost feels like out of reach for just like your normal person, Yeah.
And you feel like you have to have all of this special equipment, and you need to have these fancy ingredients. Like you can't use, when people say that you have to have double O flour, or you have to have bread flour, or you have to have this type of ingredient to make good products. Like, no, that's if you want to do it like in a higher end, of course, but you can make delicious bread in your own kitchen. You don't have to have a steam oven, or you don't have to have a stand mixer, you don't have to have, truffles to make something taste good.
Exactly. Yeah. Woo! Our noodles are all made.
Oh my god, I gotta get a wriggle on. Hold on. Let me.
I'm over there just like going and going and going. My little hand crank.
I'm just going. See, and I didn't think it would take. I thought it would take a bit longer, but you killed it.
I know. Well, at first it struggled to get going, but after we got going, it was like, oh my god. Noodles.
And that's like when you said you wanted to make pasta, and at the start when it was like you're taking a bit of time, I was like, I'm hoping that this doesn't put you off making pasta again, because once you get in the flow of it, it does get easier and it does like get quicker. And I was like, I'm hoping that she's liking it.
No, it's fun. Like I like it. I don't know. I'm enjoying myself. It's very good. I like this whole like concept of like cooking with somebody.
Yeah, it's fun, and you can ask questions, and you bounce off each other, and I definitely feel the same. So for you growing up, did you watch cooking shows, or obviously it seems that your parents were a big influence in your cooking? and like what was on TV or celebrity chefs and things like that? Who were you exposed to?
There were a lot of like, the fancy cooking shows, I guess, like because America has this like obsession with making everything into like a contest or a game show and like quick. Like I enjoyed it, but Alton Brown always struck a chord with me,
Yeah.
like I said, because it was just like the why behind the cooking. Like, okay, we do this, but like why do we do this? And like, what
Yep.
else can we do to get the same result? What happens if we don't do this? It's like, and it's
Mm-hmm.
because cooking is science as much as it is an art at the same time.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Yep. What I'm doing is I'm just dusting with a little bit of flour.
I think
like this.
I'm pretty good on that part, at least personally, I think.
Fabulous. And then I'm just going to bundle them up so that we can get a wriggle on.
Okay.
And we can move to the next step. So we're going to cover them, just push them to the side.
Okay.
And just cover them with a cloth or put them on a plate. Okay. And what's something that you can share, like something that you learned from Elton that you was memorable to you?
Oh my God, let's see. I don't know if there's like anything specifically, at least off the top of my head, anything specifically that like
Isn't
stuck
it the
with
worst
me.
when someone asks you a question?
Yeah, and I'm like, I don't know.
Yeah, no, because I am exactly the same. You ask me a question and my mind just goes blank. It's just like,
Right.
That like grass treat, whatever it's called, just like spindling across, the scene. Like I've just got no idea, and it's like birds tweeting and whatever. I've got just no idea right then.
Right.
But then give me some time to think about it, then I'll give you a good answer.
Yeah, actually, which is just that. I think the biggest thing was like, why do you leave eggs room temperature when you bake? Why is your butter room temperature? That kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Like, why do you use salt?
Fabulous.
Like that kind of thing. I don't know. I just thought it was really interesting.
Yep.
Yeah.
And, with certain ingredients, why some need to be refrigerated at different times, but not
Exactly.
others.
Yep.
Right? Yeah.
Perfect.
Alrighty. So, cleaning your bench. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to prepare our filling for the bread.
Okay.
Cheesy pull-apart bread. So what I'm going to need you to get is some cream cheese, some butter, some garlic, parsley, your herbs, and some cheese. Okay?
Okay.
So
Gather all my
you need
ingredients.
100 grams, sorry. Hey Google, what is 100 grams in
Cups.
100 grams is equal to 0.1 kilograms.
Hey Google, what is 100 grams in ounces?
100 grams is 3.527 ounces.
Okay, so 3.5 ounces or 100 grams.
So this
How
is
big is your block?
226 grams or 8 ounces.
So we'll just go half of that
Yeah.
and put that into a bowl. Is it kind of at room temperature? Is it cold?
Yep. It's room temperature. I pulled all that out. I've got my butter room temperature.
Fabulous.
Garlic. Oh yeah.
Legend.
I actually wanted to ask you and talk. I know like garlic, depending on how you treat it, like how you chop it, you mince it, you dice it, you smash it, whatever, you will get very, very different flavor profiles and different strengths out of it. And I wanted to ask about that as we play with garlic in a little bit.
Okay, so I prefer to mince it, to like crush it up, because I feel like that you get the juices going, you get the flavor going, and I believe it adds more flavor, but it's all personal preference. A lot of cooking that some chefs, some home cooks do it in different ways. Some people might not have the mincer or the crusher and will do it with a knife. Some people don't like it, so then they do it with a knife. I've always been taught, and I prefer to do it with a mincer, but I was listening to Anthony Bourdain's audiobook the other day. When I say the other day, maybe like 2 months ago. And he was saying that he hates, well, like this was in the book, I think it was like 20 years ago. He was like, he thinks it's sacrilegious, like to treat a garlic like that. And I was like, man, we're going to have to disagree because I love it.
Right.
So what about you? What do you like?
Give me just a second. My headset is low. Give me a moment.
No worries.
Can I?
Rastel is asking me, I often forget to put salt in the water when cooking pasta. How bad is it not adding salt if I'm making pasta? It's not the end of the world, but it's going to add flavour to the pasta. And it's the same way, people are going to tell you different things, but my personal preference is same potatoes, pasta, rice, is that should be tasty in its own, not just as part of your main dish. It should be flavorful as a side dish. You should want to drinks here. I'm just trying to create like little habits
making biscuits
so that you don't forget. Because I've been making bread for a long time. There's still occasion where I forget to add salt to my bread. Then you remember to add the salt. It's the same with me. I try and add all of the ingredients when I'm making bread all together, because then if I do them separate, I forget to add the salt at the end. Hello, I can hear you.
Can you
Good to
hear
go?
me? Yep, we got it.
can.
Woo!
Welcome back.
Yay, we're good. Thank you so much. Sorry about that. Okay.
No, don't apologize. It's all good. We're just talking about salt.
Yeah. Ooh. Yeah, I heard a little bit about that conversation though. Yeah. I always wondered about that as well, with like the salt thing. So.
Yeah. So one of the best, if you're into reading or you want to learn about, different, every person has different beliefs and ideas around food. And some people you'll pick up, you'll really vibe with them, like talking about streamers and things. There's some people that you just kind of think, oh, I don't want to follow their opinion or their idea. It's not for me, it's different to what I want. But Salt, Fat, Acid, Heat, the book, she also did a little Netflix series. I would really recommend that. It's a really interesting take on the food science about adding salt to dishes, how much salt you should add when you're cooking pasta compared to when you're cooking potatoes. It's really, really good.
Yeah, it makes sense. One moment. We just got a wonderful raid from our friend Springsons. Stephen,
Thanks,
thank you so much.
Zef, for my sub gift.
We're cooking some dishes with Molly. If you want to check out those recipes right there. If you want to say hi, Molly. She is streaming on her channel. She is a wonderful content creator, and we're learning how to make homemade pasta and bread. Yes. So, Stephen, welcome.
Hello, hello.
Thank you again. How was your day?
We are just making the filling for our pull-apart bread, our cheesy, garlicky pull-apart bread.
Yeah. So you said about...
Okay, so...
Oop, go ahead.
No, you go.
Half of a brick of cream cheese, room temperature.
Yes.
Okay. Yep. Should I get a bowl?
So the thing with this recipe, you can play around with cream cheese, different types of grated cheese as well. It's up to you. I created the base recipe for you guys, and then you can tweak it and change it as you want. If you make it, we want you to tag me and Zefrine, and we want to see your creations.
Please do.
All right. So with your garlic, are you a crusher or you use your knife? What do you prefer?
I usually break it apart, obviously, like I grab them and then I smash it and then I mince it. But I also am self-taught, so I don't know. Like
No, so mince it with like a press or with your knife?
with my knife. It's like I go like this. I have my skin on it and then I smash it. Oop, we got a bonus one there. And then you kind of like peel it apart, which I'm kind of going up here.
I love it. Yep.
It's been a while since I've messed with like garlic like this because I usually, and then I cut off like the root part too because it usually comes off easier. I have like a jar of it in the fridge. That's just quick and easy because sometimes by the time I get to cut like heads of garlic, they just go bad.
Yep. And it's just it's just ready, available, and then it's just less fuss. And you're more likely to incorporate it in your dish if you don't have to get messy and do all the work, right?
Exactly. Like I have like this little thing, but for the stream, I wanted to do fresh garlic. There's no harm in that. So.
And there isn't. And you know, there's a lot of. That's the thing that there's a lot about the cooking community that I love, but then there's a lot of judgment and there's a lot of sometimes people's opinions that I like to acknowledge, but I like to encourage everyone to do what is right for you. If you know, I have the ginger and the garlic in the fridge for when I want it, a lemongrass paste, because whatever gets you in the kitchen and whatever helps you to get cooking or incorporate it into your life, then you need to keep doing. Don't listen to everyone's opinions. Yes, in the, you know, in the like ideal situation, everyone would be making everything from scratch and low sugar and everything organic or whatever, but that's not reality, is it? We all live really busy lives. You're just trying to do the best you can do, and if incorporating garlic and using minced garlic or minced like curry paste or whatever helps you to keep cooking and get you in the kitchen, then I'm all for it.
Exactly. Well, it kind of goes back to the whole salt conversation, you know, like those conversations about what the best thing to use for garlic, you know, or people like judge you for doing a certain thing a certain way. Take it with a grain of salt because everyone has their opinion on how to salt things. So, yeah.
And
exactly
you talk from one professional chef to another, to a home cook, and everyone will tell you different things of how they've learnt. And it might not necessarily be the right way for you or for them. And as long as you like what you're doing and it's easier for you, then I'm all for it. Keep doing it.
Yeah, exactly.
So I use this.
I want one of those so bad. Do I have one? Maybe
this is an OXO garlic press.
Yeah.
And basically you just put the garlic cloves in there. You peel them and put them in there. Some people say that you don't even have to peel them. I like to peel them because I use all of the garlic. Once it's mashed, which you can see, you just squeeze it like there. A lot of people will just use this garlic that's minced, but I don't like any garlic to go unused. So I open it up and then I scrape the garlic in from this as well.
Auto shutdown initiated.
You can use a zester, you can use a grater, like a fine grater, guys. You can chop it up with your knife like Zef's doing.
I love zesting ginger, actually, because it gets like that really fine like texture to it, and I really like that.
Yeah.
I do it with garlic sometimes too.
You were talking before about how sometimes garlic can go bad before you get to use it.
Yeah.
A little trick that I learned was putting your ginger, you know, like the whole fresh ginger, into the freezer, because it makes it easier to grate and it also stops it from going bad.
You know, I need to freeze more stuff. I also found I have a garlic press and I've never used it in my life, so I'm going to use that today because I wanna.
Hell yes.
I'm excited.
I just realized I need to run outside, but you guys can come with me as I just need to go and get some parsley.
Next year, I'm totally gonna make my own little thing. Like, I'm excited. Make my
Your
own little garden.
Like, garden?
Yeah.
Oh, I love it.
I want to do that. I didn't
So
have
I
the
was
means
mind
to do
blown.
that this year. Wait, you were mind blown?
I was mind blown because, you know, when you grow up in a country that, oh my God, I just pulled out the whole parsley plant. Okay, just bring that with us. When you grow up in an environment with a climate that is basically so stable all year round, like we don't have
Auto shutdown cancelled.
huge extremes, that I didn't realize that you guys like lose your garden half of the year and then you have to replant everything again.
Yep.
That is just crazy to me. It's so interesting.
It is, isn't it? Yeah. And like it's just right now I have some tomato plants that I was able to get up because our yard honestly is a work in progress for sure. It was not they weren't the most savory crowd of people living here, let's just say.
Okay.
So we have a lot of work ahead of us. Like they bought the house and they flipped it. It's beautiful inside, but the yard work is a lot.
It needs a little bit more work.
It does. But I have some pots that I have, and I've put a couple tomato plants in there, and we've got some tomatoes coming in. They're still pretty green at the moment, though, so I'm
Ooh.
excited.
I love that.
I love fresh
Fantastic.
tomatoes. I
Right.
grew up with a garden. I want to grow
Yeah,
garlic.
so your parents, your dad, you said, would like, the idea that I'm getting around your parents is that they were very active doing different things. Your dad seems to be amazing around the house with doing like DIY stuff and cooking and things. Is that what I'm kind of, is that right?
Yeah, pretty much. And an interesting thing about me, I didn't actually have beef until I was in my 20s because we always had venison because my family would always hunt.
Okay.
And they always had like
Yeah.
pickles and all sorts of jarred and canned goods in the basement that they would
Yeah.
have. And so they'd preserve that and we'd eat off of the garden stuff all year round.
So kind of like homesteading.
Yes, pretty much.
Is that what it? I have been following a lot of different homesteaders on, because it's something very different from Australian culture, like preserving and whatnot. Because of it's kind of like with the extreme weathers, right? With the snow. Does it snow for you?
Oh, yeah. Oh, God, yes.
Yeah?
Yep.
Okay. And just the extreme weathers that we don't have, the necessity to preserve for the winter months is just so incredible. And there's just so much, you know, to learn on YouTube and through Twitch. Do you think that's something that you would stream, like some gardening stuff or potting?
I've always wanted to. I'm a pretty big novice when it comes to gardening and learning about that. Like I know a lot of things through like my grandmother, for instance, or my dad and my parents, because they were obviously really avid gardeners, but I never really like put any of it into practice until like now. And I do not have a green thumb.
Yeah.
So
But
there's a lot of
trying
learning
new
to be
things,
done.
It might be something that you love.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. All right, so what we want to do, we've got our garlic and our cream cheese in one bowl, and we're just going to chop some parsley and some basil, whatever herbs that you've got. You can add thyme in there, rosemary if you like as well.
Okay.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is grab your parsley like this, and what you want to do is kind of like roll it and pressurize it so it kind of stays together.
Okay,
Like
so
that.
should I like break off some of these stems?
Yeah, yep.
Okay.
And just kind of leave the leaves. Good idea.
Yeah, just trim these up a little bit. Yeah, I've always wondered, I've never really been like the best at chopping fresh herbs. I kind of just went with it. I never really like learned the best way to do it. But it got it done and it works.
Yeah. I think that you just got to get in there and use your knife and just figure it out.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's like I was saying before, is sometimes I know the way that you're meant to do it, or like people other do it, but sometimes I'm just like, can't be bothered, and I'll just chop it willy-nilly as I can.
Yep.
All right.
All right.
Okay, so grab it like this, and you just want to kind of like roll it, flatten the leaves and kind of roll them into each other. If you can.
Okay.
Fabulous. Nice. And just get your knife, and we're just going to slice. And like you were slicing your jalapeno before. Yeah. Nice and kind of fine if you can. But we can go over it once we've gone through this pass.
I love the smell of fresh parsley. It's so good.
Oh, it's so good. And it always just like a dash of parsley on top of
Auto
any meal just
shutdown
makes it look fancy,
initiated.
doesn't it? Mm-hmm. And then once I've gone through one way, then sometimes I'll go through the other way with my knife and just kind of like pass through. Or you can just do this and just chop it so it's fine. Just any way.
Right. Just get the knife in there. Just go for it.
Yeah. And then the same with the basil. Same type of thing. Fabulous. And you want to use about 2 to 3 tablespoons into your bowl.
Okay, so probably like about this much, I'd say, maybe a little more. Looks good to me.
Yeah, that looks good. You can always add more. Can't take it away. Fantastic.
Okay. Oh, my basil is in the fridge.
Just going to grab mine.
Right. I love the smell of basil.
Alrighty.
Hi, Winnie.
Yeah, it's so good.
Oh, it's almost like
I have a plant that
minty.
I need to give some more love to. Mm-hmm. Yeah, basil. Do you like licorice?
Yes, I love anise.
Like aniseed? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's kind of like that. I think basil has that kind of aniseed kind of smell as well to it sometimes.
Mm-hmm. I could definitely see that.
Are you a cilantro fan?
Yes. I love
Yeah?
cilantro. Yeah, I really do. I'm not one of those
What
soap
type of
people. Like
no,
it does-
see, I'm not gonna say that I disagree with people, but I don't, because you don't understand. I don't have that gene, and then there's so many people that say that it tastes like soap to them, and like, because I can't even think about what that would be like to.
I know,
to
it's like
taste soap. Doesn't make sense.
exactly. Like it really doesn't
good.
make any sense to me at all either. I'm trying
Yeah.
to find my mouse because do we need basil for the other for the recipe at all, or just this one?
You can add some if you want, but if you can just leave it for this dish. That's fine.
Okay. I'll have like a little bit that I'll pull to the side, like a couple leaves, but most of these are going to go here. Then I'll
Nice.
just get to town on these. Definitely need to
What type
sharpen
of
these
foods is-
knives. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, don't we all? It's like the bane of my existence. I bought a knife sharpener machine thing, and it was the biggest scam I've ever
Oh my
bought.
God.
And I had to contact them, and like, I don't even know how. I just felt so embarrassed that I got caught up in this scam thing. And then I checked their website, and they had like stolen images and like fake reviews, and I was just like, oh my God, how did I not pick this up?
That's the
But
worst.
I got my money back. Yeah.
That's good. I'm glad. Usually credit card companies are pretty good about like if you challenge something, they'll be like, okay.
Well, it didn't actually get to that stage because I said to the company, and they sent me a message, and they were like, by the time that you, we can definitely give you a refund. By the time though you send the product back and then we issue the refund, it will take so long. So what we can do now is we can give you a 40% refund right now. And I was like, no, like I want a full refund. this company is a scam. I'm going to report you to the ACCC, which is the Australian Consumer Protection kind of, and they were like, oh, we'll talk to our management, and then it took a week, and I said like, I'm lodging this with my bank on Monday, and I'm also going to lodge a complaint with the Australian business kind of, watchdog, and then I got the refund straight away.
Like, oh no, she's doing the thing.
I shouldn't have to, yeah, I shouldn't have to do that to, get my money back and out you as a crappy company.
Right.
But I just hopefully warn other people from getting in. Look at reviews and things like that, and make sure you buy from like a respectable company. Yes,
Right.
support small businesses, but you have to, you have to make sure that you're checking them out first as well.
Kyber.
Alrighty, so
No.
you done your herbs?
Yep, herbs are all done. They're
Aw,
in.
look at
I know, right? He's like, he always likes to be involved.
I was watching you when you started your stream. He's so cute.
He's so handsome.
All right, so we're gonna mix together the everything in the bowl. We're gonna add a little bit of salt in there.
Okay,
A little bit of salt.
little bit of salt.
Pinch. Nice pinch. And so we've got 100 grams of cream cheese for those that are playing along. We're gonna need like a tablespoon of butter as well. And we're gonna grate some cheese.
Okay, I got my butter.
So, now that we're moving on to the mixture, like the dough, both of the doughs, the pasta dough and the bread dough, they've taken a bit of time, and now where it's kind of like the kind of we're sailing in to the home stretch. Like the pasta sauce won't take too long. Everything else will kind of fall into place now that the doughs are prepared. It's taken a bit of time to get to here. It's been 3.5 hours, but now we're gonna start like breaking up and making some moves.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah, that definitely makes sense.
Alrighty.
So now, you said like about a tablespoon of butter, right?
Maybe two tablespoons of butter.
Okay. Okay, I've added some butter.
Cool. And we're gonna grate 3.5 hours. Why are you laughing for, Exceed? Okay, so we're gonna grate some cheddar cheese, whatever, like if you want to mix, add some Parmesan, your favorite cheeses, whatever you prefer.
Parmesan.
Yeah?
I love Parmesan. I'll do cheddar for this one. I have some Parmesan
You
in there
sure?
too. Yeah, we'll be good.
Add a little bit of both. Go ahead.
Yeah, we could. I know, Kyber is very persistent. He is. He's such a little...
So you're adding about half
jerk.
a cup. 95 grams, about half a cup.
Okay.
Well, or a cup. It's up to you how cheesy you want it.
Okay.
Is there any foods that you really don't like? Any ingredients?
Anchovies are disgusting. Oysters are disgusting. Pickled herring is gross. Pickled pig's feet are disgusting.
I've
where
never
I live
heard
at,
of that.
oh my God.
Pickled pig's feet.
Yep. Where I'm from,
Is this
we
a
have,
regional classic?
yeah, kind of. It's more Norwegian. But we have a lot of Norwegian influence where I'm from. So you'll find like a
Okay.
lot of those things like pickled herring, pickled pig's
Yep.
feet, kind of stuff like that.
We got some
It's
pickled pig's feet
terrible.
lovers in chat.
Really?
Or anchovies, oysters. So have you ever had smoked oysters?
I don't like, yeah, I don't like them. I'm not like a huge fish person. I guess like
Yeah,
it's just
okay.
like the,
Fit in.
I don't know how to describe it.
Yeah, I can understand. Exceed is very much the same. I
I'm like,
do
ugh.
like whitefish and salmon, not that fishy fish, you know, if that
Yeah.
you get me.
Yep. I like whitefish a lot more.
Prawns or shrimp I like.
Yep, I like them.
Lobster or crayfish, but there's oysters I could give, or like, you know, I could pass. Clams, ugh, nah.
Oh, yeah, I don't
Way
like
too much
like
work.
scallops or clams either. Basically,
love
like
scallops.
I hate them. I'm like, ugh, not for me.
Yeah, yep. And would find foods that you would die on a hill for, that maybe unpopular, something that you just
Powering
you
off.
know that it's weird, or you know that it's different, but you love it. Oh. What about you guys in chat? Is there anything that you love or hate that you'll be like, that's gross, I'll die on this hill, I'll never eat it ever again? Angel Kitty says pickled herring is good. Interesting. Okay. Rastalor had oysters once and they tasted like seawater. I can understand. People love that about them though. I just don't like the jelly slipperiness of them. It's the same with
Powering on.
Can you hear me again?
sometimes mango. I can.
Sorry. Headsets are, you know, it's on the fritz
it's all good.
technology.
Yeah, that's understandable. It's all good. So foods that we were talking about, foods that you really, really love.
Lasagna, chicken pot pie. Oh my God, what else? So lasagnas, chicken pot pie is really good. Pizza.
Yeah. So when you were talking about lasagna, I have a question because I didn't really know. Are you a cheese sauce or a ricotta person?
Ricotta.
Did you grow up with? See, that's very, because I grew up with like a cheese sauce. Never really had ricotta.
Yeah.
It's interesting, right? Different people, different influences.
It is, yeah. Like the ricotta, and like you layer that. I usually mix like Parmesan in with it, and like egg, and then your some cheese, or cheese, egg, and like a little bit of like the garlic, onion. So I kind of like blend the rest of the flavors in it too.
Yep, I love it. All right, so you're gonna give that a mix. If you want to, depending how you're feeling, you can add a little bit of chopped jalapeno in there if you want.
Ooh, I have it, so why not?
Yep, and we're gonna add some black pepper.
Okay. So I'll do that now. Get a bit of black pepper in there.
And
What are
I haven't
like
added my cheese, so I can do that.
what are some regional dishes for you guys? Like things that are like an Australian, because Wisconsin is, or not Wisconsin, but the United States as a whole is pretty much kind of like a melting pot, if you will.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep, I understand. For us, it's one of the hardest questions that we get. They're like, people come in, they're like, what's an Australian dish? What would you grow up with? Vegemite is probably the quintessential thing.
Yeah.
But a lot of our influence is from Britain. So we have like beef pies are huge in Australia, like meat pies. Lamingtons are like a sponge cake, like a yellow cake, cut in half, sometimes with jam, but then they're coated in like a chocolate icing and coconut, and they're amazing. Anzac biscuits are like a oatmeal cookie, but with golden syrup or a treacle.
Huh.
What else? Yeah, Liz talking about Anzac bickies and lamingtons. Scones, very British, but they're big. Pavlova, have you ever heard about the pavlova?
I've never had it, but I've heard of it before.
Yep, so like a meringue with coated, like topped with whipped cream and then fruit on top. Very popular Christmas. So for our Christmas is, my family specifically, it's a lot of seafood, a lot of, we have roast pork and we have ham, like a cold ham, but then you have a lot of seafood or shrimp, crayfish, which is kind of like a lobster.
Yeah, we have those a lot around
And-
here.
Yeah, but then it's summertime, so like your time right now, like that would be Christmas time for us.
Yeah.
So as the weather gets hotter, that's what our Christmas is like. And so when your days are getting longer, it's starting to get brighter, then you kind of have this feeling, I don't know, since I was a kid, like that's when Christmas is coming, school holidays is coming.
Yeah. Huh. Yeah, it's so interesting to think of like people having a beach party for Christmas. I'm like, what are you doing?
Yeah, I bet. Yeah.
Like here in the Midwest, a lot of things that people talk a lot about as like a regional dish is like a casserole or like a hot dish.
Yeah, so a hot dish, do you have them very often? Like this with the tater tots, right?
They can come in a lot of different forms. Not
Okay.
just tater tot casserole. Like tater tot casserole's one. What else do we have? Green bean casserole. Oh God, there's so many. Where do I even begin? Shepherd's pie. Is another one that I see a lot of.
And would
But-
you have something like a shepherd's pie with venison growing up?
Yes. Yeah, like a ground venison, because my dad had like a meat grinder and everything, and our uncles
Yeah.
and like some of our friends would
Auto
go.
shutdown initiated.
Why the heck is my headset on the fritz today? Sorry. Yeah, like
No,
they
no,
would
it's
they would automatically, or they would like grind all their meat and everything and then
Yep.
freeze it
So
and
they
kind
would
of
go
divvy it
hunting
up.
together.
Yeah.
Yep. And
And,
then
like-
they would like butcher it, and then you would like separate it, and then you know your family would then like divide the carcass and then freeze it all up. I love
Yep.
that.
Yep.
Amazing. How's your mixture coming together?
Good. It's all, I would say it's pretty well blended. Like everything's
Fabulous.
all
All right.
like distributed here, so.
Nice. Okay, so we gonna grab our dough, our risen dough now.
I hope that it
And we can
actually
do this in
rains.
a few different ways. No, that's all right. Let's have a look.
It's my like worst nightmare. I'm like, did it actually rise? Oh, it did. Yay, I did it.
Woo!
Woo!
Looks good. Okay, so what we want to do is we want to degas it. So we want to push it down just very slightly. All right, and then take it out of your bowl like that. What do you think about
Excellent.
venison that, like, do you think that's an underappreciated type of meat?
I
you think
do.
that-
I know a lot of people don't like it specifically because they think it's really gamey. But you have to like really cook with it properly, and like bay leaf is really the secret ingredient to getting it to like to cutting the gamey flavor. I don't know why. It's
Yeah.
yeah.
I was gonna say, well, like, if there was community members now that are watching that hadn't had any experience with venison, what is a good introduction? What's a good dish to have it if they see it in a restaurant, or they go and make some, they go to the grocery store and they get it and they're going to prepare a meal? What would be the best introduction?
Honestly, in my opinion, that like we had people come to our house like they hated venison. They were adamant that they hated it. Honestly,
Yep.
my mom makes a really good roast, which is probably like a little too high up, but really sloppy
Yeah.
joes. Sloppy joes.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, that's what I
Okay,
grew up
we-
with, and like people like that was venison. Be like, yes, it was.
Wow. I'd never heard of. Okay. Yeah, for me, I haven't ever had a roast venison. I had like steaks and things, and I do like it. I'm not too big on gaminess when it comes to kangaroo, but I do like venison, and I do like not rabbit, duck. So on the level of duck, would you say it's more or less gamey for people?
I've never actually had duck before. We never really had like waterfowl or anything like that. I've never
Yep.
knowingly had
Okay.
duck. So I can't say.
Yep.
Never had kangaroo either.
You don't need to. It's not that good. All right, so next step is we're gonna get the loaf tin.
Yep.
Let me grab-
I have a glass one. Should I grease this? I guess that's probably the next step.
Yes. Just spray it or grease it with some oil, some butter or oil, whatever you like.
Okay.
I'm using that.
Use some butter.
Okay, so and we can approach this in different ways with incorporating the filling. You can choose to make like a monkey bread where you get a bit of the dough, hollow it out, and put the filling in the middle and then make it into a bowl. Or you can, the way that the recipe is written is you create slices of your dough and pretend that's like a loaf of bread, like a piece of bread. You layer one side and then stack another piece of bread, another piece of dough on top, and then you stack it up. So it's all personal preference. It's like pull apart bread or monkey bread style.
I think like the monkey bread style would be really good. That sounds nice to me.
Yeah, okay, sounds good. I am just trying to find my butter.
Oh,
Should I
you're
put it
good.
back in the bin? Here it is. Okay. So all I'm doing is just getting like a little handful or like a little piece of butter like this.
Okay.
And I'm just going to move the dough and just grease the inside.
Love a good bit of butter.
More butter, more better.
Mm-hmm.
Can we get some butters in chat, guys?
Ooh, butter's
Show
so
Zefrine some
good.
butters.
I love some butter.
The butter remote.
As everyone should. I have a cheesy heart.
We share a love of cheese, both of us, you and myself. What is your favorite cheese? What style of cheese, or
I
do
really
you
like
a soft cheese, a hard cheese?
I really like hard nutty cheeses, so like your parmesans and stuff like that. Actually, a lot.
Yep.
Hard
You have
nutty
a big-
cheese.
You were telling me you have a big piece of cheese, didn't you? Like a.
What do you
Maybe that
mean, like
was-
for what though?
You had like a wedge of cheese. Maybe it's all gone.
It might be.
When I was at that cheese cathedral, do you remember?
Oh yeah.
We were talking because I was at the cheese cathedral, and you were like, "I have a big wedge of butter cheese that I just bought."
Yeah, and we also have fresh mozzarella too. We always have some of this in the freezer.
Yes.
It's fresh.
In the freezer.
Yep.
Nice.
You freeze it and then you can
Nice.
thaw it
Thank
out
you
and then
guys
just
for the
like
butters.
grate it up.
Nice. Okay, so what we're gonna do now is get a knife, or this is a bench scraper that I just used, and you're just gonna bundle this into, let's go with like pieces about the size of your, I don't know, like golf ball sizes?
So do I like roll this out? Kinda?
And not too much, like you don't need to handle it too much, it doesn't matter.
Okay.
So just like kind of golf ball sizes.
Okay.
The size of like in your palm, if you hold it in your palm, it's about that big. Yep, fantastic. Now keep going. Fabulous. See how many we can get. Okay, so 1, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. 12 pieces maybe.
I have like
Fabulous.
Yeah.
Good. I love it. Okay, so what you want to do is grab a piece and stretch it out like this.
Okay, so kind of like
Fantastic.
that.
Yep. And then you just want to grab, like, either use like a teaspoon if you want. Just use a teaspoon of your mixture, and then place that inside like this. Yep. And then you just want to like pull it so that from one side to the other, stretch it over and pinch.
Almost like a little
that.
dumpling kind of thing.
Yeah, 100%.
Okay.
Cool. And then you're just going to pop that in your dish.
Okay, easy enough. Sounds great to me.
And I'm going to continue. Fabulous. So we were chatting the other day about Sims challenges and the different, community events that you have. What is one of the weirdest and wackiest challenges that you've seen or been a part of?
In like gameplay stuff?
Yeah. Or whatever, like, because you've got the legacy challenge and there's all these different interesting things like the decade challenge. What's something that's you really, really loved? And what's something that's like, has there been one that you're like, oh, that's a bit strange or like not for me?
There hasn't been one yet. Like there's 100 baby challenge where basically like you have to like have 100 babies. But you have to have a different partner for every baby. So it's a lot of sleeping around.
So I was going to ask, what are the rules behind that? Like, is there, like, you have to be one mother or... so is that what it is? One mother has 100 babies?
Not necessarily, but there are people who will try to get to have, like, the mom to have, like, as many babies as possible kind of thing. But it's not, like, a part of the rules.
Powering off.
Okay. All right, she just lost her microphone.
Powering on.
Rude.
You're back.
Apparently it's just on the
Yes.
fritz today. But the mom, there's some people that have gotten up to like, I think 50 babies on one mom, which is a lot.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. 100 babies is always really, really crazy. There's one called Black
Punk Princess
Widow.
is saying that she had a female that had 100 babies.
Yep. Because you can, basically, there's ways that you can age down your sim, but your sim also doesn't age when they're pregnant, too.
Okay.
So if you line it up properly...
Yeah.
Yeah. If you line it up properly...
So you would have to use mods to age them down, or?
No, there's, like, little potions that you can buy. But... Yeah, so basically if you do it right, you will always have a partner. So you'll always like have someone like lined up basically. And then you can just have your baby that get knocked up right away. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Interesting.
And then there's also one called the Black Widow Challenge, which sound like
Tell me about
basically you have a female sim and she doesn't work.
Yeah.
She marries for money.
Okay.
So she marries for money and she kind of does her thing and she murders. She has like this fancy dinner party. She's like the perfect wife, perfect life. And then she kills her husband and then marries the next one.
Oh my god.
Yeah, there's a lot of different challenges. Like we have kind of like this fun little gameplay thing that we're doing right now. Well, kind of on the side. Every once in a while we'll kind of play it. Where he's kind of like this dastardly villain kind of character, and he breaks into people's houses, uses like stuns them, steals their stuff, and then sells it to get money. No. Yeah.
So you have the ability to steal other people's belongings, and do they have to be on the lot to sell it, or how do they take it back to their lot, or how does it work?
There's ways that you can like emulate the selling of it, I guess, to like pretend. But essentially, to visit someone's house, they do have to be there unless you can like break in and stuff. But usually we go when they're there and then we sneak around and every once in a while he'll like convince someone to like go streaking and go running around outside naked. And then he'll like steal stuff from them when they're gone. And he looks like there's this old like TV show villain called Dastardly Dan.
Okay.
And he's like very like curly mustache, like big chin, and just I don't know. He's funny.
And this is something that this is a character you created?
Yeah, basically, like chat did. I was like, because the challenge is called super evil supervillain or super rich supervillain. So you have to get super rich and you're a villain. And we just like added our little spice to it to like steal things from people and get rich and make them go streaking. Yeah. So our community really likes doing really random off the chain stuff like that. So
I love it. I love
fun.
that allows that creativity and you're not doing the same thing. Like every time you go raid or every time I'm in your chat, there's just like, what are you doing now? Like what the one with the Exceed, what was it the other day that it was just like the vampires and
the
Exceed will
Decades
come
challenge.
into my office and he'll be like, Zef's doing this. And I'm like, what? Like I just like need to go in and you need to explain it to me or whatever. Exceed, we have a video that we are going to inspired by First We Feast, and they're Explain That Graham. We've got a few things that we want you to explain to us of what they are. So let me know when you're ready, and I want you to just tell us what happened here and what was going on.
Should I show my screen so the community can watch what I'm watching at the same time here for this one specifically? I can't hear Exceed, by the way.
Hold on 2 seconds.
Yep.
We'll show it on my screen, so if they see if they see my camera, we'll show it over here. Give me 2 seconds. He's just doing it.
Yep, no problem.
You might have already
Auto shutdown initiated.
Before, and we want you to explain it, but we'll just wait and we'll see. Yes, please.
All right, so I really want to pee on all the stuff. We need to pee on all the things. All right, so I really want to pee on all the stuff. We need to pee on all the things.
Oh my god! Okay.
One more time.
All right, so I really want to pee on all the stuff. We need to pee on all the things.
Sims out of context. Sims out of context is like my favorite thing in the world.
I want to know what was happening there.
We were playing the new Werewolves pack when that came out. And you're a dog, you're a werewolf. You can pee on things. And you can eat anything. So I wanted to pee on everything.
I also saw a clip because I was going through your clips recently and I saw there was... So do they squat to pee?
They do.
Like, it was just like this character that was not yet a werewolf.
Yep, they just straight up just
was walking and just squatted and peed. And I was like, what am I watching? I had no idea. I was like, what have I walked into?
Yep, they squat to pee.
So they don't cock their leg?
Nope, they just straight up just pop a squat right there in the lawn and then they do their thing. Yep.
I love it. So how many things in that stream, like you just went around peeing on the house?
Yeah, and like basically someone was mean to us and then we ate their fridge. Because that's the next natural thing that we could do. Yeah, you can have your Sims in that pack, you can eat anything. So oh my god, there's this other thing that happened, like we did something, we like ate the cookie jar thing, so we ate the cookies and then we peed on the rug and then we left because you could pee anywhere. So it's really fun. Sims has like a lot of really ridiculous things that you can do to like cause havoc and it's just a blast.
So what I'm saying is like I don't want to be nasty because I got a brand new fridge, so I just got to be really nice to you and not upset you in any way.
Right. So hungry we could eat a fridge.
I have a problem with my dogs peeing on stuff, let alone the werewolves.
Yep. I love Sims out of context because like there's Facebook groups that you can be a part of that, they talk about Sims things. And you're like, okay, then you start to play this game of like, okay, is this Sims or is this real life? And it was like Sims usually. Yeah,
you were saying that. So you're a part of different communities. Is that a way that you think that is great with connecting with different people like on, you know, who are part of your community and also out, so you can kind of keep in the loop what other people are doing with their Sims?
In a way, yeah. So you can see like kind of what's trending or what's popular at the moment kind of thing. So yeah.
Fabulous. All right, so do you have a little bit of extra filling left?
Just a tiny little bit.
All right, so what we're gonna do is, I've just got a visitor.
Oh.
Hello, buddy. He's just like had a nap and he's just woken up. So what I'm gonna do is grab you can either use oil or you can use butter, and we're just gonna melt it so we can kind of spread that around the bowls of dough.
Okay.
So you can use butter or you can use oil.
All right.
What
So
would you prefer?
let's use some oil. Let's do that.
Okay. So what you want to do is, I'm just going to take off this top layer of dough. Depending on how many you've got, I know my bowls might be a little bit smaller than yours, but you can use the leftover of this mix, and we can just kind of place it in between the bowls as well. Because they'll have some cheesy goodness on top, so they'll be inside and around, or you can just add them, keep them inside if you want. His name is Chester. He is a 5-year-old cavoodle. He is my helper, of course.
Beautiful.
How many little cats do you have now?
Just 2. Yeah.
Kyber and
Ahsoka. Yeah.
Ahsoka, that's it. I always forget. So Exceed asked me the question to ask you, would you recommend cats, as a person that's never really owned a house cat, would you recommend us getting a cat? What type, or not at all?
Yes. I like cats. I'm a cat person through and through. There are cats who can do very well with dogs, but it really does depend on the cat and the dog. Because sometimes,
and the temperament, okay.
Yeah, and the temperament and everything. So, yeah, I mean, they're really easygoing. Like, you clean their litter box, you give them fresh water, you feed them, and they're there. They exist. They're a lot more low maintenance than dogs are, for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I have a little bit of intrigue and a little bit of wariness about the sassiness of cats. Which one of your cats is more sassy or got more of a temper than the other?
Not really. Kyber will kind of sit there and just kind of like meow at you a little bit, but he won't necessarily like swat or be mean. But cats are truly a lesson on what's it called? Consent is what I like to say.
Yep.
Because they tell you, you read their body language, they say no, you back off. And then you're going to be good. So like there's ways when you get cats when they're really little, like that you can discourage using claws. Cuz like we can like mess with and manhandle our cats, and for the most part not really get any claws at all or anything like that, because like you stop playing with them.
Drizzle with a bit of oil. Sorry.
No, you're good. I did that too. I saw what you did. But you can like discourage that.
You can teach them from an early age. Okay.
Exactly.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
All right. And so you can, if you wanted to, we haven't handled this too much. We haven't kneaded it. So the need to proof it again for another 45 minutes or another 20 minutes, depending on your environment, you can do that if you wanted. You want a really light, fluffy dough. Or because we haven't handled it too much, you can pop it basically in the oven now. So that's what we're going to do.
Okay.
Our oven's been preheated, it's nice and hot, and we're going to pop it in the oven. Just going to give us a bit more of a slightly denser dough, but it's still going to be light and airy and be really, really tasty. I know we're a little bit conscious on time, so I want to get it in the oven so we can start eating, because I know it's 10 p.m. for you right now.
Oh, well, that's okay. Yeah.
We're being too busy talking.
That's all right.
All right, so you pop that in the oven.
Yep, it's all in there, all getting toasty.
Fabulous. All right, so now we're going to get started on our sauce for our pasta. So what you're going to need is a onion, and we're going to cut up our onion.
Actually gonna grab a little bit of a dish so I can put my other parsley in there.
Lovely. Have you always had cats?
Yes. Yep. There's photos of me when I was really little with like kittens in my arms.
I love that.
Always, always, always. My brother, it's a little grim and I'm not sure if I should really share it. I was probably 2 or 3 years old and I was holding an unalived cat because I didn't realize that it was not, I just wanted to hold it and I was like 2. So
I have a very similar story. My family used to breed ostriches. Have you ever had an ostrich, like an African like bird?
yeah.
And we used to breed them, and my mum was looking after this little infant, and it was sick. And I was about 2 or 3 in the same. I picked it up, and I was, because they have like long necks, so I picked it up by its neck and I handed it to my mum. I was like, "Mum, it's sick. Mummy's sick." And she was like, "What are you doing?" And I just had like no idea. Very, very similar situation. And
yeah, so there's that's like one of my brother's favorite stories to tell though. He's like, yeah, the one about the kitten, and I'm like, oh my god.
Yeah.
But I used to
just the
swaddle
little things
them.
that you do as kids, we got no
Right.
idea.
I used to
my goodness.
swaddle them like babies, drive them around in my little stroller. So yeah, like
Look at you cutting that onion. I love
right?
it.
I cook with
Powering
onions.
off.
Whoop.
Powering on.
There we go.
Technology, guys.
It just
There
like
we go, she's
powering
back.
off like at random intervals. It's fully charged.
I've been having that issue with my headset as well. It just like you do something and then it just like powers off. I'm listening to an audiobook and it just halfway through and it stops.
I'm like, really? Don't do this to me.
So you're very confident with an onion, you were saying? Is
Yeah.
that what I heard you say? Yep.
Not like super, but like more confident than other vegetables, I should say, if that makes sense.
Fantastic. All right. I just need to go into the pantry real quick because I washed the dishes. Oh, well, I didn't wash the dishes. The dishwasher washed the dishes. And I need my fry pan. Okay. So we're going to need to put a large fry pan. I like a deeper fry pan like this because it's like a saucepan but a fry pan in one, so you can do a lot saucier ingredients and it doesn't slip up the side. Or you can use like a casserole dish or like a cast iron kind of Dutch oven style, whatever you have.
I think like the biggest pan that I have is this one. It's not quite as deep as yours, but it still gets the job done,
Yep,
I think.
That's fantastic. Yep.
Just a big
That's
skillet.
awesome.
So I have a
And you want to put that
giant
on
onion.
medium heat?
Okay. I have like a giant onion. So this is half of it. Should I go
It's
ahead
up
with
to you. If
all
you want
of
to use
it?
the whole thing, you can. Yeah, if you want to. Oh, I can. Can you already start smelling the bread?
Not quite. But I can smell the onion. I think that's really overpowering it for me at the moment. Okay, it's on medium. I think I might just go with the half of an onion because it's big.
Okay.
So.
All right. So you want to put a little bit of oil in your fry pan, and then go ahead and add your onion.
Okay. Sweat the veggies.
So a sausage in Australia, like it doesn't really come in like sausage meat. It usually comes in like a sausage casing. If I was going to get Italian sausage, it doesn't really if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So we're gonna have to, for how we buy it, it's in sausages, and we're gonna take it out of the casing. I don't know how it comes for you guys.
It comes
Like
both
ground meat?
ways.
Fabulous.
So yeah, I decided to get the ground version.
I love it. Okay. Oh, wrong one. Let's go here. So we're gonna add a little bit of oil. I'm gonna add our onion. Like that.
Should have used the plastic cutting board, but that's fine.
Ah, it's all good. And then I have my, do you want to know something? That I've been vegetarian all of this month.
Yep.
It's my vegetarian challenge. And I said, like, before we even, because we knew that we were doing this like a month ago.
Yeah.
And I just said, look, I'm gonna eat it, and I've been looking forward to it.
You're like, I want the meat.
I cannot be vegetarian. Yeah. Because he was like, we were laying in bed last night, about to go to bed. I go to sleep, and he goes, you get meat tomorrow. And I was like, yes, I'm so excited. I can, and I've been loving making more vegetarian food and getting out of my comfort zone, but I cannot be vegetarian like 100%. I feel like a chicken is a staple, and I want to keep it that way.
Yes.
Chicken. Do you eat a lot of meat?
We eat a lot of ground turkey and a lot of chicken. We try to steer clear of beef.
Okay.
So.
Yep. For
Yeah,
any
quite a
specific
bit.
reason, dietary or just yeah?
Yeah, dietary because of red meats is inflammatory, so it impacts endometriosis. So we try to eat a lot more like poultry and stuff like that. Like sometimes we have a lot of sausage
fantastic.
like this, but it's still pretty good.
Yep. And a very interesting reason, because that's why I've been staying away from too much tofu for the estrogen. Like
Auto
I've read a
shutdown
little
initiated.
bit about the impacts, especially of women, of soy products.
Oh.
And I didn't want to substitute too much of the chicken and the meat that I was using for vegetarian month. I didn't want to eat too much tofu. Like I wanted to be able to have plant-based alternatives using chickpeas, using wheat like seitan or different types of products, but not so heavily on soy. You know, it's personal preference, and there's conflicting results and conflicting research about it, but I haven't heard the red meat. That's really interesting.
Yeah.
I have to do some research on that.
Yep, red meat is, I think it has something to do with like the type, I don't know exactly, like the type of protein, I believe, or something like that.
Yeah, okay.
I don't exactly know.
Interesting. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm just getting the sausages like this, and I'm literally just squeezing out.
It's like,
Auto shutdown cancelled.
Yeah, that's literally it. I feel like I'm milking a cow.
yeah.
Squeezing it out.
It's fine hype.
So a lot of turkey, it's very not as common in Australia, especially I have not seen available like turkey bacon.
Oh,
But
really?
we hear a lot about from our community, turkey bacon. Is it something that you eat?
No, we really don't eat a lot of bacon. If we do eat it, we usually just go for like the regular pork bacon and stuff like that. So there's at least that, yeah. But I do like turkey bacon though. I think it's pretty good.
Okay. But turkey's readily available for you. Is the cost, has it gone up in the last few years with COVID and whatnot?
Yes.
The cost of meat?
Yeah. Everything kind of has gone up, but it's still pretty much honestly like 1-to-1 with what's it called? With beef. Which is pretty nice. Okay. So we don't like punish ourselves for that.
Yeah, I can understand that.
Yeah.
So your partner or your family, do they have any dietary restrictions or foods that they stay away from?
Yeah, sodium. So Michael's dad he had a heart failure in the early 90s. So they've been largely like salt-free or really low sodium for years. And he's had a heart transplant. He's post-transplant 6 years now, which is really cool. But
Wow.
his mom is really
That's
good
amazing.
at cooking low sodium or no salt.
Fantastic.
So
Just something that the whole family adopts and gets used to.
yeah, exactly.
I think it's a big bonus when adopting a new habit. You know, if the whole house does it and you're not feeling like you're doing it alone. Like if you're
Exactly.
starting to eat healthier, or for myself and Exceed, you know, it's easier if we both eat healthier or we both go vegetarian or whatnot, because you have that support, because the other, you know, everyone else is going through it and you're not cooking multiple meals.
Yeah, exactly. And that was what it was about. Like, and honestly, Michael's mother was really, really good at cooking sodium or low sodium. So you can hardly tell, because she really, she bakes with it. She does pie crusts, and it's crazy.
Yeah.
Like
So
everything.
a lot of cooking on his side of the family as well.
Yeah. Yep, primarily by his mom and all that. Our lifestyles were very different, I've learned.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
How so, if you don't mind me asking?
Just like, like how blue collar my family is. And how vastly different his is in that way, because they're not necessarily as much. Well, his mom actually grew up on a farm. And
Yeah.
so did my dad, though. But
Yep.
that homesteader sort of lifestyle, the gardening, all that kind of stuff, is different there. My
Yeah,
parents
okay.
were
Makes
bikers. With my dad being sick, they can't really ride the motorcycle anymore, but he still loves his
Wow.
motorcycles, so.
Oh my goodness. So what type of motorcycle do they ride?
They really like their Harley Davidsons and stuff. My dad has one, which they're selling it soon and everything, so they can get something like a four-wheeler, so my parents can both ride
Yeah.
it. Because my dad can't drive
love
those things
that.
anymore, but yeah.
Yeah. But your mum can take him on joyrides.
Yep, on the four-wheeler and stuff, they can just kind of go
love
and
that.
yeah.
Feel alive. You know, feel kind of the wind, the feeling that I bet he's missing. You know, with the
Exactly.
wind in his hair and
Oh yeah.
just getting out of the fresh air again. That's
Yep.
amazing.
And he yearns
So what
for
we're
that.
gonna do is we're gonna. Oh, sorry.
Oh no, you're good.
Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah, and that will be great for him. So that's something that's going to happen that, you know, thinking about soon.
Yeah. Yep, they're gauging to like sell the motorcycle and stuff really soon.
Nice. We're going to add some chili flakes and some fennel, ground fennel,
Okay.
into, and, wrong button.
Excellent.
There we go.
I love that pop noise.
I actually just, we're talking about, you know, before we were saying about like Instagram kitchens and things like that, and Instagram
Auto shutdown
getting
initiated.
organized. I think that there's a big drive with social media specifically about like organized houses and pantries and whatever. Do you have that like target for you as like our Kmart, we call a bit very organized house, you know, housewares and things like that?
Not necessarily, no. I just like things to have a place, but I'm not like an organizational, like, I don't know, like I have my spice rack over here. I don't know if you can kind of see it. Which it's all glass
Oh my
and
goodness.
alphabetized, but
I love that.
that's like the most I'll really do, I think. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
not.
Yep. I have a spice rack, but the jars were too small. So the stuff that I don't use, I put in a drawer, and the stuff that I use more often, I bought these containers. So
Yeah.
like a bigger size.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm gonna make them pretty with a little label on top, and just because they're more functional for me, because I got to the stage where these were the jars that I was using and I was just refilling them all the time, and it was just getting cumbersome. Yeah, guys, everyone's commenting on your amazing spice rack.
Aw, thank
Show
you.
us again, Zef.
They're from IKEA.
Show us again,
I
Zef.
want to stain them or paint them.
Oh, I love it. Can you show me the jar, like close up?
Yeah.
Hey, that's cool.
And they come with like the little things on top too.
It's got a shaker. That's good.
I
That's
have
really good.
like the leftovers of all the spices like up above, so I know if I use the last of it or whatever, then I can like order it.
Oh, that's a good idea.
So,
okay,
yeah.
so we've added some fennel.
Yep.
And also some chili flakes. And then what we're going to do is add some tomato paste in.
Tomato paste.
So we have to cut up our capsicum as well. I just realised we haven't cut that up yet.
Ooh.
So give that a mix.
So how much it says about, or how much of the, oh come on thing.
Where is it? 2 tablespoons.
Okay. Oh come on. This
Cool.
does not like me right now. I'm also going to turn my heat down to low because my sausage is all cooked.
Yes. If not, turn it off. Yep. Fabulous. How is your
Auto
oven
shutdown
looking?
cancelled.
How is the bread looking?
The bread, it's looking pretty good. It's rising a little bit. It hasn't
Yeah.
started to brown yet though. So I'd say
Okay,
we're in a pretty
fantastic.
good spot.
Lovely. Ooh, jar stuff. Nice.
Thank you, Jess. Let's see. Oh, that's right. Okay, I'm like thinking, where's my tablespoon?
They've been given a workout tonight. All right.
Beautiful.
So just 2 tablespoons of that. And then we're going to take our capsicum. We're going to cut it in half, whichever way. If you want to go crossways or lengthways, just cut it, and you need half of it.
Okay.
Cool.
Already washed this bad boy earlier today, so he's all good.
Oh, look at you.
I know, right?
Okay, so I just cut the bottom off like this, because then I didn't have to deal with the seeds.
Or cut the bottom off, not the top. Oh, I suppose the bottom is all weird.
Whatever you want to do. Yeah, whatever you want to do. You just need about half of it. And then I just cut it into slices, just so I can take this white bit off in the middle.
I usually cut it differently. That's okay. That's all right.
Whatever you want to do. That's okay. Do you cut downwards and then cut the remove the inside?
Yeah. Yep.
Yep. Okay.
That's okay though.
No, everyone does it different. So a capsicum is a bell pepper, for those that
Yes.
are wondering what weird thing I'm saying. We call this a capsicum. You guys call it a bell pepper.
Yep. To us, it's a bell pepper. We're like, I wonder why it's called a capsicum. Like why?
It has no capsaicin in it. So it's like from the family of chilies, I think.
Right.
I would talk to Google, but I don't think you can hear him. My assistant.
Like why it's called that.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to cut them crossways, like into strips, and then I just turn them. But you can leave them like that if you want them for texture. It's up to you.
Okay.
You can leave them as strips. It's up to you.
Excellent. Usually I cut that differently. I've never cut it that way, but we're dealing with it. It's the
Yeah.
pepper seeds. That's okay.
All right. Okay. Antomina's saying never heard it called a capsicum until it started watching us. Yes.
Yeah, like
It's a fun and interesting word, isn't it, to say?
I've had some Australian friends in the past as well, and
Yeah.
it broke my brain. I was like, I didn't know how to react to that.
Yeah.
I was like, what is that? He's like, yeah, I'm like snacking on a capsicum. And I'm like, what? Yeah, like, you know this? I'm like, what? No idea.
And okay, so the green vegetable, kind of like a cucumber, what would you call that?
Zucchini.
Yeah. And then the purple vegetable that people use for like an emoji that's like a little bit inappropriate. What do you call that?
An eggplant, not an aubergine.
Yeah, so some people call it an aubergine, but we call it an eggplant. So you're going to go ahead and put that into your saucepan or your fry pan as well, the chopped up bell pepper.
Beautiful.
And we're going to soften that and sweat it down, and it'll become a lot sweeter with flavour. And that lends to the pork, the sausage that we're using, the Italian flavours, fennel with the sweetness of the capsicum, the tomato, the pepper. It's just going to add, there's going to be a lot of flavours going on.
Ooh.
A little bit of hint of chili in there as well. Just making sure. You got 2 cans of crushed tomatoes.
I have one really large can, and I think it ended
Fabulous.
up being
That'll be
exactly the amount that we needed. How
Fabulous.
many?
You and Michael will be eating this for a while. It makes a little bit of food.
Oh yeah, we'll be good. We like
Okay.
some leftovers.
So put your heat back on to medium.
Auto shutdown initiated.
Okay.
Medium heat back onto your fry pan.
How much did it say?
Just making sure. 800 grams, which is 28 ounces.
Perfect. This is 28 ounces, so we got it.
Fabulous. Okay. So we've added the tomato paste, and we're just, I keep pressing the wrong button. I don't know why. We're just going to caramelize the sugars in the tomato just for like 1 or 2 minutes, and to add some depth of flavor. And then we're going to go ahead and add some white wine. If you didn't want to use white wine, you could use chicken stock or vegetable stock. You just add some flavor, and we're going to cook off that alcohol content by bringing it to the boil.
Perfect.
Okay. No foot pedal today because I am changing everything with the Stream Deck.
Oh, that's right. I forgot that you can have the foot pedals. Ooh.
Bit fancy.
Those are nice.
Yes, I love them.
I sit cross-legged, so I don't use it.
Yeah. I was going to ask, what's some type of stream equipment that you love and live by?
My
Or
green
something
screen.
that you would recommend to everyone.
My green screen.
Thought you would say that.
Yes. You guys like yours too, though, right?
Oh, it is fantastic. There's
Yeah.
sometimes where it's the bane of my existence.
Yep.
But it allows you to do so much, doesn't it?
It really does. And honestly, like I've done things where Michael's my boyfriend, for those of you who don't know. Where he calls me the kindergarten teacher of Twitch. So like I love doing things, especially around like the holidays. I'll like dress up as Santa.
Yeah.
I'll wear like a full green screen suit. And I'm like a floating, like, oh my God, the leprechaun. Oh my God, wait.
Oh my God. Yes.
Do our moderators have the link to the clip so Exceed can play it for us, maybe?
Oh my
So you
gosh.
can see the tiny hand clip, maybe?
That was, maybe we already have that. I have,
Maybe.
one moment. Exceed the last clip. We just want you to explain to us this last one.
Wave back with that tiny hand.
Oh no.
Hi. Wait. I don't know.
I hate it here. The things we do for charity, my friends. Do it for the kids.
It's so good.
So like I had this little tiny hand and it looked like, I don't know. Obviously I did that and then I was trying to like move it down lower to like wave. And
Yep.
then it was at his part. At not
Yeah,
so nicely.
I love it.
But that's the kind of things that we do on my channel too. Like I love
love
my
it.
green screen. We did that for a St. Jude charity stream.
Nice. We're going to add some wine. So you're going to add about 1/3 of a cup of white wine.
Okay. I've never cooked with wine before.
Ooh, okay. So it adds a really beautiful flavor, and the alcohol content is, if you bring it to the boil and let it bubble for a few minutes, the alcohol content is going to burn off, and then we're going to be left with that beautiful flavor. So we're using a dry white wine today, but you could use like a little bit of a sweeter wine, and it just adds some really nice flavor, and you don't have to worry about the alcohol content staying in there.
Oh, got nice and sizzly going.
We actually, we've got Antamina talking about some boozy pasta. We actually have a recipe for pasta alla vodka, where instead of wine, you use vodka, and it adds a really nice flavor. And then you, again, you cook the alcohol off, and you're just left with this really nice flavor. And it does something to the sauce. I don't know how to explain it. It just makes it so much better.
Yeah, I've heard of, I gotta add a little more. I've heard of the vodka sauce before for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So ABT, Zef, ABT is always be tasting. You want to have a little, get a spoon, or you want to like to have a little piece and just taste to see if it needs any more seasoning. It's going to be quite rich at the moment because we're going to add our tomatoes and our, a little bit more ingredients, but just always be tasting if you need to add more salt or add more pepper.
Okay.
If you want to add more wine, you can go ahead and do that.
Yeah, I'll do a little bit. I'll give myself a little spoon here.
Yeah, so if you don't want to drink with wine, if you don't want to cook with the wine, you can definitely add stock, or you can just add some water. Yum.
Oh, very good. It's good on the salt level. Yeah, that's good.
All right, so give you a can, your big can of shake, and we're going to add the tomatoes.
Beautiful.
Fabulous. And then I've got a second can. So this recipe that we're using, both of them are on our website. If you want to make them for yourself. If you do, we want to see a tag, or feel free to put them in Discord and let us know.
Yeah, and like
So-
in our chat, if you do !Molly, you can also do that as well. So you can find those are also in our
Fabulous.
Discord channel.
So for you right now, you'll notice that the sauce is quite pink, like a pinky red, Zef. Like it's a raw tomato. What we want to do is we want to simmer that. You know, you could simmer it for a few hours if you had the time and you weren't very hungry, which I bet you are now. But as the natural sugars in the tomatoes start to caramelize, you'll get a depth of flavor and a richness that will occur, and the tomatoes will go on a deeper red, and it will make your dish taste even better. Right now, it's a bit more acidic, and it's like that raw tomato, but give it some time and some cooking, and it will get even better.
Yeah, good to know. So cooking down those sugars, basically, right?
Yeah,
Yep.
for sure. Okay, so that is the basis of your sauce. So we're gonna let that do its thing. And we're gonna stir through some ricotta. Do you have some ricotta there?
Yep. Gotta grab it from the fridge.
It's so late
Perfect.
for Zef. She's a trooper. Yes.
Aw,
I
that's
did
good.
say to Zef we would be about 3 hours. I didn't realize that we would be talking and taking a little bit more of your time. I'm sorry.
I planned for 6, so you are fine. Even longer than that.
Fabulous.
Yep, so nope.
Okay,
Not
good.
even worried.
How is your bread going in the oven? How's it looking? Mine's nearly done. Or is
This
done.
one is, it hasn't caught brown yet.
Okay. Maybe you want to turn your oven up just a slight amount.
Okay. I feel
What temperature is it sitting on?
350 Fahrenheit.
Yeah, so maybe just go up to a little bit more, like 360, 370.
370.
Has it started to puff nicely?
Yeah, it started to do that at least a little bit.
All right, well, maybe leave it where it is for the moment. Do you use a fan force or a convection oven or just a regular oven?
It's gas. I don't know. I came with the house. I don't know what it is.
No, it's all good. No worries. Okay, so we're going to add about half a cup of ricotta into...
Okay. Excellent.
Oh, keep pressing the wrong
It's like,
button.
where are my
Alright.
thingies? Oh, here they are. Hello. Okay, so about a half a cup of ricotta.
Doesn't matter too much, maybe, yeah.
Just, there you go.
Fabulous.
Close enough for
Cool.
me.
Nice. And just give that a mix in. And we're just going to let this simmer while we start to cook our pasta.
Okay.
So you want to grab a large saucepan.
Alrighty. I'll grab that in just a moment.
No worries.
We're gonna put some water on.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am. And we're going to salt the water quite well. So we're probably going to get like a nice little bit of handful of the salt. It's just going to add flavor to the pasta, but it's not going to be absorbed too much into the pasta.
Powering
You
off.
won't have much time, so you want to make it saltier so that it has a chance to absorb some salt, if that makes sense. Whereas if you're cooking potatoes, the potatoes have a long period
Powering
of
on.
cooking time in the salty water, so you use less because it has a longer time to absorb the salt. But I know, being conscious of salt, you know, you can choose to add. Some people will add a whole handful into the pasta water and make it salty like the sea, but it's all personal preference. I'm not going to tell you if you don't want to add that much, you don't have to.
Right? And that really honestly brings like a whole new like perspective to the whole phrase, take it with a grain of salt.
Yeah.
Because it's really your opinion. Let's see. Oh, that's
And
right.
what you're used to and what you like.
Yeah. Exactly. All right, so I have my saucepan.
So that is our pasta sauce. Fabulous. All right, so you want to half fill it with water.
Okay.
Just going to have a taste of the sauce.
One day, I will have one of those spigot thingies that,
Oh,
yeah,
over
right?
the pot. Yeah, the pot filler.
Yep.
I'd never seen them
Really?
until I think I started watching, was it Dream House Makeover or something on Netflix, like the Studio McGee, or American kind of a TV show where they had this pot filler, where basically it's your stove over, a tap comes out over the stove and you fill up your pot. It's amazing.
It's incredible. And one day I will have something along those lines. One day. I don't know when that day is, but
So I just added a little bit more fennel, and I'm going to add some more black pepper to my sauce.
okay. Fennel and black pepper, you said? Okay, I'll probably hit it with a little black pepper on my end as well.
Nice. I just realised, do you know what we've forgotten?
What's that?
We forgot the garlic.
Oh no, we did, didn't
did
we? How
I
did
just
we
realised,
forget?
Because I was just remembering that we did the garlic for the
No,
other dish.
yes.
Oh,
That's okay. I have the
How could
mint
we
stuff
forget
in
the
the
garlic?
fridge, so I can do that really quickly as well and get
add
it in
that if
there.
you want. I'll do that. I'm gonna add garlic powder instead. My new little shame. I know. Getting shamed in the chat.
Forgot the garlic.
I've taught you wrong. I've
Oh,
taught
no.
you wrong, Zef. What a failure of a stream.
Because we forgot the garlic.
Yes. All right. Bum, ba, 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 bum. Gonna fill up my saucepan. All right. Just do this.
Gonna taste it. Oh my god, I'm so excited. Here's my tasting spoon.
All right.
Absolutely good.
Is it good?
Uh-huh.
Good to your tastes?
Very, very
Yep,
good.
I love it. All right. So just making sure we've added everything now in my list. Now salting the pasta water.
I
Salt
think
things look.
the garlic is going to be the perfect addition to this, I think.
Yes. Yep. Sounds good. And then later on, we'll top it with more ricotta if you want, and some fresh herbs, some fresh parsley, and that will just kind of like brighten it up a little bit, and add some nice freshness. And we're going to serve that atop our beautiful pasta we've spent all this time making.
Ooh. I'm
So
excited.
in all these years of streaming, do you have any memories, like anything that really like jumps out at you of like some of the best times? Are they funny times? Are they memorable times of streaming that you look back and like you want to tell people that's like the best part of Twitch, the best part of your community? What would it be?
Definitely, like in my opinion, raising money for charity, and
Auto shutdown initiated.
in addition to that, like I kind of live by this motive. I think we talked a little bit about it earlier, about come as you are. You know, it doesn't matter like you're a mess, you're in a good mood, you're in a bad mood, whatever. Just come as you are. You want to hang out, just be there. And the way that the community we've built like lifts each other up on their worst days, their best days. Everything is like the best experience, I think, because and like watching people who come in as strangers and just kind of like build these friendships and these relationships with people. And having people say like, I don't think there's a moment, it's just the feeling, you know, that it gets. Like people saying or messaging and saying things like, I never felt so comfortable in a space before, or
Oh, isn't that
yeah,
Isn't that lovely?
stuff like that.
That people go to the effort to let you know little things like that, how you've impacted them.
Yeah.
That means the most, doesn't it?
Yep. It really, really, really
And
does.
so with your charity streams, have you done a lot through St. Jude, you were saying, and you've done quite a few different charities?
Yeah, we've done the Trevor Project. We've actually done Ocean Cleanup Project. What else have we done?
Wow.
We're going to be raising money next month for the Trans Empowerment Project as well.
Fabulous.
And then we're also going to raise money for, right now we're raising money for like Planned Parenthood in the United States as well.
I did see that.
Yeah, just there's been so many different, like, I think there's been at least 10 different charities or more that we've raised money for over the years.
That's
It's just
incredible.
like, yeah, I try to do like at least 5 to 6 a year. Different charity
wow, you should be so proud of yourself.
things.
That's incredible.
Yeah. That's awesome.
Amazing. And when kind of things, you know, if you're looking for charities, you know, you're saying about 6 a year, do you go looking or the opportunities, ideas through the community? How do they come about?
Yeah, sometimes they could be people that reach out, like in emails for inquiries and stuff, looking for fundraising.
Yep.
A lot of times it's like just the time of year, like May is St. Jude month. So we try to do that
Yep.
in May.
I didn't know
June,
that.
we try to do something pride related. So with the LGBTQ community. So it really depends, like either the time of the year. I think one year we did Toys for Tots, which in the United States, that was a Christmas time thing. So we donated money
Yeah, okay.
and then so like the presents and gifts for younger people who aren't able to offer things for their families around the holidays. So we try to do stuff like that. Just depending on the time of year, whatever fits, and then
Yep.
whatever kind of is presented and aligns, because the thing is, like, sponsorships and charity, they have to, like, I'm so stubborn on it, they need to align with our values and what we're interested in as a community, because I want to believe in it and I want to be passionate about it and get
course.
others
Yeah,
excited.
definitely.
So
Because then it becomes, if it's something that you believe in, something that you, like a product that you use, or it's so easy to talk about it. It's like sharing it with friends, right? If it's something that makes you feel uncomfortable, or you're second guessing it, you're less likely to shout it from the rooftops. I completely understand that.
yep,
Yeah.
exactly.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
That sauce is looking good. How's
Yeah.
the pasta water? Is it boiling yet or bubbling?
It's kind of starting to like gain some bubbles on the bottom, but not a heck of a lot yet.
All right, sounds good. We'll just give it some time. I'm just checking. All right, so I just got my pasta, and I've just given it like a little bit of, because sometimes as it starts to sit, it will start to stick to itself. It will absorb some of the flour that we've put on it. So I'm just making sure. If you don't want to cook all of this now, Zef, and you want to keep it for later and another meal, just dust it with some flour and then put it in a Ziploc bag, pop it in the freezer, and you have a meal ready to go. Like all you need to do is pop it into boiling water, and then you have fresh pasta whenever you need. So
Yeah.
this makes about 4 to 6 portions, depending on the size of what you want. And all I do is I grab a portion like this, and I dust it with some flour, and then I just pop that in a Ziploc bag and then into the freezer. Then you open it up, literally drop it into boiling water, and within like 1 to 2 minutes, the pasta's cooked.
Oh, that's awesome. So like you
Yeah.
put in all that effort in one day, and then you can reap the benefits later.
Yes,
And that's what I
what it's
like.
about. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. So how are you feeling about your pasta skills and your bread skills? Feeling a little bit more confident?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm curious to see how the bread's going to turn out, because, like, I wonder if it'll be really, like, well, you said this is going to be a closer textured bread, right? So, like, a little bit more dense.
A little bit, slightly, yeah. It should still be a little bit more airy, but it won't be, like, if we gave it a little bit longer time, then it would be a lot fluffier. But it's all personal preference. Some people like it a little bit chewier. Some people like it really airy and fluffy. And it also dictates what dish you're making with it as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like this. My pasta, it's a
what a
little, like, dry. Like, I wonder if I
So-
used too much flour.
Maybe, possibly. It will, the dryness will lend to some chewiness. And if you kind of pull it apart slightly, is it brittle? Does it break? Showing you my
Yeah.
water.
It, like, if I show you. That one's stretched a little bit
that's
better.
Good. No, that's good.
There's, like, parts of it that are drier than others. That was a bad description. Like, but there's, like, some parts that'll stretch, and then
that's okay.
others that'll, like, kind of...
It'll probably come out in the wash, like it will come out in, if you get what I mean, like
Yeah.
that saying, where it'll come out fine when we cook it. Maybe like a little bit too dry, but it could be just because it's sitting there and it's dried out a little bit. But we can tweak that next time you make pasta, just making it a little bit more wet. But I don't think it will be a big issue.
Okay. And again, it could have come down to the whole, like, olive oil thing, too, So it could have
Yeah,
just
but
been
you
like
added
maybe
a little
just a
bit more
touch,
olive oil.
even just a touch more. Could have like
Yeah,
loaned it
definitely.
to like be a little better. Yeah. But other than that, I
Yeah,
feel like there's
100%.
parts, like I said, that are stretchy and then others that are more brittle. Yeah.
Yeah, there's the same with mine. Like there's some bits where it just broke, and then there's bits where it's like a lot moist,
Like
more
this.
moist. Yeah,
Yep.
yeah. And then with the bread, it's different types of bread will lend to different techniques of kneading or stretching and folding and things. The biggest thing, which I didn't show you, which was the window pane test to know if your dough is kneaded enough, is you'll grab
okay.
your, just showing you that it's boiling. Okay, so what you'll do is like you'll pull it apart. Imagine this is your dough. You should be able to stretch it and you can see the window pane without it ripping. Like but it's one of those things that you'll learn when you're making bread dough, and it'll become shinier and smoother. That's when you know you're at the stage where you've kneaded it for long enough.
Okay. No, very
But
good
the more
to
you do it,
know.
the better you get.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll just have to do another cook along, a quicker cook along, not
Oh,
so
that's
long.
fine. It was a good, honestly, it was
Alright.
a really nice first, like, because you said this is the first one, right?
Yeah.
So this is kind of like that nice first, like you get into the flow of things and you kind of feel how it should be, you know?
Yeah.
Because sometimes it can be hard.
Definitely.
We love
All
learning
right,
new
so
things.
I'm just gonna. We do. Okay. So what I'm doing is I have my water boiling here, and I have a slotted spoon. If you've got something like this, or a metal spoon, something you can scoop up. Even like a colander or something to scoop up your pasta. And we're going to grab like another large bowl if you want. The important question is, Zef, do you like your nudes naked or do you like them saucy?
I love them saucy. I love them saucy.
Okay.
More sauce, more better.
Okay, so we're going to grab another large bowl, and what we'll do is once we've cooked the pasta,
Powering
put them
off.
into the bowl. We're going to put the sauce on top and give it a stir. Or you can
Powering
put them
on.
directly into your pot of sauce. It's up to you.
Okay. Yeah. Usually what I do is I put them straight in the sauce pot, but
Yeah, that's fine. Let's go with that.
Yeah.
Let's go with that. No? Let's do that. Let's less
Okay.
dishes. Let's do less
That's
dishes.
fair.
Okay, so with this, what I'm gonna just do is drop. It's going to reduce the temperature because I'm putting a room temperature or a cool pasta in there into really hot water, so it will stop it boiling for a few minutes. And we're just kind of stirring it around so nothing sticks to the bottom.
Did you put all
And
of
these are going
them?
to take about a minute to two.
Oh, sorry.
No, this is about this is about a third to half of the
Okay.
amount of pasta.
All right. So we want to do them in batches, otherwise they probably won't cook through and they'll get all mushy.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
Fabulous.
Mine's not quite boiling yet. I've got this puppy cranked up. Come on, let's go!
You could also put a lid onto it on the pot and help it go quicker.
That's right. I think I can get my pot lid. We don't have organization down for this yet, so it's like a serious pain in the butt.
Do you store your lids away from your pot? Because I do that.
Yeah.
Because I never use pot lids, yeah.
We are gonna get like little command hooks eventually and
Oh,
like
that's a
hang
smart
them
idea.
up like in the pantry area because I don't use them often, but you know,
Yep.
sometimes it does call for it, like you said.
But when you need them, yeah.
Exactly.
All right. So I'm just going to take a noodle out. And what you want to do is cook them to your preference. So some people like them chewier. Exceed likes a chewier noodle than I do.
Mm-hmm.
No, need longer. Hello everyone coming in. Welcome in. If you guys, we hope you're enjoying the stream today. Just a reminder that go and follow Zefrine and give her some love. This is our first time ever doing a Make with Molly, which is our part interview, part cooking class, part hangout. And today Zefrine is our first guest. She's killing it with the homemade bread, the homemade pasta. Yes!
Molly's killing it. Beans, make sure you go give Molly a follow. We raid her often, so if you're unfamiliar, go do that now, or I'll be sad. I'm just kidding.
All right. How is the bread going as well? We'll just get a bread check.
Yep, I just peeked at it. It's looking pretty good, kind of catching a little bit of brown on the edges. Nothing too crazy though. All right, so we have a pretty decent boil going right now, so I'm going to go ahead and drop
Fabulous.
some of these bad boys right in there. My noodles in my basket.
We have people coming in saying that they found our stream through you,
Yeah,
Zef, which we're really grateful for.
I love
It
that.
got to the stage where we were like, oh my God, we're getting so much beanie weenie love that we're taking it from the rest of Twitch. We're so grateful. It happens so often. It's always lovely. It is always like a nice, because your community is so great with the raid messages and getting involved in our chat and our stream. We do really love it.
Yeah, and they're so wonderful though. So they're very well behaved. I love them so much.
They get in trouble from the Zef.
Right.
All right, so I'm gonna strain this out. This pasta. Oh no, we don't have to. We're literally just gonna go here to here.
Oh, that's right. Like straight up in there. Oh yeah, that's it.
Yeah. There we go. And it's okay to bring a little bit of pasta water over. That's what we want, because the pasta water is all the starch water, and it's gonna. At the start, when you're adding pasta water, I never got it. I was like, it makes my pasta sauce too thin. But then as you stir and mix it, the starch then starts to thicken, and it adds this glossy silkiness to your sauce. And I recommend it. I didn't get it at the start, but then now I do.
Oh, that's amazing.
Auto shutdown initiated.
All right. So what is your ultimate comfort food, Zef? Something that when you're feeling a little bit poorly, a little bit down, feeling a little bit ill, what's something that kind of always perks you up?
Chicken noodle soup with egg noodles. I love it. Really thick, really like lots of veggies. Maybe add a little bit of hot sauce to it.
Yeah.
It's really good. I like it. Chicken noodle soup. Yep, lots of vegetables like peas, carrots, corn, onions, garlic. Like it's definitely.
Wow.
Yeah, I add lots of marjoram, lots of basil, oregano. No oregano to that one.
Like instead of butter, you were saying like margarine.
Oh no!
I was like,
nope.
I was like, Zef, I thought you liked dairy.
Right, I do like dairy. Yeah, like lots of herbs and spices to it.
Is actually a herb that I've never really used before. It's not very common here.
Margarine?
Yeah.
Oh, really? Oh, marjoram. Okay, I thought you said margarine, like the butter.
No.
Yeah.
No, marjoram.
I love adding it to chicken pot pie, and I love adding it to the
chicken noodle soup.
Yeah, the chicken noodle soup, that's it.
Yep. And so marjoram is your key to good soup, maybe. But bay leaf is your key to venison, right?
Yep, bay leaf is going to carry you so far with that. Yep.
Yep.
Just a bay leaf, just right in there. It'll cut the gaminess.
Knowledge bombs from Zef.
Yep.
Yeah. I love that. All right, I'm making sure my pasta doesn't boil over. Alrighty, look at that. Looks good.
Looking so good. I'm going to try a bit of the noodle.
Auto shutdown cancelled.
It's pretty al dente right now, but it's cooking really nicely.
Yep, okay. Fabulous. I am going to bring out my, I think my oven is just very fast. So I'm going to bring out my bread. I have an electric oven and I think it's just like on some type of, love drug or something. Oh my gosh. Ready?
Ooh, beautiful. And mine is starting to catch more color. Oh, that's looking so amazing. I gotta say,
Nice.
holy shnikes.
So then you should be able to, when we're ready, you should just be able to pull it apart like that. And then it has some cheesiness inside.
Yeah, that looks
But
amazing.
I'm not gonna do that until we get yours out of the oven.
At least she's being nice to
Oven's
us,
turned off.
everyone. Oh.
All right, sorry, I thought I...
Oh, that's okay.
Romeo,
You have
you
the
make a
door
noise.
alarms.
You make a noise, like bang something or drop something, and he thinks that someone's at the door.
He's like, they're
and
here
it
for
just
me.
Turns into a... Yeah, he just thinks that he's like a Doberman, like, or like a Rottweiler that thinks he's a big guard dog, and he's like this big.
Yep. I swear, like, the bigger the dog, the bigger the lap dog, and the smaller the dog, the bigger the guardian they are.
Because that's it. Chester, you guys see Chester on stream, he's probably like just over like knee height, and he is the most gentle, beautiful dog. And then it's the smaller one that thinks he's an aggressor.
Yep.
All right. So have you ever had dogs growing up, or is it just always cats?
Yeah, we had some dogs growing up. We had a golden retriever, and then we had a husky boxer mix. But,
Wow.
and then we also have Cooper right now, who's a cockapoo. He's a really small little guy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he's with you now, or is with your parents?
He's here. He lives with Michael and I.
Oh, I've
It's
never seen
Michael's dog that he brought to the relationship. But he is...
I think I remember you saying. Is
Yeah.
he a bit older?
Yeah, he's about 9
Yeah.
years old. So he's definitely a very calm, quiet, like, yeah, just a really good companion and a really good cuddler lapdog kind of guy. Like, he's so sweet.
Yeah, I get you.
Yeah,
Oh, lovely.
he's wonderful. So low energy, just sweet.
He's just over that puppy stage. He's ready to move into retirement.
He's always been like that, though. He's always been just, like, chill. Such
Yeah,
a
okay.
quiet little guy. I love him.
So Romeo, the dog that's been barking, he just turned 11. And I don't think he is going to quite... Like, he has, to a lot of... Like, to a big degree, he's calmed down and he's a lot more chill. But he's still somewhat like a puppy as well. So I think it's definitely the temperament that they have throughout their whole life. I don't
Yeah.
think too much slow down or whatever.
Yeah, like once a crazy dog, always a crazy dog kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, that's it. All right. How are you going with the pasta?
Good. I've
Are
got
you
my...
mixing that in?
Yep. I've got my first batch in there, and then the second batch is in the water, so we're doing pretty good over here right now.
I love it.
Gonna check on my bread. Yeah, that's bread. It's looking really nice in the pan though, so.
Fabulous. Look at that. Are you so proud of yourself that you made this pasta from scratch?
Yes. Now I can say I've done it. My dad's made like
Yes.
egg noodles before. I think he's done like a beef stroganoff thing, but he hadn't done it in years. And I think he'd made
Yeah.
all the noodles by hand, like he rolled it out, cut them all. But they were like really thick. Like really, not
Okay.
thick, but like wide, I should say.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah. Oh, but these
So
look
he
amazing.
cut them. Yeah, okay. So I always think, I get, because different terms and different, different ways of, I don't know, like expressing what a dish is.
Auto shutdown initiated.
Noodles, for me, I always thought, well, pasta. Is that right? Is there any difference between like what your dad made, the egg noodles, compared to pasta?
I don't remember what he did because it was like really, we were pretty little when he did it, or he'd make it around like the holidays and stuff, but I don't remember exactly what he did for that though.
Anyone in chat know the difference between pasta and noodles?
And egg noodles or pasta and noodles? Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. So we're gonna grab just a little bit of parsley, more parsley, and chop that, or if you have any leftover from before.
Okay. I have some leftover, so just throw it right in.
Okay. Yep.
Okay.
Go ahead and give that a stir through. And we're gonna add a little bit on top as well, if you want, when you're kind of plating up or serving it up.
I'll save some. There we go. Good idea. A little bit of greenery goes a long way.
It doesn't it? It just makes it look so much profesh. So if you see the photo of this recipe on the website, the photo that I took to test this recipe was actually with store-bought pasta. So you can definitely do like a penne or a ziti or whatever, like farfalle, whatever you want to use. You don't have to make homemade pasta.
It's the beauty of the world that we live in. I love that though. This is turning out so nice. I'm so excited. It's tasting so good.
I love that.
And my noodles are staying together.
Just have more egg yolk. They're definitely related, however, I think the difference might be the fashion they are made. Okay.
Okay.
So if for yourself and Michael, if you want to put it on a plate or a bowl, or depending on how you want to serve it up.
Yeah.
How should we feed Exceed today?
How should you feed him?
I think I'll just get a nice plate. That's your second lot of pasta going in. Looks good.
Yep, I'm pulling it out right now.
Fabulous.
So I'll be on my third one.
Like maybe like a little bit of the pasta water and just put it into your sauce to thin it out a little bit.
Okay. How much would you recommend?
That squelchy noise. Maybe like a quarter to a third of a cup.
Okay, perfect. I will take a third of a cup, or yeah, a third of a cup, and I will go ahead and put that right in.
Good job.
Here we go, and I'll get my third and last round of pasta in there.
I wonder in chat if you're inspired by Zefrine and the amazing job she's doing. If you're gonna make some homemade pasta or some bread. Intrigued to try it for yourself?
And I highly recommend it because it is honestly not all that bad. It's actually very easy.
Once we learn how to use the pasta maker properly. And I'm so sorry that I didn't know about the thickness or thinness. I just assumed that one was the thicker and rather than 7.
Yeah. No, that's fine. We need to call the pasta police. We need to report this. No, I'm just kidding. Like.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's all good though because we figured it out.
Good.
Yeah, this is looking really awesome. I wish I had like a fancy camera like you did. One day I will.
Oh,
Like an over the stove one.
yes.
And
that was one of the things that when we decided with the kitchen, I wanted the stove at the front because of the camera angle. We had for so long, I would just use like a plug-in induction cooktop on the kitchen bench so that we could do a better angle. What were you saying? Sorry, I interrupted.
Oh no, you're fine. I can't remember. It wasn't important though. It wasn't. You're good. It was. I think it was something about. I don't remember. That's okay though.
Cameras, maybe? No?
Maybe about cameras. I know that eventually we're gonna get like a little peninsula put in here, but I think our stove is pretty much gonna live right here. So like right now I have like a workbench style table where I stream from at the moment here.
This is the one that you came home and Michael surprised you?
Yep.
Yep. Such a good
I
man.
know, what a good guy.
He is. So you, Zefrine had mentioned this to me, that I'd never heard of a peninsula in a kitchen. Do y'all know what a peninsula is versus an island? All the different names? I didn't know.
It's kind of like geographically, you know, an island versus a peninsula. A peninsula is something that branches off. An island is floating. So the peninsula is attached to like a wall or like a leg, like a little area that's off of another set of counters kind of thing.
So it makes sense, like our old house connected to a wall, so it wouldn't be an island, but we just called it an island.
Yeah.
It would probably be a peninsula.
Yeah. A lot of people do. That might just be like a weird thing that we like, I don't know. You know what I mean? It might just be like an us thing. I don't know if there's like a...
No, I don't. I think that it's probably more well known. It's just me. I didn't know it. We are going to grab some, as you call it, Parmesan. And we're going to grate some Parmesan cheese in here.
Parmesan?
I just picked up the wrong cheese. So we say Parmesan.
Parmesan? Oh, really? We say Parmesan. Is Joey, our resident Italian, still here? Joey. Tell us.
Joey, is it Joey's Chivs?
Yeah, Joey Chivs.
Yep. He said he's going to go and make some homemade lasagna noodles tomorrow.
Right.
I love that.
Ah! You're always here. Joey, is it Parmesan? Or
Parmigiano Reggiano.
Is it wait, how do you pronounce it, Molly?
We say Parmesan, but like in Italian it's Parmigiano. So I suppose it's closer to your saying. Parmigiano Reggiano, right? Am I right, Joey? Am I completely butchering it with my Australian accent?
I don't know. It sounds pretty good to me, honestly. Like, I couldn't... That's right, Molly. Yeah, he says that your accent, or that your little flair, if you will.
Thanks, Joey.
Joey's got you.
Appreciate it.
Like, his family owned...
Thanks for jumping into my chat as well.
Yeah. His family owned an Italian restaurant, actually.
Ah.
Yeah.
Okay. So everybody in chat right now, I want to hear what's your favorite Italian food? What you guys love? Is it pizza? Is it pasta? What is it?
Noodles?
Right, so like a small handful, Zef. Like
Auto shutdown cancelled.
Parmesan.
Okay.
Parmesan, like that. And we're going to add that in there now, and then we're going to add a little bit later at the end. On top when we plate it up.
Excellent. I love Parmesan, so I'm like, give it to me now!
Do you guys love this, like, this noise? Ready?
Oh, like, it sounds like... Without context on my screen, because they can't see anything you're doing, it's like...
Yeah. It's gross, right? Like, squelch, squelch, squelch.
The squelching noise, so we added just a little bit to it. There we go.
All right. Fabulous.
Sounds wet.
I was going to put it in a big salad bowl, but I won't do that now. I'm going to... Sloshing through mud, like with your Wellington boots. Wellies. Okay.
Oh my god, I'm so excited. I love pasta.
That looks so good from here.
It does.
Nice and saucy.
I love sauce, so I'm
nice
like...
and combined?
Just about. I've got like some patches here that I gotta kind of incorporate.
Fabulous.
I need a deeper pan. This is a reason. so I can make more pasta.
Yeah, that's it.
Yep.
Chat, we need to get her a deeper pan.
Yep.
Do you have a PO box that your community can send you things?
Yeah, I
Or like a
do.
wish list or something?
I do.
Guys, get on it. More pasta streams.
More. I would love
More
that.
cooking streams. All right. So when you're ready, we're gonna plate up. You just need some. Do you use tongs very often?
Occasionally, yeah. Sometimes.
Yeah.
Not a heck of
So
a lot.
tongs can work for this. Because it
Yeah.
will help you pick it up, but however you want to do it, it works.
Yeah, I
I
can
just
definitely
find
do
that
tongs.
helps.
Absolutely. And I'm going to plate this, but then I'm going to check my bread in just a moment here. Or I'm going to put this here.
Fabulous. Oh, I
My
like that
bread.
colour bowl.
Oh, yeah, it's like it's more golden.
Like a mustardy? Oh,
Yeah.
wow. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, my cameras
Like
are
a
very
mustardy
different.
Gold. Oh, I love
Yep.
it.
I love this color.
Love that. I'm just
All right.
using this one.
I also realized that I left this open earlier. Hello, Zef.
All right. So I'm just going to place it in there and then I'm going to twist.
Ooh. Look at that.
So
Look at that. Listen to that noise.
I'm sorry, guys.
That's okay. You're fine.
And then I just like to pick up some pieces of like the sausage and the tomato and the sauce and then kind of like place them on top or beside. So you have some nice chunks of the Italian sausage and the bell pepper and everything in there. What do we think, guys? Can we have some mms in the chat? Hey, look at that! Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. Are you proud of yourself? I am so impressed.
I am so proud.
Guys, give her some love.
Yeah.
Let's get some hype for Zef.
See, y'all, this is the first time. I'm not like the most experienced in the kitchen. I'm constantly learning new things too. So like, do it. Get in it.
Get
It's
out of your comfort zone, guys.
fun.
Try something new.
Look at that.
Yes. Look at the pasta, and you could add a little bit of like ricotta in there, or that fresh mozzarella that you've got. Like there's heaps of different stuff, different toppings. All right, this one's for Exceed.
It's like, where did I put my phone? I'm like disorganized. Do you find yourself being like really disorganized, or have you gotten better about placing things in spots?
Okay, so Zef, we joke around and say out of all of the stream time, 60% of it is me trying to find things in the kitchen, and 20% is me fumbling or dropping things, and there's like maybe 10% cooking. Like there's like 20% in there maybe of me talking, and then there's like the rest of it is completely just me finally getting to cooking.
I feel the
lose
same
things
way
all the
too.
time.
Auto shutdown initiated.
I'm like, what am I doing?
It's hard because you put something in the
Yeah.
like you put it in a spot where you're like, I know where this is, and then you move it, or having multiple people in the house, they use it or they move it. I'm not blaming anyone, but yeah, some goes it's just
Michael
put
does
in
that
different
too.
places.
He does that too.
All right, look at that.
Ooh, I should
And
get
then we'll add a
Michael
little bit of
this bread.
there we go, bit of Parmesan. How's the bread going? A little bit slower.
Yeah, it's a little slow. I might put it up just a little. It's starting to finally catch some color.
Auto
Maybe-
shutdown
oh, geez.
cancelled.
How do you feel about that, Molly?
Oh, that looks good. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for the
Oh,
raid,
that's good.
Co. Welcome on in.
Alrighty. What do we think, guys? Yes!
Woo!
Welcome, everybody!
Welcome!
Hello.
We are streaming with the
Welcome
Miss Molly Makes. Thank you so much for coming on by.
Hello.
We just made homemade pasta.
Welcome in.
Yeah. Molly
Fresh
showed me.
she made it for the first time. Slade. And we made some bread. So to make this go a little bit more brown, Zef, we could have done an egg wash.
That's
But
it.
we did drizzle a little bit of oil, but definitely some egg wash would have made it look a little bit nicer.
Okay. Yeah, because I was looking for that like rich brown color, but like in actuality,
Yeah.
look at that. Not too bad.
That looks good. That looks really great. Yeah, yeah. So if you've got a plate, you can invert it onto a plate if you want.
Okay. Fresh out of the oven right now.
Yes.
Okay.
Does it smell nice?
Yes, it does. Smells amazing.
So cheesy jalapeno pull apart bread. So just gonna grab this and you can do this. Ooh, invert it. Oh yes.
Ooh.
Damn.
I've never done this before.
flip it over.
Oh, hot. Woo! It's okay. Ooh, trial by fire beans.
Yes.
Okay, it kind of fell
Love
apart
it.
a little bit, but we kind of...
That's okay.
Here we go.
You can keep it like that or you can flip it up the other way. It's up to you, whichever way you like. You can put some more cheese or like a drizzle of oil on top if you want.
Looks so good. I wonder how we can like... Oh no. It's like falling apart. But like in a good
That's
way.
okay. It looks fantastic. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Ooh, there we go.
Yeah, yes, there we go. That looks amazing. Great work.
Not bad.
Mms in the chat, everybody. Mms in the chat. Mms in the chat. Okay. So, have you tasted some pasta yet?
I have not. I kind of like nibbled on it when it was cooking, but I haven't tasted the final dish yet.
Let's
Go
dig
ahead.
in to your
Let me grab
pasta.
a fork. Ooh. Thank you, Lilac.
Hasn't
Thank
she
you,
done
Molly.
So well, guys. Give her some hype in the chat. All right. Look at this. Fresh pasta, noodles, fettuccine with her her maiden voyage with the pasta maker.
Mm-hmm.
What do we think?
Gonna try a bite right now. That's some really good stuff, you guys. If you haven't figured out how to make homemade pasta, definitely do it. Mm-hmm. I've had it, but I've never made it.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. And it's super easy.
And just the better it will be and the faster you'll get, the more you do it. It's We need a sound effect going. Whoop,
Whoop, whoop. Yeah, thank you, Molly and Exceed, for having me, though. Mm-hmm.
Pleasure. And then the bread, the garlic bread, and we're gonna cheers each other again. You got any more drink left?
A little bit.
There we go. Cheers.
Ding.
Congratulations to you.
Mm-hmm. Amazing.
Amazing. Now, pull apart bread. Is it too hot to touch? Is it molten?
No, it's actually still it's pretty hot, but like I can touch it.
All right. Pull a piece out.
That one was the easiest one to like bring apart there.
Oh, look at that.
Ooh.
And so still nice and soft and fluffy. You got your cheese mixture that's kind of pulled apart and like popped out the side. Look how good that looks.
I know.
Oh my goodness.
Thank you. Like it's actually.
All right, have a bite.
Guys, this is good.
Auto shutdown initiated.
Ooh, and like the bottom of it's really nice and golden from the
Oh.
butter. It's
hot.
good. You guys got the recipe. Ooh. It's very warm, but really good. Dang! Yeah, that's delicious. If you guys want the recipes, they're right there in chat for you. Highly recommend. Molly put these together. I brought my dreams to her, and she brought it all to life right here.
I hope that I did you proud.
Mm-hmm. You definitely did. I hope I did you proud. With the first episode, I'd say it went really well.
Well, thank you very much. Guys, I hope you enjoyed it. Again, please give some love. Go and give Zefrine a follow. Exceed said you should be so happy with what she's made. We think you've hit it out of the park. Kills it. Which do you think you think you enjoy most, the pasta or the garlic bread? Both?
Yeah, I don't have a favorite. They're just both really good. I would say like I don't know. I can't even pick like a favorite part of making it. I just like the whole thing.
Yep.
It was just
Auto
all
shutdown
super
cancelled.
fun.
It makes me really happy. And it's a little bit longer than we were expecting, but we had a lot of fun and a lot of chats, and I hope you guys enjoyed it.
It was
Zef,
wonderful.
With your stream schedule, from my community and people that might be new to the stream right now, tell us a little bit about you and your stream schedule, what's coming up on the next stream, and this week with the charity stuff you were saying.
Yep. Again, my name's Zefrine. I'm from the Midwestern United States. I live in Illinois. Born and raised in Wisconsin. I'm live Monday through Thursday at 5 p.m. Central, which is what in your time? Like 6 a.m. for you, I think? Yeah, 6 a.m. for you.
Yep.
Sundays at noon Central, which is 1 a.m. for you, I think. Yeah, because you're like 13 hours ahead. Tomorrow we're doing
I just add
water.
whatever time it is for you, and then I just add one.
Right, exactly. And then it's PM. It's opposite. Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm streaming watercolor painting tomorrow, and we're going to watch the new trailer. Or not the trailer, but the gameplay stream that the Sims developers are coming out with for the new game pack. I'm excited. Yep.
The new game pack being highs?
The high school years. Yep.
Yes. Very cool. Well, very exciting. So guys, go and give her a follow. If you're here and you're in my stream, hit the follow button for us. But Zef, thank you so much for really being who you are to Exceed and myself. We're so grateful for your friendship and your inspiration for your community and who you are as a person. I call you Sunshine because that's what you are for me, and you are for so many people. And yeah, I'm really grateful to have you in my life, and I'm gonna cry. No,
I cry because the wind is nice.
But I hope you have a lovely night, and thank you for being here.
And you too, Molly. Thank you.
See ya.
Bye.
See ya.
That was ridiculously fun. This is the wrong screen, but it's fine. Oh my God. But that was wonderful. Like, just learning. By the way, thank you. I'm sorry, thank you for rating. I know she came in 9 minutes ago, but I appreciate that. It's kind of weird with like a co-hosting stream, but thank you so much if you came in and followed. I really appreciate you. I'm usually really on with chat, but today was really about like Molly and the food and the cooking. It's a little bit of a different vibe, but I think it was a lot of fun to learn a lot, and I really, really, really hope that you guys enjoyed and maybe learned something too about me, maybe about Molly, maybe about food, or all of the above. So, but you guys are amazing. Yeah, I know. See, I love that. I'm all about learning new things, trying new stuff. Honestly, that's what life's about. Life's about making mistakes. Gotta get my camera to focus. Life's about making mistakes and learning new things. So, like, y'all are amazing. And that was just so much fun. Honestly. But if y'all are new here, you heard it from Molly. My name is Zefrine. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you. We have a community Discord that you can be a part of. You can grab those recipes for yourself. We've got like food sections. We play The Sims like normally. That's like our thing. Tomorrow we're going to be doing a little bit of art and watercoloring in the afternoon. Thank you, Lilac. I appreciate you. Y'all are so nice. I appreciate y'all. Thank you for hanging out. was good. It felt weird not like engaging with you guys in chat right away when you came in, because normally I'm like, but it was kind of nice to do a co-stream with somebody else. It was a blast. But thank you, everybody. I'm going to be live. Normally I'm not live on Fridays, but I will be back tomorrow afternoon, probably like 11 or 12 a.m. Like 11 a.m. or 12 p.m. So like noon, 11-ish. Discord and then Twitter, you can just watch me and I'll be watercoloring and watching the new Sims trailer or the new Sims live stream tomorrow. So the gurus are putting it on to show off the new pack. Thank you, Flossie. I appreciate that. I really do. I am so in love with my job. I love streaming. My feet hurt. I haven't stood like this in a while, but it's fine. Y'all are awesome. I know, right? Exactly. So, I think we're actually gonna go say hello to our friend Dr. Gluon this evening. So thank you again to everybody. Again, I will be live tomorrow afternoon. I hope to spend the afternoon with you guys. Otherwise, I'll be back on Sunday, and it's going to be a really wonderful day. If you came in on a raid or followed me, welcome. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much for coming by. It's always an honor. If you guys have a sub, make sure to copy and paste the Beanie Weenies incoming. Otherwise, the little hand hearts will do. Thank you for bearing through everything with me, and I hope to catch you tomorrow, catch you on our Discord, and I will see you soon. So, and with that, I say tomorrow's a beautiful day, especially with you in it, and I will catch you tomorrow. And I love you.